a game to the gods. Maybe using vampires was something he'd picked up over time, or part of their current rules. Jake was beginning to understand the rules of the gods' sick game better.
"What is your name, mortal? I sense a familiar energy on you,"
Tlalik's voice roared, and Jake's soul trembled. "I'm not going to tell you that," Jake laughed. It didn't surprise him that a god could see right through what he was. "But I have a message for you."
"Speak."
"Ahriman sends his regards." Jake smiled nastily, averted his gaze, and very deliberately drew his long, sharp pinky nail across wannabe Fisher Witch's throat. As the man gurgled, Jake kept his eyes closed, not daring to glance up. He'd already been pushing it, and he did not want to be directly looking at Tlaloc when the god predictably lost his shit. Tlalic's roar shook the entire apartment building. Jake didn't turn around. Instead, he picked up a pan from the nearby kitchen floor and hit his dying captive in the temple as hard as he could. His enhanced strength practically pulped the cultist's head, and he instantly died. Like a flickering light bulb, the violet glow in the apartment began to fade, and Tlalic's furious screams vanished as well. Only after the god was gone and the apartment was pitch dark again did Jake finally smile and relax. "Fuckers," he hissed. Maybe this could generate a misunderstanding that would at least inconvenience Ahriman. One could dream. Now that everything was over, he gave himself a moment just standing there to experience all the pent-up stress and fear he'd been suppressing. His body shivered, and he concentrated, cycling his cultivation base until he'd calmed. Jake pulled a flashlight out of his storage ring and pocketed it. He didn't need the light to see, but he might need it later. Then he went to find the living captives. On his way down the hall, he noticed that one of the vampires had dropped a monster core, and he bent to pick it up before moving on. In one of the apartment's bedrooms, Jake found 4 twin-size bed frames against the bare walls. A child had been strapped to each of them. 2 of them were corpses now. One had been bled to death, and it looked like the vampires had eaten the other. Jake had seen some horrible things in his life, but he still paused at the scene. In his first life, there had actually been people who argued that the United States should join the Tlalic's empire that had sprung up in the South. They'd said that pockets of life were good, and people there were protected from the wild monsters on the rest of the continent. Tlalic's empire was like any other religious state, they'd argued. But Jake was a simple man. He still thought any religion that required killing, torturing, and ripping the hearts out of children should be exterminated. Curfews enforced by roving bands of ravenous vampires didn't sound like a happy way to live either. But some people would almost be willing to accept any way of life as long as they had some sort of stability to cling to. This was something Jake had witnessed firsthand, and it still boggled his mind that some people would prefer to be a slave with a routine than stay free and live with uncertainty. It was madness. Jake would rather spit in the face of death itself than ever be livestock. But he'd seen the pictures of people handing over their children to high-ranking vampires in exchange for food. The worst sort of evil that had come to Earth after Purple Rain was the kind that could wear a veneer of civilization. This was the kind of evil that some people had the hardest time rejecting. Fisher Witches and others that sold out their fellow man for power filled Jake with rage, but those who gave everything up for the lie of safety or comfort made him even angrier. They were not even honest most of the time about their true motives. Jake tenderly cut the bonds of the dead children. He would not be able to lay them to rest, but he could do this much for them. The thought was full of regret. But after he turned, he bumped himself in the head with a palm as he remembered his storage ring. With a wave of his hand, Jake stored the corpses of the 2, both little girls who'd been around 10 years old. He would give the bodies to someone later for a proper burial. The 2 living children were a boy and a girl about the same age as the 2 who had died. They had been used as blood banks for the grisly writing on the walls. Both of them had an IV attached to rolling hangers, keeping them hydrated. What looked like a nail had been driven through the leg of both children. One of them was slowly being bled as Jake watched. The nail had been pulled up a bit, allowing a steady drip, drip, drip of blood into a paint roller pan like the one the cultist had been using. Jake clinically wondered what kept the blood from congealing in the pan before he noticed the small, simple magical working on it. Both children were gagged and entirely restrained, wearing nothing but filthy underwear. Jake wished he could bring the cultist and the doll back to life to kill them again. Actually, maybe not the doll. Too risky. Jake found an old sheet in a corner and tore strips before tying crude tourniquets around both children's legs above their wounds. He removed the IVs and made crude bandages there, too. Then he used his sharp pinky claws to cut their bonds. Both children were thankfully unconscious. He didn't know if one of these two had been screaming for help earlier, or one of the dead ones. Didn't want to think about it. It would have been handy if he could put the two surviving children in his storage ring, but that was impossible for living things. He was going to need to carry them, which meant he couldn't phase out of the apartment. Jake lifted the two victims as gently as he could and headed for the door. He briefly thought about kicking the door down, but decided against it. Instead, he just opened the deadbolt from the inside. It still took some force to free the entry from all the caulking, but he managed. Some unused tubes of caulk and a caulking gun were near the door, discarded, and Jake stored them away. Then he left and closed the door behind him. He wasn't sure if leaving the apartment closed would hinder any other evil fucks, but he hoped so. Burning it down would have been best, but there were still other people hiding nearby. At first, he wasn't sure what to do with the two little kids he was carting around, but then he had an idea. He cycled his cultivation base to locate an apartment in another building that had people in it. His senses told him that one apartment in a shadowy part of the complex had 4 people, 2 adults and 2 children. Where the building was located meant it had a decent chance of being overlooked by looters and monsters, too. Jake moved there without a problem. Once he was outside the ground floor apartment he was targeting, Jake set down the children he'd rescued as gently as he could. He felt another flash of rage at how they looked. Their wounds and condition looked even more terrible outside in the starlight. The little boy had blonde hair that had been caked with blood, while the other captive still had a bracelet on, a little pink thing that said love in sparkly letters. Her dark skin had dried blood all over. They weren't his responsibility, but Jake couldn't just leave them. He phased into the apartment, appearing in an empty bathroom. After he'd appeared, he heard a drip on the floor. With a start, he realized he'd actually been wounded, probably in a fight with the vampires. Jake tisked. The wounds would close soon, but they reminded him to be more careful in the future. These people must have lived in this place a long time. The apartment had a fairly robust, mystical threshold for a rental, but it didn't bother Jake at all. He realized why. Jake kept thinking of himself as a monster, but he did still have a human soul, after all. Sometimes Jake couldn't stop his mind from wandering, thinking about random things he'd learned while he'd been a magic geek. It'd been a long night, but there was still a lot more to do, and more people to kill. He needed to finish this errand. While he wasn't willing to look away and not do what was obviously right, he didn't want to take all night with it either. Jake stepped out of the bathroom and spotted the family. They were all huddled together in the family room. A single candle provided some light. All the windows had blankets taped over them. Smart, Jake thought. He wondered if they'd read his internet posts about Survival 101. He had no way to gently let these people know he was there, and eventually decided he didn't have time to worry about it. None of them seemed to have guns, so they weren't a threat to him. The man had an axe. The woman had what looked like a sharpened mop handle nearby. Both little boys were sleeping on a couch. Jake spotted a crucifix on the wall and grabbed it as he moved down the hall. He wasn't worried about any danger to himself, but preventing these people from having a heart attack would be good. Jake couldn't help how he looked, though. Maybe the crucifix would help. He wasn't sure how yet, though. He knocked on the wall as he entered the family room. The woman was the first to turn, and her eyes grew round as saucers. She uttered a squeak and breathed in, preparing to scream. Jake rushed forward, supernaturally fast, and clamped a hand on her mouth. The man began lifting his axe. Jake very slowly, very deliberately shook his head no. The man fired off a few lines of rapid-fire Spanish at the woman while not taking his eyes off Jake. His expression was full of horror, but resolute. The man glanced at the 2 little boys on the couch who were somehow still asleep. Spanish, huh? Thought Jake. He spoke Spanish horribly, but knew a little bit. After holding up the crucifix, he spoke in his horribly raspy voice,
No tengan miedo.
Do not be afraid. He tapped the cross against his forehead.
Soy el Grim.
I am Grim. Hopefully these people had heard of the Grim. As the adult stared at him with shock, he tried to search for words in his limited vocabulary.
No soy mal,
he finally said. I am not evil. Then he willed his eyes to glow blue and said one of the first phrases he'd ever learned in Spanish.
Ayúdame, por favor.
Help me, please. Jake handed the crucifix to the shell-shocked man and placed one finger across his lips before slowly removing his hand from the woman's face. She looked like she was about a hair away from fainting, or losing her mind, but was barely holding on. Her breaths came in little pants. After he stood, Jake went to the door. He unlocked it and went outside to get the two children where he'd left them. Then he carried them into the apartment, shutting and locking the door behind him. The woman seemed to snap out of her daze when she saw the victims. With a burst of speed, she rushed to them and covered them protectively with her body. She barked Spanish at Jake that he couldn't understand. The man put a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. No, Gloria. Her eyes flashed in equal parts fear and anger, but the man shook his head again. He turned to Jake and said, El Ángel. Did he just call me an angel? Jake wondered. Ultimately, he decided it didn't matter. Around this time, the two boys woke up, but the man noticed even before Jake. He clamped a hand over both their mouths and spoke softly, urgently in Spanish. Both children had eyes as big as saucers as they looked Jake up and down. Jake ignored them all. He sniffed loudly, theatrically, pointed at the door, and took the caulk and caulking gun out of his storage ring. Then he sniffed and pointed until he thought they might understand. He quickly put caulk around the edges of the door. It should be enough to help prevent average monsters from smelling the family. When it was dry, it might also make the apartment at least a little harder to break into, too. Jake moved over to the family again and squatted, hopefully making himself less intimidating. Then he pulled a few useful things out of his storage ring, including some medical supplies, clean towels, food, a few bottles of water, some medicine, and weapons. He handed a shotgun directly to the man, and just in case the stocky, swarthy guy didn't know how to use it, Jake slowly and clearly displayed how to rack the slide, load shells, and clear the chamber. Jake even showed the silent man where the safety was. The woman put a hand over her mouth when she knelt on the floor, her other hand on the bruised body of a would-be sacrificial victim. She crossed herself, Catholic style, and said something to Jake that he didn't understand. All he caught was Dios. So, something about God. Jake smiled in what he hoped was a comforting way and said,
Sí.
Yes. He hoped he was agreeing to something good. With one last glance around, he figured he'd done all he could. These people's lives were in their own hands now. The injured children would be a burden, but Jake had given the family some good supplies. With one last mental shrug, Jake phased and went through the wall before moving to the edge of the apartment complex. This entire stop hadn't taken too long, but for the first time since he'd become a monster, Jake felt like he'd done something decent. It was also the closest he'd come to losing his unnatural life so far. The experience felt like it'd been exactly what he'd needed. The rage from finding his parents murdered less than a half hour ago was still there, and Jake still planned to kill some gang members that night. He felt like his emotions were floating in the time period before eventual crushing grief, when his heart felt heavy but he could still function. His overall plan for the night hadn't changed, but now he could feel the glimmer of something past just getting revenge for his parents. Maybe after he avenged them, he could honor the memory of his slain family by tearing apart every fucking monster and dark gods worshipping asshole he could. That would be a good way to go out. All of the mercy had been burned out of Jake before he'd even become a zombie. But he was beginning to feel something new. Maybe he could live on spite, and even do some good with it. Jake's eyes glowed blue as he rushed through the forest. He was nearing his real target now. There was no way of knowing before he got there, but he hoped the warhounds would be there. In the past, before he died, Jake had hated violence. He'd approached every mission professionally, and he'd always felt bone-weary after life-or-death struggles. But right now, he'd never felt physically better. Part of him quietly wondered if this was a good thing or not. He thought about the children he'd just rescued, and the fact that he'd managed to destroy a fisher witch before it'd even been born. Jake had to accept that what he'd just done had been something he never would have been able to accomplish by himself when he was still human. And after all of that, he wasn't even tired. Jake hadn't chosen this existence. It'd been forced on him. And sure, he was worried that it was changing him, but his family was already dead. The world was falling apart. What else did he have now but to use this power? Was he going to just vanish into the forest to mourn his family forever? Make some crappy fort like he was participating in a survival show and live off the rabbits? As a shadow ghoul? Something was growing in Jake. Maybe it was righteous anger. Maybe he was just tired of being yanked around by bullshit ever since Purple Rain. Twice. But Jake was sick of it all. He was tired of seeing normal people be forced to hide, die, or give up their dignity. Jake couldn't save everyone, but maybe he could kill a whole hell of a lot of bad guys. And maybe if he got strong enough, he could even find and destroy that demon thing that had caused all the grasshopper mice to die in his first life. If good things were done through spite, weren't they still good? Jake had watched evil win what felt like his entire life. It had just become more obvious after Purple Rain. He just wanted them to lose now. As Jake raced through the woods, he decided that he was done playing by any rules that didn't get results. If he'd been more willing to break rules, or even just scare people, maybe he would have been in time to save his parents. In fact, maybe his cultivation teacher had been right after all. It was galling to admit, but the longer Jake lived, the more it seemed like the grumpy old man had been right. Cultivators as a whole weren't known for being the merciful types, apparently. He was too old and too seasoned to beat himself up about his parents' death, but he also refused not to learn from it. His grief would be much easier to bear if he could find a way to keep moving forward. Power itself would never be Jake's only goal, but it was a goal, a means to an end. Jake was sure now that he had to get stronger. Convictions without power were just wishes. With his new resolve, a feeling of something he'd recently lost began to grow again. Purpose. The small part of his mind that had been complaining went silent. Chapter 21. Jose lowered himself down hands first, and let loose a breath he hadn't been aware he'd been holding. From her position on the floor, Gloria met his eyes. She was trembling. Christopher and David were quiet for a few seconds, but then David began to cry. Christopher showed uncommon maturity for his age and comforted his little brother, putting a hand on his arm. He also gently covered his little brother's mouth to keep him from making too much noise. He had been adapting to the new, dangerous world a little bit faster than David had. Out of the corner of his eye, Jose saw Gloria shudder and remembered what had just happened again. Their visitor had put a hand over her mouth, hadn't he? That entire situation had been so frightening, his heart had almost stopped. One moment the family had been huddling in the dark with barely any light to keep them company, wondering what in the world was going on outside. The next moment a dark intruder had crossed half the house in a flash and put a hand over Gloria's mouth. He'd held up a crucifix. Jose's memory was already fading, almost like it was too terrifying to hold on to. The specter had looked like a monster from the abyss, but must have been an angel. The crucifix hadn't burned him, and he'd even said, "Do not be afraid," like the angels in the Bible. He vaguely remembered that angels were supposed to be frightening to behold. Jose wished he'd paid attention better in church. But an angel? Here? Gloria was convinced, and Jose thought so too, but now he was not so sure. Their unexpected house guest had had massive teeth, a lean body, and his flesh had seemed to ooze floating darkness. The creature's ragged clothing had just made him seem more bestial. Jose had never seen anything like it. But as frightening as he'd been, he had moved with an obvious gentleness while bringing in the injured children. Right before he'd sealed their door, given them weapons, and disappeared through the wall. The two unfamiliar children laid out on the floor brought Jose back to more pressing realities. It wasn't quite time to zone out yet.
Gloria, we need to do something for these children.
he said in rapid-fire Spanish to his wife. I know. She turned to their oldest son. Chris, take a flashlight. Go get a half-pan of water from the bathtub. David, go with your brother and get the alcohol burner. We need to heat some water. Mother, I'm scared. David sobbed. The boy sniffed, holding in more crying. He was only 7 years old and still only half asleep. Both boys appeared to still be affected by what had happened earlier, even before the nightmare-looking creature had brought them 2 injured children to look after. Christopher didn't ask any questions or mumble about fears like his brother. He just slowly got up. The older boy seemed to be in shock, but he kept staring at the injured children on the floor too. He took David by the hand and took his brother to do what his mother had asked. Once both boys were up, Jose scooted closer to Maria on the floor and examined the new children. He winced when he saw their wounds up close. What is happening to this world? His wife whispered. Forget the world. What just happened to us? Jose muttered. He wheezed a quiet, desperate laugh. I do not know. That was the most frightening experience of my life, but I feel like we all handled it better than we might have. What if we had offended him? Jose began to stand. He was mentally and emotionally drained, but he would do his best to save the hurt little boy and girl on the floor. So you really think he was an angel? I don't know, Gloria said. He didn't know Spanish well, and he didn't seem to understand most of what we said, but you were there. Yeah, I know, Jose said with a nod. He didn't respond to much, but when you asked if he was going to save us all, he said yes. That's right, Gloria said. She took a breath. It was an angel of the Lord. She crossed herself. Covered in the blood of evil, savior of the innocent. You felt it. He was a destroyer for good. Jose examined a nasty wound on both children's legs below a dirty tourniquet and winced. What makes you so sure? Besides the fact that we're not dead right now, of course. Gloria smiled grimly. You were there, Jose, my heart. Yes, I was. Jose shook his head, thinking about the chain of events. It had started about 20 minutes ago. There had been vibrations in the air at first. Gloria had been on watch, and she'd woken him up, but he'd already been half awake when it had started. Something had felt like it was squeezing his heart. The boys had been half awake at that time too, but then a heaviness had filled the air, like being at the bottom of a deep pool. It had knocked the boys asleep, but Jose and Gloria had just panted, feeling an incredible pressure. Their skin had crawled. The feeling had been indescribable, like their hearts were being squeezed with barbed wire. Then the entire apartment complex shook, like an earthquake. At first, Jose had thought something like purple rain was happening again. But then he'd realized what he was feeling. Evil. Something big and deep had been out there in the dark. And just like that, it had vanished. Not long later, the victor had shown up, dropped off 2 injured children, and left. Now Jose could barely hear Christopher or David opening a drawer in another room. Do you think our children will be all right? That had to be shocking to them. It was for me. I think so. They're children. Besides, I think Christopher can understand that we have 2 other little souls who need us right now. Gloria gestured at the injured 2 on the floor. He has a very good heart. Jose absently nodded, thinking. When Christopher came back with a pan and Gloria began getting everything ready to start cleaning up the injured children, Jose spoke again. I don't agree, love. About what? His wife smiled sadly. We sure are tough now, aren't we? Everything that happened tonight, and we're just doing what we have to. What we have to? Jose nodded. Evil has already come to this world in a way I didn't think was possible. After David brought in what his mother had asked him to get, she sent both boys back into the rest of the apartment for bandages and medicine. Jose turned to his wife and asked, How did you know he was there, in the hallway? You looked up before he moved and covered your mouth. Gloria shivered uncontrollably. I saw 2 points of blue, like little balls of fire, staring at me from the dark. Jose nodded slowly. I don't think he was an angel, Gloria. Why? His wife was devout, and Jose could tell she was sure about her belief, but she also respected him enough to listen. Because I didn't feel anything pure or holy from him. Maybe some goodness, but he felt like a sharp blade. I've met very dangerous people in Mexico before we came to America. It was sort of like that, but stronger, and without any darkness, just dangerous. Neither good nor evil. Gloria slowly nodded. Maybe you're right, but I believe something, Jose. Good and evil will always fight. I know you felt it a few minutes ago. Something pure evil was in this apartment complex, and it went away right before the angel appeared. He had the blood of monsters on him. The feeling I got was that he just fought a battle. I know what I saw, and anyone or anything that protects the innocent is at least not on the side of evil. He could have hurt us, but he helped. Nothing was asked for in return. That is true. I hope you're right. Jose sighed. He couldn't deny that he felt more secure with a shotgun lying nearby now. It was crazy how his family had moved to America to start a better life, and that decision had probably already saved them all. Gloria had not been able to get a hold of her family at all after Purple Rain, before communications had gone down for good. Something horrible might have happened. Jose could only imagine what it was like back home. Gloria busied herself on the floor, gently cleaning wounds of the unconscious children, and as Jose watched in amazement, her hands began to emit faint light. The room was dim enough that he could clearly see it.
My love, you're glowing!
With one hand on a little leg, Gloria began to quietly weep.
I think I can really help them, Jose. I can feel it. It's like I've been gifted by the Holy Spirit.
Praise God. Jose crossed himself.
A miracle. You just awakened?
Yes, it must be. Look, the wound is closing.
Sure enough, the skin on the wounded child's leg was already showing improvement.
The messenger gave you tools, and I have received a tool too.
Maybe, said Jose. He sighed. You know what this means, right?
Yes.
Gloria continued to work and didn't look back as she whispered,
With power, real power, comes responsibility.
That's what both our families taught us, love. Yes, and they were right. It will be hard with 4 children to look after, but...
One thing at a time, Jose. Let's save these precious ones first, and we can figure out what comes after that.
She shook her head.
2 weeks ago, I would not have been able to handle this.
I know.
But we are strong.
I know. We have to be.
Christopher is becoming strong too.
Jose couldn't see Gloria's face, but he could see in the shadows thrown by the light of her new healing power that she'd wiped away a tear.
I hope that he becomes a good man.
Now who's getting ahead of herself? After a pause, Gloria chuckled softly.
True. One day at a time.
They were both silent for a while, even after the boys wordlessly deposited medicine and bandages next to their mother and sat on the couch to watch. Jose thought Christopher might have noticed his mother's new light but didn't say anything. David either didn't notice or pretended he hadn't. Or maybe they'd seen it, understood, and hadn't thought it worth asking about after the night they'd had. After all, this was the Purple Rain world now. Jose's heart felt heavy as he thought about the world his 2 boys would be forced to grow up in now. If they survived. He shook his head. Those were thoughts that could wait until he tried to sleep, when thoughts would race around his mind like rats made of shadows and fear. Every night was the same. There was no point in feeding his darkest worries any more than he had to. Jose glanced up at his wooden-faced sons. Boys, what do you think just happened? What do you think of the angel?
The monster helped us, David said. I think he was a good monster, but let's not open the door again for a long time, okay?
He held his older brother's hand in a white-knuckled grip. Jose shared a quick smile with Gloria. What is that expression? From the mouth of babes? Gloria turned to her sons.
Boys, I want you to go lie down on the floor, on the other side of your papa, and face away now.
Christopher frowned. But Mama...
Now. Okay.
As the boys got on the floor and tried to get settled, Gloria met Jose's eyes.
Something terrible and amazing has just happened.
She whispered for his ears only.
I will never forget the name Grim. I will pray to St. Michael to watch over that creature, if he is a warrior of God. If he is not, I will ask that St. Michael use Grim as a weapon to destroy as many other agents of evil as possible.
That sounds good to me. Gloria nodded. Most of her attention was on what she was doing now. she said quietly.
I hope, angel or not, that Grim spills the blood of evil many, many more times.
Her eyes flashed.
I hope he makes them pay. May he be covered in the blood of evil forever.
We can agree on that, my heart. We can agree on that. Jose put a hand on her shoulder and watched in fascination as she used her new power to help save the wounded innocents on their floor. And he vowed that if anything came through that door for his children, or the two who'd been entrusted to him, he would put his new shotgun to work. Jose began to pray. Jogging through the forest, Jake sneezed and suddenly had an incredibly strange sensation. He felt like he was being watched, maybe even like something in the dark was amused with him. The feeling was strong enough that he stopped for a moment. But even after staying still and cycling his chi, probing his surroundings with all of his senses, he couldn't detect anyone or anything nearby. Probably nothing, he thought, and kept running. He would find out in less than 5 minutes if the Warhounds were actually based at the school. Chapter 22. Well, I guess that question is answered now, Jake thought. He flared his nostrils and observed the school-turned gang base before him. Part of him felt bewildered that he wasn't more emotionally distraught. His head was cool. He'd been through a lot, even since just seeing his parents' corpses an hour ago, but he was completely functional at the moment. There were lots of reasons for this. It was the second time he'd seen his family dead. He'd literally lived in hell before, and he was a monster now, which was working in his favor. His new body actually seemed to help him avoid falling into despair. But these were all more complicated ways to say he'd changed. Jake wondered if he could actually be called human anymore. Probably not. He wasn't sure yet whether he thought that was a bad thing. Being a zombie had given him a new perspective on existence. As long as he didn't have to try existing as a zombie again, maybe he could endure anything this new life threw at him. The Warhound's compound was laid out in a fairly clever way. Fences, the kind that were often used at concerts, ringed the entire area, but positioned with plenty of space between the barrier and the forest. Each fence had bags of concrete laid out on their feet to keep them solid. A magical working had been laid on each section of fence. Jake stared at one with his mage vision until he finally nodded, understanding what had been done. All of the fences worked as an alarm. If a monster touched one, it would create some sort of light as a signal. Another row of fences, shorter ones, stood about 5 feet inside the first barrier. These ones were electrified, probably charged by solar. Knowing this, Jake eyed the rooftops from his hiding spot and noticed armored men in elevated guard shacks armed with crossbows. He would bet everything in his storage ring that they also had firearms handy in case of an attack by humans. The Warhounds seemed to only be using 2 or 3 buildings in the school grounds. This was wise, since that way they weren't spread out too far and their communication would be easier. Maybe another building had family members living inside. Jake ducked lower as a golf cart with 2 armed men drove by. One man shined a powerful flashlight, searching the perimeter. This group probably only had a few dozen people in it, and Jake thought the way they were handling security made a lot of sense. Most of what they had to fear was probably from other people and the occasional wandering monster. Unlike some other places Jake had seen, Macon was relatively monster-free. He assumed that the men with crossbows on the rooftops were probably using their weapons to dispose of zombies quietly, so sleeping gang members wouldn't be disturbed. Most ghouls would likely look for easier prey. Stronger, more dangerous monsters definitely already existed in the world, but not in large numbers yet. Jake grinned wryly. It hadn't been very long since Purple Rain. He might have imagined that his posts on the internet had led to compounds like this, but he knew better. Armed paramilitary groups had formed quickly in his first life, too. Hurricanes had never caused this level of banding or organized capability for violence. Normal disasters where people were scared were one thing, but Purple Rain had changed the world. Most people had probably witnessed people being killed and eaten within the first day. Millions, if not billions, of people had died or been changed into mindless monsters. Reports on the radio or on the internet that made it through would have shown horrors upon horrors without any messages of hope. It didn't take long under conditions like that for some people to act like animals themselves. Even good people would withdraw, try to protect their own, and become suspicious of strangers. People who are away from home would do what they could to join up with other groups, or like-minded or nearby people might form groups like this one, all for security in numbers. Jake's advice on the internet for everyone to stay indoors had been because he knew some people reacted to incredible stress and uncertainty in very strange ways. Wandering around or looting too early was a great way to die. In his first life, people had even actually tried to protest current events, claiming the government was responsible. Monsters had eaten most of them. Groups of can-do people often banded together. Some created communities of people who helped each other out of self-defense, but other groups formed for the hell of it, or for a feeling of control, or of power. Some of these groups even started out with noble intentions, but grew into pockets of predatory assholes over time. The Warhounds hadn't been one of the worst groups of his first life, but things had changed now that they killed his parents. The Warhounds sure had a nice base, though. Jake would admire the practicality of their compound, even if he weren't about to wipe them out. He needed to make it snappy, too. Running into the Fisher Witch ritual on the way here had unsettled him, and he had some big questions that still needed answers. He knew he couldn't save everyone. Heck, he hadn't been able to save his own family. But he developed a special hate in his heart for Fisher Witches in his first life that had only gotten stronger after death. Jake was tempted to just pull out some gasoline from his storage ring, or use his new demonic contradiction wave to blow the hell out of everything in the compound, but he wasn't sure how many attacks he could make. He was not invulnerable either. Even though he figured that he might technically be a C-rank monster now, he didn't have any kind of protection barrier. There were also explosives, fire, magic, and all sorts of other issues to worry about. He frowned as he thought about it. Being a shadow ghoul wasn't so bad, but he wasn't that much more durable now than he had been in his first life, just a hell of a lot stronger and faster. If he could heal like a normal ghoul, he'd be better off, but that wasn't an option. It meant he would have to be sneaky, or at least formulate a plan. Jake began following the fence line, sticking to the forest and remaining out of sight. He moved northwest, taking the long way around. This school had two entrances to the nearby road to the east. The Warhounds had blocked off the nearest one, so Jake would eventually come near to the only exit in the northeast once he'd done about 50% of the compound's circumference. Most of the illumination near the edge of the former school was being cast by solar lights and tiki torches. Jake spotted a few powerful floodlights on standby, the type that were used at construction projects. They were all hooked to generators. He figured if there was an emergency that these would be turned on. Actually, now that he thought about it, if this group was smart enough to set up their compound this way, he could probably also assume that at least half of them were awake. Being alert and ready to respond to problems at night would be common sense. Jake hated smart enemies. They made everything much, much more difficult. After he traveled about a quarter of the way around the school, Jake stopped in his tracks and cocked his head. A feeling he'd never expected to encounter again so soon had just tickled his supernatural senses. He had been cycling his cultivation base as he'd studied his enemies, but he quickly turned his attention in the opposite direction. The sensation tugged on his dantian. Holy shit, Jake thought. No way! I've never heard about one of these here. But the feeling was unmistakable. He'd located another challenge portal. Jake slowly sank onto his haunches, watching the compound before him while also making careful mental note of where he just felt the portal. He'd never heard of one showing up in this area before, but he could think of several reasons off the top of his head. Maybe nobody had found it before it had disappeared. Another possibility could be that someone found it and died before it had vanished, or found it and survived and either didn't tell anyone or died before telling someone. But the most likely reason was because dark gods were probably trying to turn Georgia into the evil factory that Mexico had become in his first life. This would change everything, magically speaking. Jake couldn't feel it, but there had to be a lot of power descending on this area. The Fisher Witch ritual he'd interrupted had likely not been an isolated incident. He'd been avoiding thinking about the entire thing, though. Jake frowned. If he really started thinking too much about what Ahriman and his asshole buddies were trying to do, he might feel a sense of responsibility about it, and Jake wasn't sure if he wanted to play that game yet. He wasn't naive enough to think that he wouldn't end up being used by someone or something. So, if and when that time came, he wanted to really know his own mind before jumping in feet first. It seemed weird to begin having such a serious conversation with himself in the middle of a mission to kill a few dozen men, but he couldn't deny some of his feelings anymore. Something big was going down in his hometown, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could ignore it. After spending a few more seconds thinking about it, Jake shook his head and decided to get on with what he was doing. He'd made a promise to his sister. It was true that with his family dead, he didn't feel much of a purpose, or really much personally connecting him to this world anymore. But he would honor his promise to his sister. Maybe without the part about killing dogs, though. Jake liked dogs. From inside the compound he heard shouting. Some men walked from one building to another. New lights cut on. Some sort of commotion seemed to be taking place at the gate of the compound. Engines rumbled and the area grew brighter as vehicles turned in from the road. There didn't seem to be any monster attacks taking place, so Jake was as curious about the new higher alert. He kept moving around the perimeter of the school until he got close enough to the gated entrance to see what was going on better. Jake stayed hidden and cycled his cultivation base to improve his senses further. Quite a few warhounds were manning the gates or standing behind the fence. They were all armed, and all had the red W armbands that the warhounds wore. Jake figured this was how his sister had identified them too. Most post-Purple Rain bands had some kind of identifying mark, or even wore uniforms. Jake's grasshopper mice had worn hats, bandanas, or shirts with the team's logo on them. Humans and our tribalism, Jake thought with a smile. What tribe am I now? Team Monster? He felt a pang of deep, despairing loneliness before dismissing it. Facing down the warhounds were a caravan from the Post-Apoc Kings. A number of Post-Apoc Kings members had come from the area around the lakes and had money prior to Purple Rain. This soon after forming, it showed. Most men in both groups were still using weapons they had owned before the world went to hell. The warhounds had decent guns, but nothing too fancy. A few standard pistols, lower-end pistol-caliber carbines, some budget AR-15s, and plenty of pump shotguns. Their melee weapons were baseball bats, axes, and machetes. But a few of the Post-Apoc Kings had some seriously impressive hardware. With Jake's keen night vision, he checked out their weapons and felt a moment of jealousy. One of them even had a skeletonized competition AR-15 with a higher-end variable magnification optic. A few of the men had ACOG optics on some very sweet-looking rifles. There was a slender man who had a pair of race guns, what looked like tricked-out 1911s on both hips, superhero style. One of them even carried a katana, and a pretty good-looking one from what Jake could see. All of the groups that had formed in Macon had mostly been neighbors and friends before Purple Rain. There were always smaller, more nimble groups, too, and pre-Rain gangs often stayed together for a while. The Post-Apoc Kings had been weekend warrior types before the apocalypse, with a few competition shooters in their ranks. Most members of the Warhounds had been working-class people. The Night Rangers had kind of been everyone else, with an eclectic mix. Of course, class distinctions had mattered less and less after Purple Rain in Jake's first life, but right now people still seemed to be most comfortable around people they still related to. Both sides Jake was currently watching were putting on a strong front, but he could smell stinky fear from at least a few of them. It looked like both sides were about to have a showdown. Jake remembered his sister saying that the Post-Apoc Kings had chased away the Warhounds from the Andersons' house, and the situation suddenly made a lot of sense. Jake crawled forward on his belly silently, getting closer so he could listen in. "And you expect me to believe that?" snarled what looked like the leader of the Post-Apoc Kings. He was a short, middle-aged man wearing what looked like real military body armor. A shamag hung loosely around his neck. His vehicle's KC lights up top were on, his Jeep idling. The vehicle was turned at an angle, and he had his body positioned mostly behind the engine. Jake was impressed. At least some of these guys, maybe on both sides, were prior military or law enforcement. Actually, some of them might have been cops before the world went sideways, so it made sense that they'd know what precautions to take. In all reality, Jake didn't know what kind of experiences they'd had. It was entirely possible that both groups had already been dealing with raiders. It seemed like organization and inter-survivor violence had been accelerated this time around.
Believe it or not, but I'm telling the truth.
The man speaking was tall and had a beard. His overalls mostly hid a modest beer gut that probably would be gone in a month. He stood on an elevated platform behind the gate to the school-turned base. Nobody on either side was actually pointing weapons at each other yet, but Jake could tell they were about a hair's breadth away. One man, an overweight guy on the Warhound side, had manifested bony spikes on the backs of his arms and up to his shoulders, punching right through his shirt. And awoken, Jake thought. Some people had awoken to powers during and after Purple Rain. Jake's mage senses also pinpointed gathering energy. Both sides had at least 2 mages, or some kind of other magic slingers. If he hadn't just spoken with his dying sister, this might have surprised Jake. Now he knew he might personally be part of the reason more people had discovered magic so quickly. Jake was interested in this confrontation for a variety of reasons. At this point after Purple Rain, when most people would be running out of food or drinkable water, violence between survivors was bound to erupt. Maybe the post-apoc kings would help him kill some warhounds.
Was it just my guy's imagination that warhounds were running around my territory stealing shit and murking people?
The king leader demanded.
If it was a figment of someone's imagination that burned the hood of that truck over there, said the man, pointing, I'd love to hear about it. One of my people is in critical condition right now.
It's not rocket science, man,
drawled the big warhound.
It wouldn't be all that hard to make or find what we use for ID.
He pointed at his own armband.
It wouldn't be hard for someone else to fly warhound colors, just like it wouldn't take a genius to wear all camo like you guys do. Besides, like I told you, I don't have any people like the ones you chased. No fire mages at all.
The king leader shook his head.
Why would I just believe you? I want to see all your vehicles. We shot the one we were chasing. If you have the make and model, the holes will prove it.
The warhound leader took a puff on his cigarette and breathed out smoke before sighing.
Come on, man. You know that's not gonna happen. Even if it were us, would we be dumb enough to come right back here? And if these folks aren't back yet, are you just gonna camp out at the gate? If you do, what will stop them from ditching the vehicle somewhere else? Besides, why would we rob from our neighbor? You don't shit where you eat, right?
The other leader crossed his arms over his armor.
So, what now?
The way I figure it, this can go a few ways. I suppose someone could start shooting and most of us will die. That would be the dumbest lose-lose choice. Or we can recognize that someone is playing us. Hell, maybe we could even act like we still have a little bit of civilization left and figure out who's impersonating my people, because I'd sure like to put a bullet in them.
The man spit, then offered a nasty grin. His eyes glinted, and some of his people muttered behind him. Anger was in the air, underscoring a promise of violence. Jake narrowed his eyes. The tension at the standoff hadn't relaxed at all, but now it was shifting. If the two groups started fighting, he would pay attention again, but he doubted they would at this point. Not only that, he believed the warhound leader. Jake's mind began to turn over what he knew. In his past life, the warhounds hadn't been too bad of a group. The leadership had mostly been construction types, who tried to keep their people from being too big of bullies. After his sister had told him the warhounds had killed his family, he just assumed that the ripple effects he'd caused had changed everything. Maybe that wasn't the case, though. Now he could put his finger on what had been bothering him about this entire situation. It hadn't made sense earlier. Jake briefly thought about saying to hell with the consequences and delivering a demonic contradiction wave or two, taking his frustration and anger out on the two groups before him. Ultimately, doing so would be unjust. Jake might be a monster, but that didn't mean he had to act like one. Besides, even if he wanted to go on a rampage, it currently wasn't worth the risk. These were at least a few dozen angry, frightened men who were itching to kill something as much as Jake was. Some were in vehicles or otherwise sheltered. Many would survive whatever Jake could possibly do as an opening salvo. This was not an action movie where all the bad guys could be assumed to be a horrible shot or otherwise inept. And Jake didn't have any kind of natural barrier. Even though he figured that he was technically a C-rank monster now, he could still be killed by firearms. So whether he used a firearm from his storage ring or one of his Taoist arts, he couldn't be sure to wipe out his enemies, and couldn't predict whether they might start fighting each other. They might come after him. His demonic contradiction wave was flashy, and firearms had muzzle flashes. If he attacked, he might have a hail of bullets coming back at him. Jake didn't plan to ever underestimate human weapons the way supernatural assholes always seem to. No, he needed to continue being cautious, and more importantly, he needed more information. Hell, these people might not even be his enemies. Everything had changed too much and was too complicated. He felt like he was flying blind. And he still needed to get revenge for his family. That mission hadn't changed. Killing some random people and calling it a day would be a horrible travesty of justice. He wanted to make the true killers pay. Then there was the Fisher Witch ritual, and how some random out-of-shape cultist living in an apartment had somehow had a room full of restrained children and monster backup. Jake watched a moment longer before making a decision. Maybe if he found out a reason to, he would still do his best to wipe out the warhounds, but he couldn't justify it right now. No, he needed to do some poking around. Also, now that he'd run into a couple of actual groups, he was feeling a little undergunned. The world was full of dangers, but there was only one Jacob Hessian Mazzariello. He wanted to keep his monster ass alive for the time being. Jake had a lot of problems, and he needed time to think about what to do. Time to grow would be nice, too. Luckily, Jake had just sensed the nearby challenge portal. He pulled his dark lips back from his teeth in a mirthless grin as he melted into the dark forest. It would be a little bit of a risk to enter the portal, but one thing that was true for all challenge portals was the time differential. No matter how long you spent inside one, only moments passed in the real world. Maybe Jake could use that. He needed to find an edge. He also needed to get to the bottom of whatever the hell was going on in Macon. To do so, being a shadow ghoul was a good start, but not quite enough. Since the moment Jake became a zombie, he'd instinctively known that trying to cultivate natural energy would destroy him. Now he felt the same level of certainty that if he started digging up whatever was rotten in Macon, he would not succeed as he was. It was awfully lucky to have bumped into this challenge portal. Maybe even suspiciously lucky. Jake had learned to be skeptical as a mage, and he was not willing to discount the fact that some or other god was pulling strings somewhere. Maybe even the Morrigan. But as long as he didn't have to pay for it, he'd take any boon he could find. His first life had taught Jake a very important lesson. Without power, principles and plans were just wishes. Nobody can protect themselves or others without strength. And it usually took risk, or hard work, or both to become strong. Jake cycled his cultivation base and let the pull of his Dantean lead him to the new challenge portal. Hopefully, this one would be as easy to cheese as the last one had been. Chapter 23. Once Jake found the portal area, he took a look around. Everything seemed okay, or at least there was no imminent danger nearby. He briefly considered finding some more monster cores before entering the challenge portal, but that would have required hunting down monsters first. This far out in the woods, there weren't even any monsters around. He could almost pretend it was a regular night before Purple Rain. He hesitated before going in, however. Jake worried about sustenance once inside. Being a zombie had sucked, but he also hadn't had any real needs. Now he got hungry. Having a few more monster cores would make him feel a lot more confident about a long stay, but there was no telling how long his time inside the portal would take. Jake thought about his situation for a moment. He was a relatively powerful monster for this early in the apocalypse, but he was going to likely kill a lot of people after finding out who was truly responsible for his family's death. Jake knew he was strong now, but he was not invulnerable. He was still angry, just suppressing it. Fighting with righteous fury felt good, but it could backfire. Usually did for most people. Rage could make people strong, but not brilliant. If he died from enemy gunfire or magic, he wouldn't be able to finish avenging his family. Aldina's soul would be in limbo in his storage ring. And Jake also wasn't sure what would happen when he died. He didn't exactly fear death, but he also wasn't sure who actually could lay claim to his soul now. One thing he knew for certain was that he didn't want Ahriman ever getting his hands on him, much less for eternity. It was tempting to go in guns blazing, or to nuke his enemies from a distance with demonic contradiction wave attacks. That would be dumb, though. Jake had made it a lifelong habit not to underestimate his enemies. It was what had kept him alive through his adventuring days. Unfortunately, his natural inclination toward caution also forced him to acknowledge where he was lacking before entering the challenge portal. As a zombie, he'd had a lot less to lose. So now he felt underprepared, but he also didn't want a chance missing out on this opportunity. Challenge portals could vanish at any time. With a mental shrug, Jake entered and found himself standing in a woody glen, but the nearest trees were all made of metal. Glowing stones poked out of the ground here and there. The faceted facilitating this challenge portal stood on what looked like a large stump, except it was made of metal. Jake would have assumed it was an incredibly lifelike sculpture if he hadn't seen the metal trees nearby. The area appeared to be outdoors, and the sky was overcast, with an orange hue of light coming through. He turned around. Jake was immediately on his guard. This was not a challenge portal that he was familiar with, which meant the faceted would be an unknown quality too. The faceted did not greet him right away. Instead, it studied him, or at least Jake thought so. Sometimes it was hard to tell what faceted were ever actually looking at, since they didn't have any features. But as it remained silent, his hackles rose. This was not normal behavior, and Jake grew even more wary. Finally, it said,
"It is unmistakable. I've read the mark of your successful completion of another assessment room. This is most curious."
As usual, its words had been transmitted directly to Jake's mind. For a moment, Jake thought about how to reply, but eventually opted to not say anything. He just regarded the facilitator levelly. This standoff persisted for at least half a minute before the faceted spoke again.
"You are not a natural mortal being. In fact, I have never actually seen anything exactly like you are before. But it seems you are somehow still born of your world."
Jake stayed silent.
"You have a soul."
"Correct,"
said Jake. He didn't take the extra time to speak clearly, so his words came out as growling noises.
"A human soul, and I am a warrior."
"Most curious."
The faceted was still acting oddly, standing still. Usually, they had readable body language. Whether it was just to mimic humans, to set them at ease as they entered the challenge portals or not, nobody had ever known. The way this one was staying so motionless made Jake believe all their normal gesticulating really had all been a scam. Its reaction was a little confusing, too. Jake knew he was a special case, but he had a hard time believing that nobody had ever entered a challenge portal with a strange or inhuman body. Then he admitted that he wasn't just changed. He was a permanent monster now, and he remembered that this time period was during the start of the Purple Rain era. Maybe this faceted wouldn't be so thrown if this meeting were happening 15 years in the future. Finally, the faceted launched into the standard challenge portal spiel. It said,
"This is an assessment room where you will be challenged and can receive a reward based on how you are ranked. Ranking will take place in a way your species understands, from F to A, with S and even SS being possible for the mightiest or most talented. At rank S or SS, a second reward may be chosen from the highest tier rewards possible, and more rewards will be available to choose from than at lower rankings. Do you understand my words so far, warrior?"
"Yes."
"Good. Now I must tell you that you are allowed a team for this assessment. Do you wish to wait for others or go alone?"
"Alone."
"So be it. This choice has been factored into the final makeup for your trial."
The faceted cocked its head for a moment.
"This assessment room's challenge will be in 2 parts. The second will be an elite, or boss fight. Each area will be an actual natural place in the universe that you will be transported to. The space may be artificial, but its inhabitants won't be. Are you still following my explanation?"
Jake's mind whirred as he tried to remember everything the faceted was saying, or might not be saying.
"Yes."
"Good.
You have 3 themes to choose from. The first...
Themes. Please explain.
Jake thought he might be feeling an emotion from the faceted for the first time. Irritation. Each challenge theme focuses on one creature archetype. The 3 themes you have to choose from are rabbits, giants, and mermaids. That's new. I've never heard of this challenge before either, Jake thought.
So I just need to pick one?
Yes. After a long pause, the faceted said, "Would you like some advice?" And suddenly, although he didn't know its name, Jake thought he might know who this faceted was.
Yes, I would. Can you help me?
I can give you advice, since you asked for it. Now Jake was even more sure. It is my opinion that you should choose the rabbit theme.
Why is that?
Because its theme is a weaker type of monster than the rest.
I see.
Jake put his chin in his hand and made a big show of pondering it.
And how many rabbit creatures are there compared to in the other themes?
The faceted didn't say anything at first, so Jake repeated his question. It finally responded, "More of them."
Oh, okay.
Jake hid a smile. Now he was sure of it. This faceted was the advisor. It didn't show up very often, and its setting or room that it used wasn't always the same, but it always asked if the adventurers or person challenging the assessment room wanted its advice. Then it would generally proceed to give the worst advice possible.
Will you answer any more questions?
Jake asked.
No. Make your choice, please.
He'd been expecting that answer. These things didn't want anyone to perform well or go in with any prior knowledge. Jake thought about what he knew. Choosing rabbits would be a terrible decision. He'd already ruled that out. He would never trust a faceted. The other 2 choices were giants or mermaids. A normal person, new to real monsters, might choose mermaids, but Jake knew better. Unlike cute cartoon stories, real mermaids were dangerous, and were part of the reason why sailing anywhere on Earth was practically suicide after Purple Rain. Plus, the advisor had said that the challenge would take place at real places, likely where these things actually lived. Mermaids were aquatic. Jake could just imagine an asshole faceted dumping him in the middle of some alien ocean somewhere. So that left giants. Jake was a little leery about this, since giants sounded scary as hell, but that might have been the point. He couldn't ignore that the advisor had suggested rabbits, and Jake was absolutely sure there was no way a faceted had his best interests at heart. He could always give up on a stage if it was too dangerous. The faceted seemed to love kicking a challenger out of a portal with every bone in their body broken, a moment from death. There was usually a delay between giving up and the stage actually ending. The trick was not to give up at the last possible minute. Giving up would not be forfeiting the entire challenge, but it would affect one's rating at the end. A popular strategy for many adventurers who found challenge portals was to go all in on one challenge stage they were well suited for, and sandbag on the rest of them to avoid injury or death. Of course, giving up was also something people hadn't known about when the challenge portals had first been discovered. This faceted likely had no idea that Jake knew all of the rules. With all of that in mind, Jake said,
I choose giants.
I see. Then step to the area before me, please. The circle.
Sure enough, a pale glowing band of runes had sprung up on the stony ground. Jake had made his choice, so he stepped into the indicated area. Then, as he felt a space-time transition beginning to occur, probably, the advisor said,
Good luck with your challenge. Perhaps you would have fared better had you listened to my advice. Now we will likely never know.
Uh-oh, Jake thought. The faceted had sounded very pleased with itself, maybe even smug. Happy faceted usually meant bad news for adventurers. Jake felt a powerful flash of worry before he was sucked into the void. Maybe he had chosen wrong, after all. Chapter 24. After the transition, Jake experienced a moment of confusion and disorientation before his senses cleared. He was standing on a level area on top of a rocky outcropping. The sky was overcast, and the only light came from the horizon, with a dim reddish hue. Something on the air smelled bad. In fact, Jake was beginning to feel a definite sense of similarity, in some ways, between this place and the hell world he'd existed on before dying. Suddenly, one of the distant hills moved, and Jake blinked as he realized it was alive. "Giant," he thought. "Must be." The giant stood and resolved into a huge, vaguely porcine-looking creature that had to be at least 60 feet tall, maybe even 100 feet tall. Judging the height for something so large at a distance could be tough. Its enormous tusks had moss growing at the base. Piggy eyes idly swept across the landscape as it turned and lumbered to another area, ponderously dropped to all fours, and began scooping at the muck. Jake suddenly realized that almost all the area he could see, other than the rocky ridge he stood on, seemed to be dominated by swamps, or dark scrub-filled areas between swamps. There were flying animals in the sky, either birds or bats. Then Jake extended his senses and felt a flash of mild surprise. The place he was in, or world he was on, was steeped with dark energy. It wasn't ideal to cultivate, but he could still probably refine this energy for his own use. A rock at Jake's feet began to glow softly before he heard a voice in his mind say, "Your task is to kill as many giants as possible. The trial will be complete as soon as you touch the glowing stone on the ground in this location. Touching the stone without having killed at least one giant will result in failure." After that, the voice disappeared, and Jake was left on the rocky hill, feeling the warm wind ruffle his torn clothing. The first thing he did was make a mental note of where the extraction point was. His internal clock was still messed up, but all of his Taoist senses were otherwise functioning just fine. That done, Jake knew that he needed more information. "Well," he thought, "let's check this place out." Jake kept his distance from the giant, sticking to the rocky hills that seemed to circle the large swamp he'd appeared by, and separate other swamps from each other. Each swamp area had one giant, and all of them seemed to do nothing but dig around in muck, eating something? The giants were truly hideous. Their huge blocky bodies were strangely proportioned. They were distressingly naked, but Jake still couldn't tell what sex they were. Maybe they weren't male or female. Matted hair, or maybe fur, covered their backs and most of their limbs. Something was tugging at Jake's instincts, so he didn't approach the swamp too closely. Instead, he just kept to the rocky areas and continued scouting. Being stealthy seemed silly since all the giants were so far away, but Jake kept it up. There were only 2 trials for this challenge. The fewer trials a challenge room had, the harder each usually was. And Jake hadn't forgotten the faceted, smug tone. He managed to find a handful of cave systems in the rocks. Most were not very large, but they were a welcome sight. The giants made Jake a little nervous, and having a place to escape to or hide in made him feel a little more confident. He could imagine how happy the asshole Faceted would be if it could dump him back on Earth, mostly flattened, a half-second away from expiring. Any of these giants could crush him like an empty can. It was dark outside and pitch black in the caves, but none of it was a problem for him. He had his shadow ghoul vision. To be thorough, Jake checked out each cave that he could find. In addition to discovering bolt holes, he wanted to make sure nothing nasty might be inside, waiting to catch him off guard. He used his new fledgling life detection ability as well. The surrounding energy interfered with his senses, but his detection still seemed to work out to a shorter distance. He didn't see anything living, other than rats and other standard swamp creatures. So far, nothing. Something still wasn't right, however. Jake stayed wary. The giants were way too straightforward a threat. He didn't trust it. The world seemed stranger the longer that Jake explored. Despite the dim light, there was still a decent amount of heat in this place. Jake figured it was around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. There was little to no breeze, and the smells just lingered. He crept down from the rocky ridgeline, slowly approaching the swamp where the giant was digging around. The dry land full of scrub and brush in this area, what he was starting to think of as a biome, was shaped like a peninsula, surrounded on all sides by the swamp. And of course, all of it was contained within the stony ridges. The way the biomes were set up didn't look natural. Each one almost seemed like an individual holding pen for the giants. They seemed like they could easily escape, but maybe they didn't feel like it. Jake didn't know. He was just making wild-ass guesses. Landry had always called them wags during his first life. Suddenly, Jake's instincts and senses screamed at once. He acted immediately, smoothly lowering himself down into the mud between two shrubs, staying completely still. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but he didn't get complacent. Jake didn't move a muscle. Then, as he watched, something came out of the ground about 20 yards ahead of him. There was no way to tell if anything in this world cultivated or could feel his abilities. He hid his aura as best he could, and with the lightest of touches, he slowly circled his cultivation base while constricting his meridians, keeping his presence as small as possible. The combination of his chi detection in combination with his more mundane allowed him to understand what was happening. Monsters were emerging from the ground, at least a dozen of them. They were filthy, mostly almost silent except for one or two that softly hissed. Their hands had claws, and they all moved in jerky, unnatural ways, like a spider. Vampires, Jake thought, but these were of a more advanced variety than he'd just killed back in Macon. One of them reached down and casually snagged a running rat. After a squeak and a crunch, the rodent was dead, and the vampire had a snack before tossing the furry body to the muddy ground. Jake focused on staying completely still. His senses told him that every vampire emerging from the ground was at least as strong as he was. This was the most danger he'd been in since he'd been sent back to the past. The vampires approached the distant giant. At least two of them had some sort of bags or sacks. Despite their dirty appearance, they all seemed to be wearing tools. These were definitely not feral vamps. No more were coming out of the ground, so as Jake watched, hyper alert, he began slowly, stealthily edging backwards. As he moved, he also covered himself with mud, hopefully to confuse any senses the vampires might otherwise notice him with. Part of him considered giving up on this challenge, conceding. But if he did that, he'd be walking away from potential rewards, and more importantly, a place to grow stronger without any passage of time on Earth. This place could be useful. He couldn't fuck this up. As Jake kept retreating, trying to move deeper into the brush without making any noise, the vampires reached the giant. It didn't seem aware of them at first. This made sense. They were relatively tiny, after all. Even when they climbed up the giant's foot to its ankle, it still kept digging at the swamp. The enormous beast was on its knees, so after climbing up on its foot, the vampires were fairly high up. Jake stopped moving in case they turned to look back. One of the vampires produced a knife and cut the back of the giant's calf right above its ankle. The move was done with practiced precision. Below the giant's leg on the ground, one of the vampires with a sack held it open and collected the blood that flowed, catching it before it ran to the ground. Another vampire with an open sack stood next to the first, waiting in line. Meanwhile, the vampires on top of the leg made another cut and began to scoop handfuls of blood, greedily slurping it up. By the time the giant was alerted to their presence, or maybe had felt the cuts, it began to turn. Meanwhile, the bloodsuckers were already retreating. Jake worked to keep his heart still as ice. If he were discovered, he would die. Luckily, the vampires seemed too preoccupied by the turning giant to spot Jake, right up until the last one paused before darting down a hole. It was a male, and he turned, sniffing the air, his blood-red eyes glowing in the dimness. Since the monster was so close, Jake could actually see how the vampire's skin was starting to burn, even in the pale, twilight-esque light. The vampire swiveled his ears while almost looking directly at Jake, but the giant had finally turned. One huge leg shot out toward the last standing vampire. The monster hissed and fell down his hole, right before the tip of the giant's toes dug a furrow in the muck. A swath of bushes was wiped out in an instant. There was a riot of noise and an explosion of mud everywhere as the giant's foot plowed through the scrubby wetlands. Jake stayed still, playing dead, and kept his energy even as he watched the foot from only a few yards away. The moment the giant began to turn away, Jake scrambled backwards, still trying to be stealthy but also putting some speed into it. He had to get the hell out of Dodge. That last vampire seemed to have sensed something. Jake didn't want to be anywhere nearby if the things came back out of their burrows to investigate. He made it to the rocky ridge and ducked into a cave he'd seen before, one that had features he could exploit if he were chased. For about 1 terse hour or so, Jake stayed completely still in the darkness, all of his senses dialed up to the maximum level he could justify, watching and waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. Finally, he relaxed. No wonder the Faceted had seemed so pleased. Giants, my ass, thought Jake. He definitely thought he'd been right to not choose mermaids now. Maybe predation was the underlying theme of this challenge. If the mermaid trial was anything like this one, he probably would have been dropped into an ocean full of sea monsters that ate mermaids or something. No wonder the Faceted had suggested rabbits. Maybe Jake would have been required to kill 1,000 mutant rabbits before completing the challenge, all while being hunted by dragons that ate them. Fucking Faceted, he thought. Jake briefly thought about retrieving a flashlight from his storage ring, but decided he didn't really need it. In the very darkest parts of the cave, he could actually make his eyes glow, and use that small light to illuminate everything, at least to his eyes. He moved deeper into the cave, taking one branch to a dead end. Then he shimmied through a crack into a room that was barely big enough to sit cross-legged in. As a human, such a place would be claustrophobic. Even most monsters might think twice about holing up at the end of a little crack like this, but Jake could phase. His shadow ghoul phasing ability remained one of his most powerful trump cards. He settled down to meditate, and then to cultivate, in that order. Whatever was going to come, he needed to be in tip-top shape. Settling his nerves and thinking was important. Then he would work on bolstering his energy a little bit, and after he felt like he was ready, it'd be time to explore again. One thing was sure, this trial was much more complex than he'd been hoping. But maybe, if he played his cards right, he could turn things around for his benefit. Chapter 25. Jake reflected on where his cultivation level actually was as he meditated. His teacher had refused to explain the entire potential of cultivation to him in the past, only telling him what he judged would be the extent of his abilities. Actually, beyond that. Things had obviously changed since then. Orthodox cultivation started at the initiate level, when a wannabe immortal would start on the path of the Tao. This beginner stage would require opening up the body's meridians, feeling natural energy, and learning to cycle it. Jake's teacher had told him that in the cultivation world, most practitioners would start off in a sect, and this stage would include learning sect rules. Creating a dantian would turn most initiates into trainees. After an initiate became a trainee, they would begin working on body refinement. Body refinement was divided into 3 stages: copper, silver, and gold. Copper stage related to blood, silver was flesh, and gold was bones. Each stage had 10 ranks. In Jake's first life, he'd reached the copper 7 level of the body refinement stage. He judged himself to currently be in the silver 1 level. Back when he'd been a zombie with a dantian, he'd been in the copper 1 level. When he'd worked toward evolving and eventually took the plunge, he'd skipped all the way to silver. His advancement could still be compared to natural energy cultivation, but obviously did not work in quite the same way. His body had improved differently. Instead of expelling all of his impurities, he'd actually become something else. That had to be the case. He basically skipped an entire stage of body refinement. And since he hadn't felt any pain, or any other signs of progression that humans normally felt, it was possible he just hadn't even been aware of his body changing. He did consider that part of the lack of pain might have been because he was a zombie before. That was not a cheery thought if he were ever thinking about evolving again. And it seemed, in order for him to achieve higher levels now, he needed access to some dark power, or source of corruption to refine and rebuild himself during the process. Weird. His teacher had told him about what comes after body refinement, after creating a complete reforged body. The next level of cultivation was foundation pillars, with a total of 3 pillars before the next stage. Jake didn't know what came after that, though. His teacher had told him that if he'd ever managed to create the first of his foundation pillars, he would have been a B-rank adventurer on Earth, able to join teams with some of the elite. Barely. Of course, now that Jake was doing things differently this time around, He wasn't sure what his limits were anymore. The surrounding sinister energy wasn't quite right for him to cultivate, but it was thick. He hadn't experienced anything like this since being stuck on Ahriman's hell. He could directly begin refining the energy now, but it was still inefficient. Luckily, the air was so thick with power that it was at least worth the effort. Jake began channeling the energy, refining it, squeezing the pure essence out of it drop by drop, adding to his dantian. He used the first cycling technique his master had taught him, but it wasn't very effective with such dense, soupy energy. The place he was in felt steeped with bestial energy. Using the Heavenly Four Winds purification technique worked better, but it wasn't really a good match either. This technique was really better to refine the chi he already had, not gather, purify, and assimilate. He briefly considered trying the Heavenly Dragon Defiance technique, but he instinctively knew that he was still not ready for it yet. Cultivating the monstrous energy was faster than it had been before in Hell, but was still slow going. Jake paused his efforts, coming out of his trance-like state, and thought about the vampire monster core he still had in his storage ring. Thinking about it, he realized that monster cores function for him similarly to the medicinal pills that his teacher had talked about in his first life. One of the major differences seemed to be in rarity. Medicinal pills were created by skilled alchemists in the cultivation world. Monster cores could be found anywhere monsters existed, or demon beasts in the cultivation world. His path of cultivation was much more complex than orthodox cultivators now, though. Instead of one linear direction, it felt like his options were more varied, especially considering how he could use the Heavenly Four Winds purification technique to deepen his potential. He thought about this further. Orthodox cultivation had one path. A Taoist's advancement could go deeper or be shoddier, but that was a matter of effort, quality, and talent. Jake's advancement happened on 3 dimensions now. He might never know what the greatest heights possible were for himself, and even scratching the surface would be almost impossible. This world, or pocket dimension, had very thick, monstrous energy, but actually using it, converting it in any meaningful amount, would take forever. For Jake to move forward now, in general, was going to be very resource-intensive. Monster cores were not as expensive as medicinal pills in the cultivation world that his teacher had mentioned, but he had already felt waning effectiveness from zombie cores earlier. It was all very mysterious, and Jake knew he had a lot to learn, if he could survive. But one thing was for sure, hoarding resources wouldn't do him much good if he died. With that in mind, he took his vampire monster core out of his storage ring and only hesitated a moment before swallowing the energy. Even though it hadn't been a very high-level stone, he could immediately tell it was still going to require his full attention. He immediately emptied his mind, calmed his spirit, and began cultivating to control it. The raging energy ran through his improved meridians, his blood actually strengthening his energy channels, helping to control the energy and guide it from chakra to chakra. This was the advantage of having a silver-rank body now. He worked tirelessly, cycling his chi, slowly destroying, reforming, and purifying the energy running rampant through his body, before injecting it directly into his muscles, his skin, and then finally filtering it down into his dantian. His body began to grow more refined. Power gathered in his cells like they'd found a new home. 3 days later, or at least 3 Earth days later, he finally reached the Silver 2 level of the body refinement stage. This time he was paying close attention to any changes. If he'd been alive, cultivating natural energy, reaching the next stage of body refinement would have come with pain and a refreshing feeling, a reawakening. His body might have expelled some impurities, too, a lesser reaction than most orthodox cultivators went through between stages. But Jake didn't experience any of that. Instead, he could just feel a bit more energy, and his body felt tougher, faster, like everything operated more smoothly. It was hard to describe. Jake knew he'd feel different throughout the process if he were still human. Ultimately, he couldn't change anything, so he decided to focus on the benefits. And one major benefit was how fast he could advance now. If only he had about 1 million monster cores, everything would be gravy. He stood up and stretched. It'd hopefully been long enough for the vampires to lose any wariness they might have had from the one almost noticing him. and cultivating any higher than he had just attained would take a very, very long time, using only the energy of this world. The break had been necessary. But now he'd spent enough time cultivating, meditating, and thinking. It was time to do some more recon. Jake snuck around his new environment for the next 2 days. He discovered a number of things. For one, the light level remained consistent, never changing. It was just barely enough to harm the vampires over time. Additionally, each swamp area contained between rocky ridges really did all have one giant each. As he roamed around, Jake found pieces of bones at the top of some ridges. He couldn't be sure, but he thought they were old remains of vampires. It was interesting, and he figured maybe sometime in the past, the different groups of vampires in each swamp had fought amongst each other. The vampires themselves all differed from swamp to swamp, too. For instance, the ones Jake had seen up close were dirty and bestial, but another group of them seemed to keep relatively clean. Instead of a mere hole in the ground, that group had larger burrows made at an angle, with steps carved out of the dirt. One of the burrows seemed to have been destroyed recently. They'd probably been too slow retreating after bleeding their giant for food. Jake assumed they were digging out another set of stairs to replace it. He didn't dare get too close to the vampires' burrows again, but he did spend some time watching them, trying to learn their patterns. All of the vampires seemed to have similar habits. They bled their giant every couple of days, and based on what Jake had seen, most of them had large underground tunnel complexes. Each group of vampires had several dozen members. One swamp had a huge hole dug in the scrubland, probably the giant there trying to get to the vampires to kill them. It obviously hadn't worked. The vampire holes went too deep, and the giant's physiology just wasn't built for digging. Jake assumed the swamps had to be sitting on top of dense clay or something. Otherwise, he had no idea how the vampires could have such deep and presumably complex tunnel systems. But he'd already figured that this world, or holding area, was artificial, so anything was possible. After a few more days of observation, Jake began to get a much better grasp of his environment and feel a little bit more relaxed. The vampires didn't really check their surroundings much, so he only had to really hide when they were active to drain a giant, and that didn't take very long. They only ever sent out about a dozen at a time for this task. It seemed all the vampires had their own little stomping grounds, and at some point in the past they might have fought over territory, or maybe explored and been repelled. There was only one mystery that Jake was still not sure about, and that was why they didn't live in the caves in the rocky ridges. Choosing to live in the dirt when there were perfectly serviceable caves nearby didn't make a lot of sense. Jake was actually thinking about this one day as he walked around the ridge near one of the swamps, when his instincts screamed a warning at him. He didn't stop to think. With the ease of years of practice, Jake flash-stepped forward and spun. He almost lost his balance as a tremendous crash shook the ground behind him. A boulder had slammed into the rocky shelf where Jake had just been standing, and pieces of stone shot out from the impact. Sharp pieces of broken rock whirred through the air, accompanied by stinky mud. It didn't take Jake long to figure out what had happened. He turned and ran, heading for the ridge. As he sprinted, he glanced to the side where the giant was fishing around in the swamp for another huge projectile. Its beady little eyes were fixed on him. A vampire head briefly popped up from a distant burrow, and the monster looked around in response to the commotion. She spotted Jake. Shit, he thought. At least one tribe of vampires knew for sure that he existed now. Hopefully they would just mistake him for a neighboring vampire. He could only hope. Having the element of surprise had been his greatest ally so far. Jake wasn't sure how long it would take the giant to find another projectile, but he didn't stick around to find out. The power and accuracy of the beast's throw had been extremely surprising. He supposed now he knew why the vampires lived in the dirt. But he discovered another reason the vampires stayed in the dirt about half a day later when he heard a scratching noise outside his cave. Jake had been meditating after cultivating the surrounding energy as best he could, a necessary use of time since he didn't have anything to eat, shadow ghoul style. He always stayed alert to the world around him, so the noise drew him out of his meditative state. After he spun his cultivation base, he opened his senses, using his life detection ability. The surroundings suppressed his life sense, as usual. Despite that, he caught the edges of something powerful hanging outside his cave. He couldn't see it completely clearly in his mind's eye, but he caught the impression of wings and a large, lithe body. It wasn't a vampire, and it was about to come rushing in. Jake phased and flash-stepped, the combination allowing him to make maximum use of his phased time. He was able to barely make it to the bolt hole he'd discovered. The little hideout wasn't much more than a closet-sized hollow in the rock. He discovered it after training his phase and flash-step abilities together, looking for something exactly like this, a hiding place. Of course, running out of phase time while being surrounded by solid rock was something that would most likely destroy him, but Jake had never pushed it too far. He only ever went into the rock and out again, with plenty of time to spare. And he'd gotten lucky. It was uncomfortably hot. If he'd been a human, he would have suffocated in moments. Jake still wasn't entirely sure exactly how his physiology worked. Sometimes, if he wasn't doing anything and not really thinking too hard, he noticed that he just stopped breathing. But when he exerted himself, he definitely breathed. Just to be safe, the moment he arrived in his hiding spot, he began meditating, then cultivating. Everything slowed down inside his body, and he entered a state close to suspended animation, while he slowly, painstakingly converted and refined the surrounding energy for his own use. He was able to ignore his surroundings. He could still perfectly keep track of passing time, though. When half a day had passed, he phased and flash-stepped back out to the rocky ridge, but not directly into his old cave. Instead, he popped out about 200 yards away and crept forward, senses wide open. Now that he knew the giants were dangerous, he kept a wary eye on this one, too, but it stayed safely digging around in the swamp. Jake's attention snapped forward again. If whatever it was that had been about to invade his temporary home was still there, he wanted to see it before it saw him. But nothing was there. He slowly inspected his normal den and discovered claw marks on the floor, but nothing too impressive. It was only when he saw the little crack in the wall that he normally crawled through to get to his normal meditation space that he paused. Something had definitely been there and investigated. There were very clear claw marks on the wall here. A strange miasma, or vestiges of a powerful aura, lingered. It was unsettling to know that there was something else to worry about now, some sort of flying, stealthy predator. Whatever it was likely came from the edge of the swamp areas. Jake had explored as far as he could, a total of 9 swamps, and at the edges was just a big crimson barrier. It must have come from beyond the barrier. Knowing that something else was out there in the perpetual twilight, something that Jake felt instinctive fear of, was not good. On the other hand, it helped further explain why all the vampire groups stayed in their own swamps and avoided the caves. Being close to the giants probably actually gave them some degree of protection from whatever the hell had just come calling. It'd taken a while, but Jake felt like he finally had a decent handle on his surroundings now. He hadn't forgotten the trial. Killing a giant would neither be simple nor easy, and there were definitely other dangers. Making it back to the extraction rock after killing a giant without getting torn to shreds was obviously part of the challenge. Taking the time to scope everything out had been the right decision. Cultivating and absorbing his last monster core had been a good call. The situation was grim, and definitely wouldn't be easy to overcome, but Jake had a plan. Chapter 26. As usual, there wasn't much air movement, but today there was a hint of a breeze. Maybe it was a good sign. Jake had decided to name this trial world Swampland. It seemed to fit, even if it wasn't very creative. He was currently standing on a ridge of the rocky hills that divided the swamps. This location was near the vampire burrows he'd almost face-planted into what felt like forever ago. His vantage was high, with a clear view of the entire area. The giant was currently occupied, but Jake crouched behind a boulder anyway, just in case. If he was spotted, it'd be a shame to spoil the surprise. Hopefully, what he was about to do would not draw other vampire groups, at least not right away. Since they were cautious and basically just surviving, he didn't see them breaking that habit right away. Need to get everything ready, he thought. He was about to make one hell of a racket. If everything went badly, he didn't want to be fumbling around or wasting concentration on his storage ring. Carefully, he went through a mental list of everything he'd prepared, just double-checking. After he was satisfied, he rose from behind his boulder.
"Time to get this show on the road,"
he whispered. The energy barriers around the 9 swamplands had been great for Jake's growth. He'd gotten the idea to practice demonic contradiction wave attacks at it one day, and the wall had completely absorbed the energy. The barrier was obviously keyed to stop everything except the mysterious monster that passed through and hunted among the rocky ridges. Jake hadn't been able to see the effects of his attacks, but he'd been able to practice structuring them, and even do some experimentation. Practicing his skills completely silently had been great training. Now he held up one hand, with his other chambered by his hip. Using his body to help guide the flow of energy was helpful, and actually allowed him to create the demonic contradiction wave without tiring himself out as much. His master had always said that a real cultivator didn't need to make flashy movements to deliver Taoist techniques, just a flick of the wrist or a finger sign. But Jake's teacher wasn't here to yell at him at the moment for being lazy. With a strange grin tugging at the side of his mouth, Jake used opposing energies from swampland and electrical energy from Earth, extracted from a couple of batteries. He unleashed the demonic contradiction wave, hurling it toward the vampire burrows. It struck like thunder. The attack wasn't very fast and was kind of difficult for Jake to create, but it sure did hit with authority. Clay and bunches of shrubs went flying away from the impact area. The detonation made small rocks on the stony ridge jump. Sounds of the blast echoed around the swamp, bouncing off the stony walls. The clay of the scrub area seemed to be really tough, though. Despite all the noise, Jake was a little disappointed by the actual size of the crater. It wasn't much bigger than a small above-ground swimming pool. But several things all happened at once after the explosion. The giant began to turn and stand at max speed. A few vampires popped their heads out to look around. One was hissing. Jake thought they looked like some sort of evil prairie dogs, and the thought made him chuckle. Unfortunately, they ducked down again before his second demonic contradiction wave could hit them. Jake had thought about this part of the plan. He needed the vampires to come to him, but they had no reason to while they were safe in their tunnels. He sure as hell wasn't going to go underground either. Sure, he was a monster, but some of the vampires were actually stronger than he was, and there were more of them. Getting their attention was the first step of the plan. And to start the next step, he would need to avoid being crushed in the meantime. He'd actually wondered whether the giant would throw something at him, or at the vampires. His question was answered when he had to flash step to dodge a massive, swamp-covered chunk of rock. The missile crashed into the boulder he'd been hiding behind. If he'd still been there, well, it would have been bad. A second later, he had to dodge again as a streak of red resolved into magic fire one of the vampires had thrown. Luckily, they were far enough away that he didn't have too hard of a time dodging, but this was something he hadn't planned for. Some of the vampires having magic actually made sense. Even if they weren't high-level vampires, they were still powerful monsters, probably mid-tier. Flames ballooned on the rocks behind Jake. He growled.
"Wanna fuck around? All right."
He leveled a hand and concentrated while he dodged 2 more attacks. This attack would be stronger. He layered 3 separate compartments of volatile energy with a demonic cultivation wave, using swampland essence, a battery, and a bottle of glass cleaner from his storage ring. The result was a double explosion, and each was more powerful than the first. All the vampires had ducked down again, but Jake's goal hadn't been to actually hit them. This had been an experiment. He needed to see what a triple-layered demonic cultivation wave actually did. Good. That'll work, he thought. His newest demonic contradiction wave was a lot more powerful, but the vampires were too well protected. Throwing attacks like this until he was exhausted would be futile, and might actually attract vampires from a different swamp, or the mysterious predator from outside the red barrier. He had to piss the vampires off enough to actually come after him. Jake dodged another boulder thrown by the giant. Then he grinned nastily and delivered a triple demonic contradiction wave directly into the huge monster's face. Sure, the vampires wouldn't come out if he attacked them, but what if he went after their protection and food source? The stones seemed to vibrate as the beast bellowed. It clapped one massive hand over its face and began frantically searching the swamp for another stone. Jake's attention wasn't on the giant, though. He was focused on the vampires. More heads popped up now, looking between the wounded giant and Jake. He grinned nastily at them and willed his eyes to glow blue. Jake delivered another triple demonic contradiction wave at the giant, striking its face again. If he really wanted to kill it, he could have struck the neck or other vital areas, but the vampires couldn't know he was intentionally missing. In reality, these attacks were not meant to be lethal, only painful, debilitating, and loud. It was better for his plan if the giant was wounded, not dead. The whole point of this challenge seemed to revolve around the fact that managing to kill a giant, or even attack one, would incur the wrath of the vampires. All of the giants were overwhelmingly powerful up close, but at range, they could be brought down. Most adventuring parties had ranged attackers. Jake remembered that the limit for participants to this challenge room had been fairly high. A big corpse wouldn't do the vampires any good. But in this case, Jake wanted them to come. He wanted them to be angry. And angry they were. Like dark hornets boiling out of a nest, the vampires surged out of the ground and bounded toward the end of the scrubland. They could not head directly at Jake. There was swamp between them, but they were fast. Holy shit, Jake thought. He dodged another magic attack and took off at a sprint away from the vampires. Setting his trap without being noticed hadn't been easy. It had been tricky to find the right spot in the first place. Since he knew the vampires would not want to go to another group's swamp, he needed to set up in the ridge around the swamp he'd been targeting. He'd also needed to place his trap far enough away that his retreat would look real, but also close enough that he could get to it once the vampires came after him. He needed to live in it so it was full of his scent. On top of that, he had very specific requirements for the cave's actual structure. Luckily, he could cheat. Now Jake could make his own tunnels using a combination of mercurial lunar dowel polishing with a sword to cut large chunks of rock, and his storage ring to get them out of the way. The vampires were hot on his heels when he ducked into his home and project for the last few weeks. He'd been able to make a winding tunnel that doubled back multiple times. It was difficult to run full tilt in, and went straight into the ridgeline at a downward angle. There were also fist-sized holes cut between the tunnels connecting them. The spaces were too small for a body to fit through, but they let air pass through. They also allowed Jake to better know how far away the vampires were. He was barely staying ahead of them. If Jake had still been a human, creating a tunnel like this might have been impossible. But not only was he a tireless ghoul now, he was also a silver-ranked body refiner. More importantly, his storage ring had allowed him to store countless tons of rock. When he picked it out, the description had said it was an endless storage ring, and that it held much more than a regular storage ring. He knew it had been a priceless artifact, but it seemed to be even better than he'd imagined. Most storage rings only kept about a closet-size amount of items. He had no idea what the storage limit of his ring was. While he'd been working, he'd been prepared to use the ring as a magic wheelbarrow and dump rock from time to time, but he hadn't needed to yet. Once he reached the end of the tunnel, Jake phased through a wall of solid rock to the room he'd built on the other side of it. The divider wall was perforated with 100 fist-sized holes, plenty large enough for the vampires to see and smell him through. He'd kept supernatural strength in mind, though. The wall was solid. As the vampires rushed into the room, Jake took a couple of shots at them with his revolver. He wasn't actually expecting the attacks to do much, but he needed to keep them riled up, and he didn't want to use a demonic contradiction wave in close quarters. His shots were deafening, shocking the vampires and creating more confusion. This part of the plan required the vampires not to be able to move through solid rock like he could, or turn incorporeal. Jake had reasoned that they couldn't, since they dug tunnels in the marshlands, and his assumption was confirmed when more than 24 angry vampires slammed into the rock wall. The thick wall held. Arms snaked through the holes, claws extended, futilely trying to reach him. A few vampires had already begun examining the room, snarling, trying to find the non-existent way to get past the barrier. Jake barely dodged another magical attack, this one made of some sort of sickly green. He'd built another room on the other side of yet another wall, but this one had an opening to one side that the vampires could see him running through. He grinned. This must be driving them nuts. In this hidden room that the vampires were never meant to see, the thin holes Jake had cut out to the surface could easily be seen. This was actually one of the first parts of the trap that Jake had completed, a safe place for him to meditate in while he'd worked on the rest of the project. He'd meditated in this place without worry, and over the last month had hopefully trained the predator from outside the barrier that chasing after his scent only resulted in a waste of time. Hissing, screaming, and guttural shouting from the next room was deafening. The vampires were going apeshit trying to get to him, but they wouldn't be forever. Now it was time for Jake to spring his trap. He phased and flash-stepped, moving through the solid rock in a way that was familiar now. When he popped back into reality outside, 2 vampires were crouched on the ridge, their attention on the cave mouth. Jake didn't hesitate. He drew his saber and cut one's head off. She didn't even make a sound before her head was rolling. Jake's speed, the surprise of his attack, and mercurial lunar dowel polishing applied to his saber had been enough for a one-shot kill. His blade could shear through rock now. An unprepared, stationary vampire at the same general level as him hadn't had much chance. Good information. The other vampire was a little more wary, and Jake's plan was suddenly facing a serious hiccup. He really couldn't afford a long fight. If he got held up for too long, it might be bad. The vampire, a large, dirty male, lunged with claws extended. Jake dodged and slashed in one motion, but the vampire vanished with a puff of smoke before the sword connected. With a start, Jake realized that the creature had turned into a large wolf and ran into the cave. He blinked, wondering if he could believe his good luck. Tricky, he thought, and smiled. The monster was retreating, meeting up with the other vampires, probably to tell them that Jake was outside. But now it was already too late. Jake leveled a hand and directed a 3-layer demonic contradiction wave to the ceiling of the tunnel. He'd designed the cave mouth so it was only held up by one support. He'd also stacked extra rocks on top of the opening, making it heavier and providing more mass. His attack was just enough to take it out, and the entrance came down. The cave-in was even louder than his demonic contradiction waves were. Dust billowed out and the ground shook. Everything stopped moving in about half a minute, and the cave was completely blocked. For good measure, Jake dumped a few more tons of rock from his storage ring onto the rubble. The vamps weren't going to get out of that.
Gotcha, bitches,
he snarled. He warily kept track of the giant, but the beast was still bellowing and holding its face. Jake moved to the top of the tunnel trap he created, quickly finding the section right before the room most of the vampires were still in. They probably realized what had happened, but the cave-in had been violent. At this area, the ceiling of the tunnel was at least 2 feet thick, but Jake had punched vent holes connecting the tunnel to the outside all over the place. Now that the dust was settling and the air in the tunnel was still again, it was time for the next phase of his plan. Jake lit a piece of oiled cloth on fire. With a stony expression, Jake dropped the burning rag through the hole in the ceiling. He doused the entire floor of the tunnel with gasoline, but especially the area he predicted most of the vampires would be in. With a whoomph, the tunnel ignited. Ultimately, the fire plan from back in Georgia had worked so well that Jake had decided to use it again. He clearly heard the screams of the vampires as they burned. For good measure, Jake dumped a few more gallons of gas through the holes, too. One thing the legends about vampires had gotten right was that they were weak to fire. He had to step back because the heat coming through the air holes was getting too hot. He'd intentionally built his safe room at the very end of the trap to never catch on fire, so it could provide good ventilation for the flames. Jake could feel himself relaxing. It was possible that these vampires had left 1 or 2 of their brethren behind in the swamp, but he doubted it. Besides, now he knew that he could deal with it. The memory of how easily he killed the vampire with his saber was a bit surprising. Sure, in a fair fight things might get spicier, but the exchange had been educational. He'd definitely gotten more powerful. And if he was able to score some more monster cores after the roasting vampires were all dead, he'd get even stronger. His plan now was to finish off the screaming giant. It wasn't much of a threat right now as long as he kept his distance, but the giant was still massive. He didn't know how long actually killing it might take. It would be a learning experience for sure. Learning all that he could was part of his goal. He was not planning to stop with only one giant, after all. Jake thought about the next steps of his plan as he moved to a good vantage point overlooking the wounded giant. Its neck was in view. Perfect. Even if it took a while, He'd be able to kill it for sure now that it was blind and defenseless. Even as he had that thought, the giant randomly tossed a huge boulder. It smashed into the ridge on the opposite side of the swamp from Jake. He grinned, his heart like ice. Jake had learned a lot after Purple Rain, like how to be ruthless when he had to be. After the giant was dead, he was going to take a break to cultivate, before checking on the cave trap. He really needed to conserve gasoline, but if too many vampires still lived, he'd burn them again. Luckily, he doubted he'd have to. What was more likely is that a few would be terribly wounded, barely hanging on, and Jake would be able to finish the job with his saber. His trap to snare the vampires had worked perfectly. If he got a decent amount of monster cores, maybe he could even raise himself to Silver 5 level of the body refinement stage. It was just a guess, but he was excited to find out. It had taken him a month of hard work to prepare this trap. All of his effort had been worth it. He hadn't forgotten his mission back in Georgia. The main reason he'd entered the challenge portal was to get stronger. Returning back to Earth with increased strength was why he was here. Whether the strength he found was increasing his cultivation level or snagging more amazing completion rewards, it could accomplish the same goal. His focus now was on personal growth, not rewards, but he had to admit he was curious what rank he was going to score on this challenge now. He also briefly wondered how the asshole Faceted might be feeling after this first giant died in a few minutes. The thought made him smile. His eyes glowed blue. Chapter 27. Has it really been over 10 months? Jake wondered. Swampland never changed, and there was no day or night, but his internal clock didn't lie. He briefly wondered how that actually worked for him, though. Orthodox cultivators had unbreakable ties to natural energy and could feel time pass in its ebb and flow. For Jake, he just knew. Oh well, he thought. It wasn't the first mystery he'd run into as a monster cultivator. Jake was currently sitting lotus-style in his custom underground fortress. After he killed his first giant, he'd upgraded from his first closet-sized underground hiding place and built a permanent hideout. Discovering that he could dig his own structures out of solid rock had been a game-changer. And luckily, he'd had the foresight to build his home as far away from all the actual swamps as possible. Every giant he'd killed had begun to stink horribly after a week or two, and some of them still reeked. All 9 giants were dead now, as well as the vampires that had fed off of them. He'd built a different trap for each group of vampires. Jake had needed to adjust his plan a few times, though. His 4th vampire clan had been smarter than the others, and had almost turned the trap around on him. They'd hesitated at the entrance of the cave. He'd needed to stay at the end of the tunnel, kill the only vampire that had actually followed him. Then he'd attack the majority that waited near the entrance from inside the tunnel first, baiting them further before running away. He'd taken a bolt of magic ice to the shoulder before escaping and trapping his enemies, but the mission had eventually still been a success. The last vampire clan he'd exterminated hadn't been with gasoline. He'd run out. That trap had taken the longest to construct because he'd needed to rig the entire thing with a crushing ceiling that he could trip to fall. Honestly, the new approach had worked even better than fire. He just wished it hadn't taken almost 2 months to craft, an extra month longer than his other trap caves. Now he had a pile of monster cores on the ground in front of him. In hindsight, he sort of wished he hadn't cultivated up to the Silver 5 level of the body refinement stage after he'd successfully wiped out the first group of vampires. His first operation had yielded a total of 6 cores for killing around 30 vampires. He used those resources to cultivate up to the Silver 5 level of the body refinement stage. But when he'd finished off the next group, he'd only gotten 4 cores, despite actually killing more vampires that time. Jake had figured it could be random, but he'd also had a suspicion that he'd gotten fewer cores because he'd been more powerful. As a human adventurer, it might not have mattered, but as a monster, he not only created his own energy, he needed it to survive. Who knew what kind of effect this could have had on the number of monster cores generated? And whether coincidence or something to do with his higher cultivation level, he got an average of just over 4 cores for each group from then on. Right now he had 37 vampire cores. He tried not to think about how much more he could possibly have found if he hadn't cultivated, But if he'd been weaker, maybe he would have died as well. Might-have-beens were not usually useful to dwell on, and 37 monster cores was still a fuck-ton. Besides, he'd gotten lucky in other ways. To one side of the vampire cores, Jake had placed his giant cores in a row. He had 4. The rate at which giants had produced cores after the first one Jake killed had been 50%. He shook his head while looking at the hall. This amount of monster cores was difficult to gather all in one place, even back in Jake's past life, when they were just used as power sources, or to make enchanted gear, or do magic experiments. The rate that slain monsters produced cores didn't seem to have any pattern on Earth. This place did seem to have a higher-than-normal drop rate, however. The giant cores had been the most surprising. To have 4 of them was unreal. For the last 2 months, Jake had been thinking about how to use them before he'd even gotten the last one. "Holy shit," he whispered out loud. The truth was, he still wasn't sure exactly what to do about the monster cores, or even about the challenge room itself. His original intention was to do as well as he could in the first trial, and just forfeit the second trial immediately so he wouldn't be caught by surprise and his body destroyed. He could clearly remember the Faceted saying he'd face a boss, which sounded ominous. And Jake knew from his past that challenge room bosses were definitely bad news. But now, could he dare? Should he try to actually conquer this challenge the way he had in the first one? Jake began to meditate in order to think. He loved his fortress. Having a safe place to stay allowed him the freedom to keep the same position and location while transitioning between meditation or cultivation. It made things easier. He could have something like the immortal caves his teacher had talked about, special places in the cultivation world that people used as houses. An immortal cave would be awesome. Things now weren't all bad, though. Strangely enough, being stuck in a swampy, evil pocket dimension was actually working out pretty well. He used the information that the Morrigan had put in his head, his past knowledge as a mage, and memories of his evolution to figure out the best course of action. One thing he was absolutely sure of was that he didn't want to use the giant cores for forward cultivation. Monster cores he used for moving forward on the path of a Taoist had an effect on future evolutions. He knew that for sure. The giant cores wouldn't be of much use for evolutions either. Part of the problem was that the giants he got the cores from had been related to orcs. Jake didn't want any future evolution choices associated with orcs or pigs in any way. But he didn't want to evolve anytime soon anyway. He'd learned that evolution was a faster way to advance in cultivation, but not necessarily as powerful. This had been a revelation after carefully remembering his time in his first life at the mid-copper body refinement realm, and by examining his advancements in silver. In fact, now he was fairly sure that the reason for his relative strength back at the first rank of silver was actually due to the deeper cultivation he'd done as a zombie. As best he could tell, cultivating deeper mostly benefited him with his next advancement, and he only kept a tiny amount after achieving the next level of cultivation. So, deepening was not only a way to make a future stage stronger, it might also be a good way to use cores he didn't actually want becoming part of his elixir field. With this in mind, Jake slowly moved, staying in his trance-like state, and gestured. The 4 giant monster cores floated into his lap. They were too big to fit into his mouth, but Jake had learned it was not actually necessary to eat them. With a delicate touch, he extended his senses and willed the energy from the first core into his body through his orifices. His meridians lit on fire. Jake rode the wave of violent energy like he was being buffeted by a storm. On instinct, he began using the 4 winds of heaven's spirit purification technique. Some of the turbulence subsided, and he began the long, arduous task of integrating the energy. Of course, since he was focusing his cultivation direction downward this time, he wasn't actually adding any of the converted energy to his dantian. Instead, Jake directed the power directly into his flesh. He was tempted to pump some energy into his blood, but that stage of his body refinement was already over. If he had residual unincorporated power floating around after he had finished the 3 phases of body refinement, it might cause chi deviation, and that would be bad. Jake did what he'd planned, using the giant monster cores one by one to strengthen his flesh, making his body stronger, better. Or rather, he was increasing its potential to be stronger. If he were an orthodox cultivator, this deepening of flesh would not have been possible. When he was finally done, Jake checked the time. Over a week had passed. All of the giant cores were gone now, and Jake was still at mid-silver level body refinement. He smoothly transitioned into meditation without actually moving his body, and when his energy had leveled out and settled, he began to think again. Okay, that worked perfectly, he thought. He still wasn't sure exactly what his efforts had accomplished, but his Dantian was clear of the giant energy, and his body felt light, like a dry sponge. Will 37 vampire cores be enough? He wondered. When he'd cultivated up to 5th rank silver, the cores had had less effect as he'd gotten stronger, and he could feel that the effect might be parabolic. Well, one way to find out. He really had been lucky to get such a large number of mid-range quality vampire cores. With an effort of will and a gesture, Jake moved the vampire cores from the ground to a semicircle arrayed around him. He frowned, and after a moment's thought, he also bit his thumb, making dark blood well up. Then he flicked his hand, getting droplets on each monster core. That done, as an experiment, he pulled some salt from his storage ring and created a salt circle around himself, just like he'd learned to do as a mage. His teacher had never mentioned doing anything like this, but Jake was already experimenting, so why not? When the circle of salt was complete, Jake put a drop of blood on it and injected some of his chi. Not only was he trying to invoke arcane cleansing to the inside of the circle, Jake also ran his chi around the inside of the circle as a ward of sorts. He'd never tried anything like this before, and felt an enormous amount of curiosity, so much so it was hard for a while to get back into the right frame of mind for cultivation. Finally, Jake nodded to himself and cracked a vampire monster core. The energy flowed into him, and he began to ride the static wave again. This time, he slowly, painstakingly broke down every grain of energy, refined it, and let it trickle into his Dantian before joining the rotating current of his cultivation base. The process was fairly waste-free, but not very fast. Jake was vaguely aware of the time passing, but didn't actually give it any attention. All of his focus was being spent on taming the monster energy rampaging through his body. In fact, he began cracking monster cores earlier and earlier, actually overlapping energies for longer, generating more power and momentum. Finally, he felt something amazing happen. He reached the silver 10 level of the body refinement stage. His flesh had been strengthened, changed. An itchy, crawling pain enveloped him. The surrounding darkness of swampland rushed into Jake's body like it was filling a vacuum, and he suddenly had a new sense. An energy field had surrounded his body, and he could control it like another limb. Jake's heart leapt, and it took an effort to keep his mind and Dantian calm. He slowly separated himself from any thoughts deeper than managing the massive amounts of energy he was moving around. If he faltered, they might tear him apart. This was definitely another way his new style of cultivation differed from before. He felt like he was riding a bucking bull that tolerated him, but might try to kill him at any moment. The sensation of reaching the silver 10 level of the body refinement stage was something like reaching the apex of a jump. Jake felt like he would start falling down, and after hitting the ground again, he'd be at the gold 1 level of the body refinement stage. His flesh transformed, and could begin strengthening his bones. If he were still human, he'd suffer great pain and expel impurities from his body, but as a shadow ghoul, he'd probably just tingle and ache for a while. Gold was so close, but something stopped him. With an effort of will, he kept himself from falling, and instead floated in his mind space. He began cultivating another vampire monster core. There were only 5 left. Somehow he kept pushing forward, or climbing. His cultivation level was rising past the 10th level, which should have been impossible. As Jake kept struggling, exerting his will on the energy raging through him, he attained enlightenment. The changes he'd made with the giant monster cores had been both a blessing and a curse. Now he could cultivate past 10 ranks in silver, but it was also exponentially more difficult to do so. What's more, Jake didn't know what his upper limit was, and he'd likely have to reach it unless he wanted to risk chi deviation. Finally, after several more days passed and Jake spent an enormous amount of effort, he reached the 11th rank of silver body refinement. Distantly, just outside his perception, he felt a flash, like brilliant energy was raining down. He ignored it. It took him a while to come back to himself. Completely returning to consciousness actually took some effort, which was a little worrying. He shakily stood and checked his internal clock, noting that he'd been cultivating for 2 weeks. A solitary vampire monster core still sat on Jake's lap. He couldn't be sure if the salt circle had helped, but if it had, he was glad he tried it. Jake put away his last monster core and began to think again. As far as he knew, what he'd just done should not have been possible. This actually made him feel more confident about the next stage of his plan. A small part of him still wasn't sure if it might have been better to just become gold level instead of somehow continuing his path in silver. Maybe he shouldn't have used the giant cores to cultivate deeper. He really had been thinking about the next trial a lot over the last few months. After his first giant kill, he could have left at any time. He'd stayed to get stronger, and one potential path he'd come up with seemed more feasible now. This plan had been born when Jake had been thinking about the nature of his current trial. He really wasn't meant to be here as a solo challenger. What would have happened if an adventuring party had come to this place instead of Jake? Even if they were powerful, it likely wouldn't have gone well. The group would have most likely gone after a giant right away. They would have killed one, or maybe wounded it, been swarmed by vampires and lost members while leaving or while forfeiting. Most adventurers damn sure would not be able to exist almost a year in this place like Jake had. It was way too dark for a normal person to see very well. There was no food, precious little water except for whatever nasty stuff was in the swamps, and there was a predator from outside the barrier that even the vampires had feared. Jake had succeeded with careful planning, and due to the fact that he could somehow survive in this place. Swampland wasn't a perfect fit for his current body, but had barely been enough to sustain him and nourish his new levels of cultivation. This place was a death trap for normal adventurers, but Jake knew that every trial from a challenge room always had a way to solve it, or was otherwise possible to be conquered by the adventurers who challenged them, if they were smart or strong enough. Sometimes groups or individuals were too weak, or the trial was a bad match, but based on what Jake knew, no trial was ever impossible to overcome completely, every aspect of it. All of this had drawn Jake to one conclusion. The mysterious predator from outside the barrier was the last aspect of this pocket dimension he could challenge. And if he could beat it, maybe he would actually be qualified to face whatever the next stage might bring. If not, he would be more likely to just forfeit immediately. He stretched before taking his favorite custom saber out of his storage ring, fixing the weapon to his belt and sitting down again. Jake spread his senses. With his increase in power, his senses had improved both qualitatively and quantitatively. His old cultivation master had told him he'd get an exponential power boost to his senses in the Foundation Pillars stage, after body refinement. Now that he'd gotten so strong, he could hardly believe it. Right now, Jake could at last distantly sense all of Swampland. He settled down to wait, lightly cultivating to keep his energy levels topped off. 2 days later, his senses notified him that the predator had just entered Swampland from outside the barrier. Jake got up and briefly spun his cultivation base and nodded in satisfaction. It was time to test out just how far he'd grown. Chapter 28. Swampland was as dark and unfriendly as always, but Jake was actually even more comfortable now. His new enhanced senses made him feel like a demigod. The perpetual twilight hid no secrets from him. His body felt light, his stride strong and sure. The mysterious predator was on the ridge near where Jake had first arrived in Swampland. He doubted that its position was a coincidence. His first semi-permanent hiding place had been near there too. Jake slowed as he grew closer. He was prepared for anything. But when he topped a peak of the ridge and laid eyes on his target for the first time, he still paused.
"Oh, hello there, Poppet. Are you lost?"
The creature smirked at Jake, a rumbling chuckle deep within her chest.
Not exactly.
While his English still wasn't perfect, his speech had improved tremendously. Even though his mouth was not really made for human languages, cultivating as far as he had made it easily doable. He also noticed that the creature he faced had just been growling, her words appearing in his mind.
"I actually came to find you,"
he said.
"Oh, that makes me happy. But it means you are foolish indeed, Poppet."
The beast smirked again. Jake began slowly descending the hill he was standing on. He was wary, never dropping his eyes. The creature was some sort of sphinx, that was obvious. But it was unlike any sphinx Jake had ever heard of before. Sphinxes were generally described with the head of a woman, the body of a lion, and the wings of a falcon. This one had the various parts generally the same, but with differences all around. She had an older woman's face, with big glowing red eyes. A flawless pair of human breasts didn't match with her lined elderly face. Her nose was cat-like, with long whiskers. Big fangs were visible as she spoke. Her front arms ended in large human-looking hands without claws. Large, dirty-looking black wings sprouted from her back. Instead of a tuft on her tail, she had a stinger like a scorpion, and her skin was all hairless. Spikes or spine rose from her back.
"What in the hell are you?"
Jake asked. She chuckled.
"I might ask you the same question, Poppet."
A grin tugged up one side of her face, and her hungry eyes flashed.
"I am a demonic sphinx, mid-grade. Are you impressed?"
She preened and fingered the feathers of one wing. The strange, coquettish mannerisms, coupled with her monstrous appearance and the bloodlust she was exuding, were all very disturbing. Jake thought quickly. He was stronger now, but definitely not as strong as this thing. The vampires had feared it, and he could feel a powerful energy. He could reason a few things about her. Her relatively lean frame and more human-looking hands likely meant she was a magic user. The stains on her fingertips kind of made it look that way, too. They were a sign of black magic. Her claws on her feline rear paws were still very functional, though. The tail was deadly-looking, and Jake remembered the claw marks he'd seen in the tunnel he'd been staying in before. She must have been probing his old hiding place with her backside. Without moving a muscle, Jake began preparing a basic demonic contradiction wave. He didn't want to give away what he was doing, so he used the essence of a penny that he had in his pocket to craft one half of it. This way he was able to keep it small, and didn't need to draw from swampland energy too much. Back on Earth, he hadn't actually used the demonic contradiction wave much, but it hadn't been too difficult to form once he'd gotten the hang of it. He could use natural energy from Earth, form it into a container with a bit of compression, and layer it on top of a similar containment system for Jake's energy. The two conflicted with each other, maybe like antimatter. So, with the containment systems ready to break and mix the two elements, it would create a nice little explosion. But in swampland, Jake didn't have ubiquitous natural living energy. Instead, he'd learned to improvise. His old master had told stories about alchemy, and Jake had never really understood them much, but he knew that there was a way to extract the essence from things. It had taken him a while to figure out how to do something like it, but now he knew how to break down material items in his hand, destroy them, and create energy. Jake knew he wasn't refining anything, which was what his teacher called it when cultivator alchemists broke down plants. Instead, he was just destroying it using raw spiritual force. It could take a while, though, and he could only seem to manage it with small, hand-sized items that he could palm. This type of cultivation also only seemed to work for things that actually belonged to him, and didn't always have an effect. He'd gone through his entire storage ring to figure out what could be broken down and what couldn't. The amount of matter had an effect too, as did the nature of the item. New pennies might have less oomph, but the penny Jake was disintegrating was from the 80s. It had been carried for a while, had been around the world on Earth, and had a decent amount of power. Elemental identities seemed to matter as well. Jake was fairly certain that the penny was metal element. This meant that one half of his demonic contradiction wave would carry that same element. Jake wished he'd paid better attention when his master had tried teaching him about elemental affinities. He still couldn't always predict whether a reaction was going to be weaker or stronger than normal. Luckily, he had experienced enlightenment after experimenting with extracting energy for a while. Layering two opposing elements was not the only way to make his demonic contradiction wave stronger. The type of energies he used mattered, as did the level of compression he could put on them. Maybe one day in the future, He could use very small amounts of energy under great compression and get massive results. And if he could figure out which elements were the most reactive and how to draw them, he could really start slinging some power. He continued slowly, stealthily breaking down energy and harnessing it, building his technique.
A demonic sphinx. Should I be impressed?
Asked Jake.
Of course. I am cold.
As soon as the creature began speaking again, Jake unleashed the demonic contradiction wave in her face. This was not an honorable duel, and he was not going to pretend it was. He was here to kill this thing. Powerful demons always like to talk too much, probably because they like to play with their food. The Sphinx screamed in surprise and pain. Jake didn't hesitate. He drew his saber and rushed into the fray. His only goal was the wing. He needed to keep this fucking thing on the ground. If she was a magic user and could fly, this fight was going to go nowhere fast. At the last minute, the Sphinx noticed how close he was and began to turn, her tail spike darting forward. But it was too late. The demonic contradiction wave had done its job disorienting her, and Jake's surprise follow-up caught her unprepared. His saber, enhanced by lunar dowel polishing, lopped off one of her wings. He felt a surprising amount of resistance as the blade sheared through the thick muscle and bone, but it did the job. Jake didn't wait around. He didn't even turn to see the damage. Instead, he immediately flash-stepped away. His caution likely saved his life. Jagged crimson lightning erupted all around the Sphinx, burning the rock and making the area buzz. A smell like ozone filled the air. As the Sphinx growled, looking around for him through the smoke, Jake had already begun forming another demonic contradiction wave.
Where are you, puppet?
Jake didn't answer. As he brought his hand up, the enraged Sphinx moved quickly, bounding at him with incredible speed. Angry red energy claws had formed on her hands, and her eyes glowed with the same color. Jake barely managed to fire his attack before the creature was on him. She was close enough that he was partially caught in the blast before flash-stepping away. Backlash from using demonic contradiction wave had never been a problem before. For the first time, he wished he could turn off its explosive nature. The moment he was back in normal time and space, his instincts screamed and Jake listened. He dove away, rolling on the sharp, unforgiving rocks. Where he'd just been standing erupted in a geyser of crimson energy.
You nasty little thing! I'm going to tear you apart and suck your marrow, puppet!
Screeched the Sphinx. She weaved her hands together with trails of magic energy following them. Something told Jake not to attack again, to be defensive for a moment. He spun his cultivation base, delivering power to his body, using his new senses to keep track of his surroundings. Faster than he would have expected possible, a set of bars materialized around him, complete with a roof. The Sphinx gave a nasty smile and leveled one hand. It didn't take a genius to figure out she had restricted his movement and was getting ready to launch a magical attack. Jake briefly considered darting directly through the trap after phasing, but decided not to reveal his relative immunity to magic barriers yet. He reasoned that the Sphinx could feel how he traveled when he flash-stepped, even if not exactly where. He figured it didn't matter in the long run, because he had no choice but to avoid her next attack. But it would probably be better if he didn't pass directly through her magic, just in case she'd be able to sense it. With a thought, Jake phased out and flash-stepped directly into the rocky hillside. He rejoined physical reality in the tunnel that the Sphinx had stalked him at almost a year ago. Jake briefly wished he was better at demonic contradiction wave attacks, or had better focus. It'd be nice if he could gather a huge attack beforehand. Phase, fire, and retreat. Maybe in the future, he thought. For now, he would just have to play this by ear. He phased and flash-stepped back to the battlefield, appearing behind the Sphinx. She didn't even turn as her tail immediately jabbed at him with a point. Maybe she'd smelled him or sensed him. Either way, her attack was accurate. Jake blocked with his saber and avoided the blow, but wasn't able to get the leverage or edge alignment to do any damage in return. Lunar dowel polishing was already fading on the blade, too. Jake renewed the wicked, energy-fueled edge and moved in on the Sphinx. The creature shrieked with hate, her scream a wordless promise of violence. She was faster than he was, but Jake was no slouch. He dodged and weaved, slashing and whirling his blade around. Jake had used a saber for years as an adventurer, and the last year in Swampland had allowed him time to practice wielding a sword as a silver-level cultivator. He moved fluidly, staying in motion. The Sphinx grunted in frustration, and she attacked with her crimson energy claws, finding nothing but air. But Jake couldn't land a hit either. He grunted in frustration. The Sphinx was not only incredibly agile for such a large creature, she was also able to stop Jake's sword cold with a crimson energy protecting her arms and forming claws. After just a few exchanges, Jake was getting pushed back. The Sphinx slashed again, a big powerful haymaker, and Jake barely managed to parry the blow. Suddenly, his opponent turned and attacked with her tail. It cracked like a whip, and if not for Jake's new protection field blunting some of the attack, slowing it down, it might have taken his head off. The end of the creature's tail slammed into his head, and the tip of the stinger barely missed his face. Jake dove away and watched with narrowed eyes as the Sphinx stumbled. He suddenly realized that the creature was likely unbalanced because of the loss of her wing. If he hadn't succeeded with his first surprise attack, he might already be toast. Jake flash-stepped to a nearby ridge and gritted his teeth, gathering energy. He leveled his hand and prepared a demonic contradiction wave. Based on how the attack had hit before, it seemed capable of penetrating her passive defenses to at least hurt her. He launched the attack, and the Sphinx growled as red protective energy sprang up. The barrier activated right before the attack hit and disappeared after it was gone. This time the demonic contradiction wave didn't even scratch her. God damn it, he thought. The creature's defensive dome was a low-level magic ability being cast with a high degree of mastery. Jake recognized it, and in that moment, he began to formulate a plan. After Jake repositioned, he began charging another demonic contradiction wave. He had to keep the beast off balance, buy himself some time to think. Closing with her again would be foolish. He just wasn't strong enough. Living through the first exchange had been due as much to luck as anything else. Jake's experience was keeping him alive so far, but this fight was really driving home that most of his time fighting monsters in the past had been as part of a team. Now he was solo. Nobody could bail him out of this one. Running away or even finishing the trial might still be an option, but it might not be either. He had cut off the Sphinx's wing. She couldn't fly anymore. If he tried to hide, maybe she'd just camp out where he had to go to leave this trial. And he didn't know if there was a delay after he touched the stone to end it or not. Besides, Jake had to do this, had to fight his battle. So far, all of his major wins in this new life had been through traps, tricks, or misunderstandings. And he had a feeling that things back on Earth could get really out of control, really fast. Now that he had the ability to gain strength, he had to take it. And there was no better training for combat than fighting. And if he ran away now, part of him feared he might begin a habit of running away. He launched his attack, but the Sphinx actually located him and retaliated before her shield flared to life. Her crimson power flared around her hands, and a hail of savage, flaming darts flashed at Jake. Shit! He thought. His energy was still committed to launching his attack, so he couldn't flash step away in time. He sprang back into the side in a desperate dodge, trying to get behind a half-exposed boulder. Two of the fiery darts hit him. They weren't completely solid strikes, but penetrated his protection field nonetheless. Jake snarled in pain. One magic bolt had taken him in the shoulder. The other had clipped his side. Neither wound stopped him from moving properly yet, but if either bolt had hit just a few inches to the side, it might have been a different story. He flash-stepped to another vantage point. This time he built up a demonic contradiction wave before the Sphinx could use her thorn attack or charge him, and let fly. Then he moved locations yet again. He'd managed to escape and reposition himself unscathed this time, but the wounds he'd sustained hurt like hell. They were also draining his energy faster. He whirled his cultivation base, building up power, but his body shunted some of it into stabilizing and healing the damage he'd taken. Now he knew that his regeneration ability could be a double-edged sword. Reposition. Attack. Reposition. Attack. The Sphinx roared in frustration as she kept trying to locate Jake. He stayed far enough away that she couldn't rush him, and he managed to evade two more magic thorn attacks she showered him with. He was lucky she didn't have a movement technique or better senses. Each time he attacked, the Sphinx blocked it with her red dome shield. Jake watched carefully to make sure he was right, that it functioned the way he thought. Finally, he confirmed it. There was a second, weaker, almost invisible dome that was acting as a triggering mechanism for the shield. It was like a switch. This allowed the Sphinx to conserve mana between attacks. It was also a failsafe of sorts. One of the only downsides with this spell was how the blocking shield grew darker the more damage it stopped, drawing more power to do so. Jake didn't think he could actually drain the Sphinx of magic power, but there was another way to end this fight. Hopefully. Jake flash-stepped and attacked again, this time with a double demonic contradiction wave. The Sphinx's red protective dome grew much darker, but was still not quite to the level Jake required. He needed a more powerful attack, but would need time to make one. Unfortunately, the Sphinx also seemed to have given up trying to close with him. This was bad. She must have realized that she had the advantage by waiting him out. So now she was staying still. Her protection was working just fine, and the efficiency of the shield was great. She could wear Jake down until he was out of gas at this speed, or get lucky and hit him solidly with one of her ranged attacks. Jake frowned. If he started building or casting massive attacks, the Sphinx's stationary strategy could change in a heartbeat. She seemed to be finding him faster now after he repositioned too. Ultimately, the Sphinx growing calmer meant she was thinking, and smart enemies were the worst enemies. Jake was starting to feel like the fight was tipping against him. A momentary wave of despair surged through his body. This was the strongest enemy he'd ever fought. The entire Grasshopper Mice team in his past life would have been annihilated in moments. Jake was only holding on due to his enhanced speed and power, but he was running out of gas quickly. Hopefully his half-formed plan would work. Either way, it was the best idea he had, and the alternative was to lose a war of attrition. Jake flash-stepped to a stony hill and began building a triple-layered demonic contradiction wave. He used elements from batteries, from a sugary soda, the energy of swampland, and a few other objects from his storage ring to form the mysterious attack. The process of building the spiritual layered projectile was much faster now that he cultivated higher, but still far too slow. He needed the Sphinx to keep her shield up. It seemed to prevent her from showering him with fiery needles. Sometimes the solution to problems was to just shoot them. Jake drew his revolver out of his storage ring and began firing. The distance was a bit far for a revolver, but the Sphinx was a big target too, twice the size of a hippo. At least 2 bullets made contact. Jake grinned as the creature's shield flared to life. The revolver would have been useless against such a powerful monster, even without her active shield in place. Now he was using her own spell against her. Unfortunately, she was quick to figure out that Jake was up to something. Maybe she could sense that he was gathering more energy than before. The Sphinx made a strange roar and bounded directly toward Jake. Her shield partially cleared as she was in motion, and her eyes widened in glee when she saw Jake staying in one place.
"Let us end this, puppet! I am hungry!"
she crowed. Despite the terrifying creature running at him at cheetah-like speed, Jake stood his ground, desperately trying to finalize his triple demonic contradiction wave. He barely finished it before the Sphinx was on top of him. Without hesitation, he hit her with it from only about 10 yards away, more or less point-blank range for an explosive attack. The Sphinx was pushed back, her shield flaring a deep red. Jake was blown off his feet and went rolling away. The sharp rocks cut him up as he tumbled. But Jake wasn't human anymore, and he was already past the peak of what should have been possible with silver-level body refinement stage cultivation. With a surge of motion, he was already back on his feet before the demonic contradiction wave detonated a second time. Luckily, he was barely far enough away now that most of the toxic explosion missed him, and his personal protection field saved him from the rest of it. The second explosion didn't push the Sphinx. She held firm in one place, but her shield was darkening. When the third rapid-fire blast went off, the shield went completely dark, and Jake recognized his chance. He flash-stepped to one side, quickly cycled his cultivation base, and flash-stepped again directly at the Sphinx, right before her shield cleared. The risky double maneuver could have ruined him, torqued his body, or even burned his meridians if not for his years of experience. Experience also guided his hand as he attacked. His sword found the creature's side, and he drove it in with all of his weight behind it, slamming it up to the hilt. The Sphinx made a terrible, warbling, half-human, half-animal-sounding scream. Her tail whipped forward, trying to eviscerate Jake, but he'd actually slid under the creature's body, repositioning to her other side while she was in agony and disoriented. He applied lunar dowel polishing to one of his other sabers from his storage ring and impaled the Sphinx's other side. The moment the sword had penetrated most of the way, he flash-stepped away. Jake didn't let up, though. From his vantage on top of a conical boulder, he began preparing a double demonic contradiction wave. This one had essence that he'd drawn from a bottle of bleach, as well as energy from swampland, and even some fire that he gathered from an open flame on the ground. The Sphinx must have sensed the gathering energy, because she took off at a dead sprint. Great puddles of blood on the ground clearly marked her trail. Jake's attack missed and carved a dent out of the rocky landscape, the explosion blowing rock everywhere. He tisked, but knew the fight was over. The Sphinx had been bleeding from her wing he'd cut the entire battle, and now she was completely impaled by 2 swords. His demonic contradiction waves hadn't done much damage so far, but her energy was draining fast now. Jake followed her at a leisurely distance until she started slowing down. She turned, gasping for air. It was as if her lungs were filling with blood. The blood pouring from her wounds had frothy bubbles in it. The energy and feeling of power she'd been giving off before was almost gone. She smiled without humor.
"Seems you got lucky, Poppet."
"Maybe a little,"
said Jake. He spat.
"You aren't going to be eating me today, though."
"Never thought it would end like this."
Jake didn't bother replying to that, and the Sphinx seemed to accept her fate. She couldn't run anymore anyway. The nightmarish-looking creature closed her eyes and held her head high. This thing might be evil and disturbing as fuck, but at least it has style, he thought. Jake's attack took the powerless Sphinx's head off. He collapsed onto his butt. After panting for a moment, he hacked and spat, then said,
"Piece of cake."
His tone wasn't convincing. Jake began checking his body for wounds with his hands. He was wounded and exhausted, physically and spiritually. His meridian strained. This was the hardest he'd leaned on his cultivation base since he'd begun his new life. With a tired sigh, Jake got up and approached the corpse. He was still cautious, though. After a brief moment to think, he reloaded his revolver and emptied the entire cylinder into the Sphinx to make certain she was truly dead. Sure enough, there was no protection field, and each round perforated her tough hide. Dark blood oozed from the wounds. When he rounded to the other side of the body, he found exactly what he'd been hoping for. A big, shining monster core. Unlike the cores he'd gotten from the porcine giants before, this one was compatible with Jake's planned evolution path. It was perfect. But now that he thought about it, the Sphinx obviously hadn't been a giant, which meant she must have eaten them. That was a disturbing thought. Jake managed a weary but triumphant smile, and phased, then flash-stepped into a protected chamber he'd carved into the rock below. He planned to use his new monster core to cultivate forward. Cultivating would speed up his natural recovery, and maybe he could reach the Silver 12 level of the body refinement stage. Going past the 10th level shouldn't have been possible in the first place. He was curious what would happen now, though. This was all uncharted territory. The moment he was situated in his protected chamber, circle drawn, spirit calmed, he began to cultivate. A week later, Jake felt himself reach a bottleneck in his cultivation. The Sphinx core had been many times more potent than any other core he'd ever cultivated before. He'd somehow reached the very peak of the Silver 13 level of the body refinement stage, and blew right through it. This time, unlike before, he felt pain. The world around him swirled and howled, like Jake had become a vacuum. Energy created a vortex around his body, the very stone of his underground chamber seeming to turn to dust and rush toward him. He felt more flashing from the sky, just like last time, and this time he knew it was not his imagination. The ground rumbled as lightning crashed into the stone overhead. Jake was protected, though. He ignored it. His soul felt like it was ripping and tearing, then healing, and starting all over again. It spread through his body, the sensation bizarre, like his body belonged to him completely now, like he'd just been renting it before. Finally, all of the pain and the air rushing around him ceased. The sudden silence coincided with a spiritual stillness around Jake, like the universe was holding its breath. When he stood, he felt like he'd been reborn, He was a new Gold 1 level of the Body Refinement Cultivator, with a foundation of 13 levels of Silver, the stage of Flesh. He was proud, but also slightly worried. Now he knew what the flashing he'd felt had meant. Tribulation lightning. He'd remembered something his master had said long ago, something about how the heavens would punish those who broke the natural laws, or violated nature using Taoism. Jake phased and flash-stepped back to the surface. He spared a glance for the burned, broken ground where the tribulation lightning had hit, then dismissed it. No use worrying about it yet. He flexed his hand, admiring the new strength he felt throughout his body. His protection field was thicker, more substantial. Something told him that his regeneration ability was many times stronger now, too. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Jake gathered energy and delivered a simple demonic contradiction wave at a boulder in the distance. Not only was it easier and quicker to form the attack, it landed with more power, too. "Wow," he said. Then he grinned. Jake stretched as he walked toward the extraction point. This trial had nothing left for him, and he was ready to face the next one. It was too early to get cocky about anything, but now he was sure that some random guys with guns back in Georgia were not going to be a problem anymore. Chapter 29. After a brief but profoundly unpleasant-feeling transition, Jake found himself in a new place. It looked like a giant coliseum, and he was to one side, standing on sand, looking up at the empty stands. Near the other side of the area, surrounded by old bones, sitting on her haunches, was another demonic sphinx. "Another one?" he complained. The sphinx cocked her head to the side. Like the last one Jake had met, her speech sounded in his mind. "Another? Have you encountered one of my kind before?" Jake didn't answer and mentally kicked himself for saying anything in the first place. Volunteering information to enemies was almost always a bad move, especially with intelligent monsters. When he knew he was likely at a disadvantage like now, it was the best time to shut the fuck up. Running his mouth could be a tool in some cases, but it could also be a liability. As the Sphinx stared at him, Jake quickly looked around. The Colosseum had tiers of stone seats. Pillars of the same material rose at regular intervals, in 8 rows from the edge of the area to the walls. The place was huge, but it was still a building with a roof. Even with both of her wings working perfectly, the Sphinx's natural advantages were mostly nullified by the battlefield. At the far end of the arena, Jake caught sight of the door to exit the challenge. It would be locked before this boss was defeated, of course. "Are you going to answer?" asked the Sphinx. When Jake stayed silent, she snarled, but remained stationary. "Fine, don't say anything. I really don't care. I just figured you'd want to chat first before I destroy you." She scoffed. "Coming here alone? Are you mad? Let's just get this over with so I can go back to sleep." Jake kept observing the area. He didn't know why the Sphinx was staying in one spot and not attacking, but he wouldn't complain about it. After a thought, he used his mage sight and realized why the monster hadn't moved. It turned out he'd appeared inside of a magic circle of sorts. There was one around the Sphinx, too. His mage abilities were not advanced enough to actually read most of the magic involved, and it was complicated. The circle Jake was in was a trigger of sorts. Ironically, if he'd come with a group, someone would have stepped outside of the circle for sure. It looked like taking any kind of magic or mystical action would start the fight. Since all Jake had been doing was looking around, he'd gotten a reprieve. He was actually curious about some aspects of the challenge.
"What did you do to be in here? You're a prisoner or a slave, aren't you?"
He chuckled and said under his breath,
"Slave fights."
"Fucking faceted bastards," he thought.
"I've no desire to tell you anything, even if I could. Whatever you are. What are you, actually? You look something like a ghoul, but it's all wrong."
Jake smirked.
"I have no desire to tell you anything."
The Sphinx gave him a murderous look as he repeated her own words back to her.
"Very well. No point in any further discourse, then."
Despite her words, the monster stayed stationary. He spread his senses out, ensuring that he was alone with this one enemy. It seemed he was, so he continued to acclimate to the arena. The lighting of the place was dim, but that didn't bother Jake. If anything, this battlefield was amazing for him. There were plenty of places to reposition at, pillars he could phase through, and ways to hobble his enemy. It was definitely not a bad place for him to fight. A thought crossed his mind that he could probably even just sit down and try cultivating. He dismissed it almost immediately, though. Cultivation likely wouldn't work here, with the Sphinx constantly talking, messing with his concentration, and he didn't have the time for it. Without monster cores to consume, just regular cultivation was far too slow. Time moved slower in a challenge portal, but it didn't stop completely. Even if it were possible to have reached the 10th level of silver with Swampland's energy, if Jake had spent hundreds or even 1,000 years trying to do so, some significant time would have passed back in Georgia. The same problem would apply in this trial. A year or two is fine, but Jake didn't have a millennium to waste. Part of him also feared that if he spent too long in one of these trials, he might start to lose himself or even take damage to his mind. He tried to think of other things he could do with this unexpected reprieve he had, but he didn't actually need it. Anything he'd had left to do, to think about, he would have done in Swampland before leaving the trial. He eyed the Sphinx for a while longer. Finally, he decided that there was no point putting off the inevitable. Jake walked forward slowly. When the Sphinx's eyes widened in glee and her muscles tensed, Jake said,
"Yes, I know about the circle I just crossed."
Suddenly much less sure of herself, the monster frowned and settled back again. She must have sensed something was wrong. Jake unhurriedly drew his favorite saber from his belt. His gold-level body refinement cultivation base practically thrummed through his body. It was more power than he could have imagined before. He felt like he could lift a car. Actually, maybe he could now. The Sphinx narrowed her eyes. Jake was not acting the way she must have expected him to.
"You are very strange for a little bug, aren't you?"
"Little bug,"
Jake repeated. He chuckled.
"The problem with monsters like you is that you've always been big and bad. You don't know how to react when shit doesn't go the way you expect. Rigid, I guess. You are not adaptable, and the willow that can't bend will break."
He shook his head.
My old master said that once. I think he got it from a comic, though.
He continued walking forward, and the Sphinx actually took a step back before she seemed to realize what she was doing. She reared up to her full height and sniffed the air. A strange look crossed her face.
"Something about you smells familiar. You have met one of my kin, haven't you?"
Jake did not answer right away. He scanned the creature with his senses. Now that he was closer, he was sure. This monster was definitely stronger than the last Sphinx he'd killed, but not by much. And Jake was a whole hell of a lot stronger now. This was still going to be a tough fight, but he was pretty confident about how it was going to go. The Sphinx had a shield spell up that looked almost the same as the last Sphinx that he'd killed, and he knew exactly what to do about that now. His eyes glowed blue.
"What do you think?"
The demon Sphinx snarled.
"I think that—"
Jake didn't wait for her to finish. Monsters loved a monologue, and he wasn't too proud to take advantage of it. His saber glinted as he flash-stepped forward. No matter how powerful he grew, Jake promised himself to try never underestimating anyone or anything. He promised himself to never be listening to the sound of his own voice while someone put a sword in his side.
"You are back."
The Faceted's voice in Jake's head was flat.
"Sure am,"
replied Jake cheerfully. He had a brand new Sphinx monster core in his storage ring. Before going through the exit door in the last trial, he considered cultivating with his new prize, but he decided not to. Gold was a trickier stage of body refinement than copper and silver. It would be best if he could find an ideal place to cultivate before moving any farther forward on his path. He'd only stayed in the last trial long enough to heal his minor wounds. The fight had gone even better than he'd expected, and he hadn't even been hurt that bad. At one point it had been close, though. He'd gotten lucky. Actually, it was kind of scary to think about how close he'd come to losing an arm. The Faceted didn't say anything else for almost a minute. Jake stood in the strange metal forest landscape, just looking around. He was content to wait the nasty thing out. So sorry for not listening to your advice and fucking up your plan, you bastard, he thought. Finally, the Faceted said,
Congratulations for completing your trials. Your reward has been difficult to process.
Why?
Although you have completed each trial with great thoroughness, you took a long time to do so.
A long time? This was news to Jake.
There wasn't any mention of a time limit before I began my trial,
he said.
Yes, and this was taken into account as well. Mention of time being a factor would normally have been necessary, but you have unique circumstances.
Jake was starting to understand what the problem was. Unfortunately, he knew there was no point in arguing with the Faceted. They were assholes, but they kept strict adherence to their own rules, when they benefited the challenger or screwed them over.
So, what is my ranking?
You have achieved an A ranking. It was close. If you had spent a few more minutes on your last trial, it would have been a B ranking instead.
Jake wondered what ranking he would have gotten without the hidden time limit. He was tempted again to complain about hidden rules being bullshit, but he just nodded instead. There was really no point in wasting his energy, and his main goal, to get stronger, had been accomplished in spades already. The Faceted said,
Now please provide me with 3 key words for the types of rewards you would like, and then the assessment room will display some appropriate options for you.
At least Jake had been expecting this part. He'd already thought about it, too. His new protection field was powerful, but wasn't all that useful against other monsters, or if he met enemies who were his level or stronger.
My first keyword is Divine Sect of the Martial Wandering Dragon God.
Like last time, Jake planned to use his teacher's sect as one of his keywords. His second and third keywords would be different, though.
My second keyword is Uniquely Compatible Items.
Some adventurers in his first life had puzzled out this keyword. Using it often resulted in better choices, and sometimes growth-type rewards were even in the mix.
And my third keyword is Cultivator Appropriate Armor.
The Faceted snapped its alien fingers, and orbs appeared in the air all around Jake.
These are the rewards you may choose from, clearly labeled by reward tier. You may take any one reward. Choose wisely. Mysterious, unwanted creature.
That's rich, coming from a Faceted, Jake thought. He started skimming through his available options. After a quick check to make sure this Faceted wasn't trying to screw him on his choices, like the last one had, Jake began to browse in earnest. Luckily, the A-tier rewards were quite good. It was a pity that Jake hadn't gotten S-tier rewards this time around, but it hadn't been his actual goal, and some of the items he saw definitely caught his interest. A few included Bracers of the Martial Savant, hand wraps whose original owner is lost in time, but even after degradation are still potent protection, able to absorb energy and release energy blasts. Growth type. Yes, a growth type, he thought. Jake took special notice of items with a growth type identifier. They were artifacts that had the ability to improve or get stronger over time. There were other interesting entries too, though. Jug of Perpetual Vigor, an earthen container that produces an elixir to nourish any being, mind, body, and spirit. Whoever drinks from this artifact will be beyond hunger, disease, thirst, and even suffocation for a short while. Any Tao practitioner under the effect of this enchantment will also experience elevated alchemy sense. This item seemed amazing, and Jake wondered why it wasn't S-tier. If he understood correctly, the jug could even be used for cultivation. He figured maybe the downside was that the effects were weak. Had to be. Otherwise, it would be higher than S, like SS. He was also drawn to Meng Hao's boots, Mystic's Crystal Ocean gloves, and Flame Feeding on Eternal Darkness shield. But after thoroughly examining all of his options, the best thing that he could get immediate use out of was Deep Heaven's Solstice Society Midnight Cloak. Deep Heaven's Solstice Society Midnight Cloak. A garment with protective qualities. Can be controlled with the mind of the owner with practice. Low-level independent movement and cognition. Growth type. Not only was the description good, Jake could faintly remember his teacher mentioning the Deep Heaven Solstice Society once. The cranky old man had seemed to have grudging respect for them, which was high praise indeed from him. It was also a growth-type artifact. Growth types had no guarantee of ever becoming stronger, but Jake liked the possibility. He took a while to make sure his mind was made up, but eventually he settled on the cloak. All the armor choices had been tempting, but he didn't know where he was going, or how some armor might fit him, or whether other choices might work for him in the future, especially if he evolved again.
I will take the Deep Heavens Solstice Society Midnight Cloak.
So be it. Now you may leave the assessment room. Congratulations on your survival and your prize. I hope that should we meet again, you will consider taking my advice.
Before Jake could answer, the world spiraled and sparked. Next thing he knew, he was back in the forest outside of Macon, Georgia. The nighttime air was muggy. Insects went silent a few seconds after he'd returned. A plain black cloak was on the ground. He wasted no time in putting it on. The moment he settled it around his shoulders, the cloak attached like it was a part of him, and he felt it, like a limb that had been dunked in ice water. He didn't have complete control, and it felt alien, but he knew it was there. It began to gently twitch, like there was an invisible breeze, and a pair of sleeves extended down Jake's arms, offering what looked like metal protection to his shoulders and elbows. They were really just hardened portions of the artifact's material. Then the cloak grew still, and Jake experimentally moved it with his mind. He could swirl it without a problem, but it was only after a few minutes of intense concentration that he was able to actually pick up a stick from the ground with one corner of the fabric.
Interesting,
he grunted.
I guess it gets better with time. Would have to.
Jake stretched as he looked up at the uncaring stars. He still had a lot to do, but spending so long in the challenge room had not only helped him grow in strength, he'd had a lot of time to think. He had a pretty good idea what was going on in Macon now. But before he acted on his suspicions, he had some people to talk to first. It was time to go right back to where he'd just come from and pay the warhounds a little visit. Chapter 30. Moving through the woods felt even more natural now. Jake flowed like a shadow. He grinned in appreciation as his new cloak fitted itself tightly to his body on its own, letting him move without getting caught on things or making extra noise. The Deep Heavens Solstice Midnight Cloak kind of didn't look like a cloak anymore, more like a cape with some sleeves, but it was definitely living up to the hype of an A-rank reward from a challenge room. Jake checked his internal clock and verified that some time had passed, but it was still nighttime of the day he'd left. The only difference was him. He'd had a lot of time to think. Time had given him some clarity of thought on the situation he was coming back to. The Warhound's compound was the same as it had been before. The Post-Apoc Kings were all gone now, though. It seemed there hadn't been a fight. Jake didn't see any fires or smell any blood. There were no recent signs of violence. Cooler heads must have prevailed. Hopefully the Warhounds would still be rational. There were more men guarding the gates than Jake figured there usually would be. They must still be worried about the Post-Apoc Kings coming back. Jake stuck to the shadows in the forest and used his new powerful senses to scan the entire compound. It took no time at all to figure out where all the Warhounds were. From that information he had a good idea of where the families were staying based on the concentration of lives and their power. Weak life signals were most likely children. Jake moved quietly to one corner of the school-turned base and phased before flash-stepping right through the fence. Only a few hours ago in this world, Jake had been a silver-level body refinement cultivator and a novice with his shadow ghoul powers. He wouldn't quite call himself a master now, but he was at least competent, and a gold-level body refinement cultivator to boot. He moved between two buildings and dropped his phase ability before the time ran out. Phasing required concentration and time to recharge, but he almost didn't bother to phase again. Especially now that he was inside the compound, he really didn't have anything to fear anymore. He almost just left his hiding spot, not caring who saw him or if he started a panic. But then he remembered his promise to himself, to try to remember not to be too arrogant. In the end, he waited until he could phase again and moved to the building that he judged was the Warhound's jail. How he dealt with these people would depend on whether they were worthy of being treated like people. He reappeared in a closet. As soon as he was sure the coast was clear, Jake moved to the 2 classrooms that had been converted into jail cells of a sort. At one time, this area of the school might have been for special education. Jake stayed hidden, and it didn't take him long to decide that the prisoners were not being mistreated, at least not within the context of an end-of-the-world event. He'd been half expecting to find some sort of terrible torture dungeon, and was happy to be wrong. For the next 10 or 20 minutes, Jake stealthily moved around the compound, checking every area he could feel life signs. He even scoped out a few that didn't have any, just to make sure that they weren't full of bodies or something. By the time he was done searching, Jake was satisfied. Now he was relatively certain that the warhounds were not bandits. At least they weren't yet. He'd kept an eye out for any personnel matching the description that his sister had given him, too. As far as he could tell, there were no warhounds like that. Their leader had not been lying during the standoff with the post-apoc kings. Jake was satisfied. Now it was time to have a chat. He popped back into reality next to the most sparsely populated end of what he judged to be the Warhounds Admin Center. Some paramilitary groups formed after Purple Rain might keep the barracks and command area in the same building, but it seemed the Warhounds had them separate. Due to the fact they were using a school, this sort of made sense. It seemed like they turned the office area into the command post, and the classrooms had all been converted into shelters, or maybe in-progress apartments. Jake used his senses to dial in on his surroundings and mentally cursed. He would not be able to keep playing Monster Ninja. There were just too many people near his target. He knew exactly where the Warhound's leader was. This close he could actually differentiate the man's aura, recognizing it from when he'd seen him before. Okay, no way to get around this, he thought. He could phase directly into the man's room, but that was going to cause chaos. The leader wasn't alone. And if the Warhounds freaked out and started shooting everywhere, they wouldn't likely hurt Jake, but could kill each other. He wanted to have a chat without spilling any unnecessary blood. Jake squared his shoulders, moved up to the double glass doors of the command building, and knocked. He then folded his arms. An oil lantern burned on the desk inside. It gave off just enough light to illuminate the entire reception area for human eyes. These folks are smart, Jake admitted. Saving batteries right now as much as possible was wise. From inside the building, he heard someone shout, "Who's knocking? It's open!" Jake sighed to himself. Why must everything always be difficult? I'm trying to be nice. He knocked again and refolded his arms. A few minutes later, an overweight man wearing a jersey and a baseball cap came out of a hallway into the large room beyond the doors. He was carrying a cup of something steaming, probably coffee. A double-barrel shotgun was in his other hand. When he saw who was outside the door, he dropped the cup. It was coffee, Jake thought. Makes sense. The entire group is probably on high alert, staying up. The man continued to stare. Dancing light from the oil lantern cast shadows across his unshaven face, and his mouth worked. Jake wasn't sure exactly what to do, so he uncrossed his arms and waved. That seemed to be the wrong decision because the man shouted, leveled his shotgun, and shot Jake through the glass door. Glass erupted outwards. The night was shattered. Broken shards rained down on the concrete outside. Booming echoes returned from the distant trees as the gunshot echoed around the compound. So, this is what it feels like to be shot while you have a protection field, Jake thought. The sensation was like being punched, or maybe slapped, but with no pain. He could tell how much impact there'd been and what direction it come from, but it hadn't been enough to breach his field. His energy reserves dropped a tiny amount. Most of the monsters he'd faced in his first life had lost mana or endurance to fuel their protection, so this made sense. Just to be safe, Jake instructed his midnight cloak to swirl around, covering him in the front like armor.
"There is no need to shoot at me," he began.
The man eeped, cocked a hammer, and fired again. This time the buckshot hit Jake's artifact cloak and didn't even make a dent. The blow didn't decrease his energy this time, or have any other effect. Within the building, shouts and the sounds of running feet echoed. There was about to be more company.
"Oh, for fuck's sake,"
Jake grumbled. This situation hadn't been entirely unexpected, but he was still not pleased. He crossed the broken doorway, taking a single step into the building. The structure was not a home, so there was no threshold. But even if there'd been one, he would still be able to deal with these yahoos. Curiously, despite no threshold, he could still feel some sort of residual energy. Even though it wasn't entirely unpleasant, it was notable. While Jake was thinking about that, 2 more people came running into the reception room. One was a woman with a tall, lean frame. She slammed to a halt as she took in the scene. The other person was a big guy that Jake recognized. The Awoken he'd seen earlier with bone armor growing through his skin. Sure enough, the moment the man saw Jake, he manifested his spikes and other ridges that grew right out of his skin.
"I just shot this fucking thing twice!"
yelled the first man. His shotgun trembled in his unsteady hands. He opened the action and fumbled around at his bandolier for another 2 shells.
Stay back, Tom. I got this.
The bony armor guy stepped forward as the woman faded back. Jake noticed the 1911 pistol in her hands. She held her weapon in good grip and moved like she knew what she was doing.
"Hey, I just want to talk,"
Jake said. He knew his voice was still dark and terrible, but he could speak normally now if he focused on it. A perk for being a gold-level body refinement cultivator.
"It spoke,"
gasped the woman.
"Yes, like I said, I came here to talk, or I wouldn't have knocked first."
Jake could understand their fear, but he was still feeling a little annoyed by the situation. The clock was ticking.
"I didn't fuck up your door. Shotgun guy did." "I'll get it,"
yelled the bony man, and he rushed at Jake. When he surged forward, Jake was mildly surprised. The guy was not all talk. His awakened ability obviously imparted some very serious physicality. It didn't matter much to Jake, though. The guy's rush ended up with a foot to the face. Jake diverted the big awakened attacker down and to one side before using his head as a foothold to hop up. His cloak spread and actually slowed his fall, giving him a full second in the air. When he landed, more people were rushing into the reception room from the hallway. One man raised a rifle, but the tall woman put a hand on his shoulder and shook her head.
"Gary is there. Let him try first. We've never seen anything like this before."
"I can hear you, you know,"
groused Jake.
"My goal was to have a nice, peaceful chat. I know I don't look human right now, but the fact that I'm not killing you all should be a clue that—"
The bone man, Gary, got up and punched. His fist had a layer of spikes on it. Jake moved Midnight Cloak up in time and stopped it cold. He was surprised by the power of the attack, however. It would have pulped in a normal person's chest. Jake kicked out, more of a push than an attack, and knocked the man back again.
"Look, dude, Gary, right? I've been pretty chill about you people trying to kill me because I understand how I look. But this is twice now. If you come at me again, I'll—"
Gary roared and rushed him, throwing a powerful haymaker.
"Fine."
Jake parried the attack with both hands, kept a grip on the other man's wrist, and brought Gary's arm down as his knee came up. There was a sick crunch as Jake broke the awakened man's arm. He twisted the devastated limb in its socket and kicked Gary's foot out from underneath him. The big man landed in a heap before screaming out all the air in his lungs. He bit his lip and closed his eyes while cradling his arm, tears streaming down his face.
"Oh shit, everyone shoot this fuck!"
started the man with a rifle, but a newcomer silenced him.
"Everyone stop!"
The man who'd spoken was the tall, bearded man Jake had seen before, the Warhound's leader. To his side was a young guy with a wispy mustache and a curvy young woman with red hair and glasses. The redhead gasped.
"The Grim! Holy shit, it's the Grim! Heavenly Grim!"
"What?"
the tall man, the leader, asked. He had an AK-47 in his hands, pointed at Jake. In front of the reception desk, the man Jake had first met had finally reloaded his shotgun. He shouted,
"That thing is bulletproof, Vincent!"
"Oh my God, there's a fucking monster in the building!"
One of the other newcomers, the young-looking mustache guy dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, fired 3 rounds from his Glock. Jake had already gotten his cloak up and every bullet hit, dumped its energy, and fell harmlessly to the ground.
"Stop! Holy shit, stop!"
barked Vincent.
"Cease fire!"
He glared at the shooter.
What the hell? It's not moving. Are you trying to destroy our hearing for fun now? It hurt Gary. I know, but it's talking. In English. And Gary is still alive. Everyone hold your fucking fire or I will stick a boot up your ass. Not only that, Gary is in the line of fire. What is wrong with you?
Gary is bulletproof, groused the mustachioed shooter, but he lowered his pistol.
Yes, he is. But Tom just said the monster that beat Gary is bulletproof too, said the leader. I don't want anyone else to get hurt if we can help it. All of you stay frosty. But we don't shoot at other warhounds if we can help it. Damn!
He waved a hand.
Again, everyone hold your fire.
Then he turned to the young woman while keeping an eye on Jake.
What did you say, Helen?
It's the Grim, the monster that spoke and warned people not to be lawless assholes on the internet, remember? I told you about it, but the internet went out. The monster that wrote the rules of Purple Rain survival.
The leader, Vincent, narrowed his eyes. He looked around. Nobody do anything for a while. Let me think.
He fixed Jake with a savage stare before slightly lowering his rifle.
And you, monster, if you really are intelligent, that goes for you too.
Jake was impressed that the Warhound's leader was so level-headed, especially given such a strange situation. Then he remembered how the standoff earlier that night with the Post-Apoc Kings hadn't ended in bloodshed, and realized he really shouldn't be surprised. He was being nice, but there was a limit, so he said,
You aren't really in a position to be giving me orders, dude.
But, all right. Think fast, though. We really need to have a chat.
The man on the ground, Gary, groaned quietly until Jake gave him a fierce look.
Suffer in silence, dickhead.
The mustache guy suddenly brought his pistol up again and shouted,
Wait, don't invite it into the building!
It's already in the building, the tall woman with the 1911 said, voice droll.
Oh, we should just wait until everyone else gets here and light 'em up,
Tom, the shotgun guy said.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
The guy who spoke hadn't said anything before now. He held a bolt-action rifle.
I should have known nobody was going to let me think,
complained Vincent. He fixed Jake with a steely gaze. Jake knew the man had to be scared, but he wasn't showing it.
What do you want, monster? Are you the Grim thing?
Yeah, I guess. I have called myself the Heavenly Grim. It's kind of a strange name, I'll admit. And yes, I wrote the posts on the internet right after Purple Rain.
Okay, good for you. So what do you want?
Asked Vincent.
I would ask what kind of monster you are, but that isn't even the most important question. Why did you sneak into our compound and break my door?
Jake chuckled.
Your door, my ass. This was a school before, and I didn't break shit. Your FUD shotgun guy over there did. I just knocked and waved.
Tom, the shotgun guy, frowned, so Jake gave him the finger. The woman with the 1911 frowned.
Grim, or whatever your name is, what the hell did you expect to happen? Do you know what you look like?
That really hurts, lady,
Jake said sarcastically. A bit quieter, he conceded,
but it is kind of a good point.
He rasped out a sigh.
Oh well, whatever. So you want to know what I want?
All the people staring at him, some with weapons up, some who looked like they were ready to run away, all nodded.
All right, I need an army. You're going to be the first part of that. We're going to have an epic fight against evil tonight. But before we go, I need to go to your armory and stock up on guns, bullets, and some other stuff I might need. So yeah, some light shopping, then we're gonna fight a war.
Tom blinked and lowered his shotgun.
Go fight a war? Wait, the armory? Are you robbing us?
The tall woman with the 1911 pistol looked like she couldn't believe her ears.
We are getting robbed by a monster?
Not just a monster. The Heavenly Grim, said the young woman with glasses. Her eyes were wide in fascination. Just give him what he wants, IMO. Jake made a face.
Robbing, borrowing,
call it what you want. I didn't kill this dumb fuck, so think of it as payment.
He used a foot to point at Gary, where he whimpered on the ground.
I need to tell you about some things going on, and you're going to help me. Giving me weapons and supplies is part of that. And why should we listen to you about any of this?
Said Vincent. Jake noticed that the man had not relaxed at all, and still held his rifle at the ready. Jake thought for a second.
2 reasons. First, this entire city, maybe even the state, is about to be taken over by vampires, and you are going to all likely die, unless you follow me. Second, I could just take it all anyway if I wanted to. You would not have even known I'd been here. In fact, the only reason I'm talking to you right now is because, for the moment, I think we're on the same side.
Silence met that proclamation before Tom snarled,
Bullshit! It's a monster, Vince! Let's gas him!
In a patient tone of voice, Vincent said,
Gary is still on the ground, and bullets didn't work before. What makes you think they'll work now?
One of the men in the room who hadn't spoken yet, one with his rifle aimed at Jake, said,
We should just wait for one of the mages to get here. Maybe magic will work.
Jake scoffed.
Again, you know I can hear you, right? Besides, it won't make a difference. And what do you think I'm here for? I could have easily killed all of you by now.
Shut up, monster! You make a move and you'll have a dozen guns going off in less than a second!
The mustache man shouted.
I'm really beginning to dislike you, mustache guy,
Jake said.
Oh, yeah? What are you gonna do about it, you...
Ben, shut up,
Vincent said.
Yeah, shut up, Ben,
Jake said.
Vincent, leader guy, you understand my predicament here, right? I really don't want to hurt you people, but you're not making this easy for me. And I really need to have a talk with you without all the guns pointing at me.
Why not talk now? The tall woman asked.
Because in a moment your people are going to get here and start shooting me, and they're probably going to shoot some of you by accident. And then we will have 0 chance of working together.
Guys, he's the Heavenly Grim. You are all threatening to shoot the Heavenly Grim. The redhead stomped. Some of us are alive because of him.
There's no proof of that,
Tom argued. Vincent narrowed his eyes, but didn't say anything else. It was clear that most of the people Jake could see were all subtly looking at Vincent for guidance. They were freaked out and probably all only acting as rational and calm as they were because of his presence. Jake noticed 2 men in the hallways, hugging the corners and ready to bring their rifles to bear. He heard the sound of running feet getting closer. Voices echoed around the converted school, people forming groups before investigating all the shooting. These people had learned quickly after Purple Rain about group survival, it seemed. In just a few seconds, he was going to be surrounded by warhounds, and if he didn't sway Vincent's mind before then, he would likely have to kill some of these people.
Pay attention,
he growled.
Everyone calm down. I am going to show you something.
Sounds of running feet were getting closer. With a thought and much less effort than it had taken in Swampland, Jake crafted a demonic contradiction wave. One portion was natural energy, and one was his own. He spent a few more seconds packing in power, filling the containers he created with his energy to the brim, putting it under pressure. He had a clear sightline to the distant trees, so Jake leveled a hand, aimed right over the fence, and fired his attack. The resulting explosion rattled the glass, decimated the foliage at the impact point, and left a new hole in the forest the size of a house. Branches, dirt, and pieces of shattered tree trunks rained down all over the compound. The running footsteps were louder. Shouting grew in volume. Lights were coming on from buildings all over the area. Inside the building with Jake, the warhounds stared at him silently. Jake narrowed his eyes.
I'm running out of time, which means I'm running out of patience. Are you all going to play nice and listen to me, or do I need to write you off as not useful?
He really didn't want to kill these people if he could help it. Hopefully they'd buy his bluff. For dramatic effect, Jake willed his eyes to glow blue, and with a bit of surprise, realized they'd already been glowing a bit. There were yells from outside, and people hollered questions. Some ran toward the explosion, others ran away. Inside the reception room, about half of the people watching Jake looked ready to bolt. Finally, Vincent ran a hand over his face.
Okay, fine. You made your point, monster, Grim, or whatever you are.
He turned to his people.
Let's go along with this for now. He's bulletproof and can level the place, and I don't want to move locations.
He gave a lopsided grin.
I also don't want us all to die.
Good decision,
Jake said.
Also, since we're friends now, you can call me Jake.
He tried giving him a smile, but the mustache guy recoiled and looked like he was about to faint. All right, no smiling, Jake thought. Then he slowly, carefully moved deeper into the building and stood behind the reception desk, allowing Vincent and his people to meet the scared, angry mob that had just arrived outside, looking for answers. Chapter 31. Vincent Jones felt like his head was splitting in two. He hadn't had a headache until a couple of hours ago, and this night was the gift that just kept on giving. It could be worse, though. He felt eternally grateful for the nap he'd been able to take earlier in the day. And at the moment, he was in the Warhound's armory, a converted history classroom, and watching a monster grab weapons and make them disappear into thin air. And the monster, the Grim, was the single most terrifying Vince had seen in his entire life. Vince was staying calm, as if the situation wasn't freaking him out, but just barely. Almost everyone else following Jake around was trembling. Some were probably resisting running away. Others had to be forcing their hands away from weapons. Vince had accepted the damn thing into the base and let him raid the armory because it was obviously the only way to prevent all his people from being wiped out. He'd seriously considered fighting, going all out earlier, before the Grim had just pointed and created an explosion like a goddamn mortar had landed. Ever since Purple Rain, Vincent had seen some crazy stuff, but nothing like that. He wasn't the only one who'd understood the implication of what he'd witnessed either. The Grim was bulletproof, could create explosions at will, and was so fast and strong that awakened Gary had completely failed to even inconvenience him. And who knew what other abilities the creature had? The warhounds outside were ringing the building nervously, and everyone inside was totally on edge. Only a few of the younger warhounds, like Helen, seemed excited. Vince could hear them. "I can't believe the Grim is here," Helen whispered. Her friend Patrick responded, "I know, right? It sucks the internet went down for good, or we could be like post-apoc celebrities." "We can still take pictures, though. Are you taking pictures? Take pictures." I am. He doesn't show up right, though. I'm trying." Vince tuned them out. He understood that somehow this monster had been posting messages online after Purple Rain, and even sending threatening videos to criminals. That fact in itself was a mindfuck. A monster sending videos on social media? It was possible that Jake was fighting for good, somehow. The Grim had avoided talking about his past. Maybe someone could ask a question about himself that their visitor might actually answer, but Vince couldn't bring himself to do it. It was hard to think clearly when every fiber of his body was screaming at him that he was in proximity to something incredibly dangerous, and his eyes agreed with his instincts. The Grim was wearing rags, deep stained with blood and other mysterious substances. He didn't smell, which was a blessing, but he looked like he should. His body was muscular but gaunt, and he had something like pitch-black smoke rising from his body all the time, kind of like the mist that dry ice created while sitting on a counter. Long claws grew from his pinky fingers, and it looked like he cut off his claws on his other digits. A sheathed saber was stuck through his ratty-looking belt. His teeth were sharp, jagged. Whenever he spoke, he almost looked like he was chewing on the words. He had horns curving back from his forehead over a demonic-looking but vaguely human face. But his eyes were the most disturbing part, somehow, like bright, merciless blue points at the bottom of a black void. The way the Grim had broken Gary Price earlier, like a toy, was still fresh in Vince's mind. Some of the warhounds were likely holding on to thoughts of revenge, but thankfully they weren't acting on them. Everyone knew how tough Gary was. The man had shot himself a day ago just to show off. He'd scared the hell out of some of the kids nearby in the process. If Gary hadn't been such an unlikable person sometimes, Vince might have cared more that the man had been taken to the Warhound's makeshift hospital. The truth was that the last few days, Vince had even wished that someone else, a little smarter and more stable, had gotten the other man's incredible awakened ability. But Gary's low popularity was probably fortunate. If the Grim had hurt someone everyone actually liked, it was more likely that someone would have done something stupid by now in retaliation. Vince really didn't want to risk any more incidents. Luckily, everyone was listening to him for the time being. Vincent had been more or less nominated to lead the Warhounds, the core of whom were buddies from his army days and some friends from town. He would have never imagined that his experience as a combat engineer 03 would lead to a leadership role in the apocalypse. And the pressure would be bad enough without knowing that Maddie and little Roy were holed up in the Warhound family apartments. He couldn't let anything happen to them. He wouldn't. So, for now, he'd play along with this monster, hope the Grim would leave, and also hope that everything the creature had said so far was nonsense. Because the world was bad enough. He didn't want to imagine anything worse, anything even more terrible for his son to witness. He just wanted this creature gone, but he was also the leader of these people, so he had to man up and find his spine. Ignoring business wouldn't be good for anyone.
"Okay,"
said Vince.
"Let me get this straight, Jake. There are currently people and monsters working to open up a portal to hell, and if they succeed, the entire state is going to be foobar. And the way they are doing this has been human sacrifice."
The monster shook his horned head.
Not hell. Not the big one. I said a hell. There are hell-like dimensions. They suck. You don't want them here. Trust me. And yeah, human sacrifice. Mostly children, probably.
Grated Jake in his awful voice. The disturbing visitor was currently looking at a Kel-Tac KSG bullpup shotgun. He nodded thoughtfully, and the weapon disappeared along with a few boxes of ammo. Vince's mouth was dry, and he had to work some saliva onto his tongue before responding.
"And who is doing all of this? Don't get me wrong, the world has gone batshit. Monsters aren't the only problems. We have thieves, rapists, and murderers out there, and other groups that would like to have our base and supplies. But I think we would have noticed if a bunch of demon people were running around doing voodoo rituals and opening portals to hell."
On the other side of the room, Keith Jackson snickered. A few other Warhounds cracked a smile, overcoming their unease with humor. But the monster didn't answer right away. Instead, he theatrically sighed as he examined a 7mm rifle, working the action and looking through the scope. Vince felt a flash of irritation. Finally, Jake said,
"Oh, really? You think it's far-fetched? What if someone had told you a few weeks ago that the world was going to end when a violet rain or purple rain turned a bunch of people into monsters and more creatures started showing up to eat people and destroy things? That the world as we know it would end? Could you have imagined a month ago that you would be chatting with anything like me as I shopped your armory? And where do you think all these new monsters are coming from? People turned into zombies and ghouls from Purple Rain, maybe a few other things, but not giants. Where are the giants coming from, Vince?"
Vincent ground his teeth.
"We don't know."
"Well, I'll help you out with that. Free knowledge. There are little portals that open up randomly all over the world now. Sometimes they drop items, or people, or transport people from one place to another on Earth. Rarely they create a small, stable portal to another world, but most often they leave behind monsters. And as the years go by, the average monsters will get stronger. Location matters too. There's a dragon in the Colorado Rockies right now."
He grumbled.
"Not many people know about that yet, though."
Nobody in the room was smiling anymore.
"As for who is doing it, I'm pretty sure the Macon Protectors are involved."
The Macon Protectors?
Ben shouted.
Bullshit, they're the good guys. They patrol more than anyone else and help keep the roads clear of monsters. Like they even run a soup kitchen for hungry people."
Vince eyed his nephew and wished he'd shut up. Ben had a good heart, but he wasn't the brightest bulb. The truth was, Vince had actually thought something was off about the Macon Protectors for a day or two. For such a do-gooder group, they never seemed too concerned about the evil shit the Screaming Demons group was doing around town. The demons had even been murdering people for supplies. Vince had sent messages to all the other local groups about the Screaming Demons and had gotten silence in return, but the lack of response from the Macon Protectors had been the most notable. The other warhounds didn't all really know about this, though. Vincent glanced around and realized that Ben seemed to be speaking for most of the others.
"Oh well, let's see what Jake says,"
he thought.
"I thought so too at first,"
Jake said. Now he was making batteries disappear.
"But I got a bunch of little clues that Macon isn't as safe, relatively, as it looks at first glance, even before I interrupted a Fisher Witch ceremony."
He made a face and muttered,
"I should have listened to the note my parents left."
Ben frowned.
"Note? What? Fisher Witch?"
"Bad stuff. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm mostly sure we can start with the Macon Protectors. See where the trail leads. There's no way these yahoos are attempting what they're trying to do at the sort of scale they would need without organization. Some backing."
Ben seemed even more offended.
"Hey, Jake! Monster! You weren't listening to me. The Macon Protectors even taking people with no home, no hope. They find people on the run, rescue them on the road, and bring them to safety."
"Let me guess. Safety's in their territory. Maybe behind fences, or in a big building downtown, and none of the refugees are ever seen again, right?"
"Well, I actually witnessed the Protectors help an entire family. A mother, older son, and 2 little kids. They gave them food and everything."
"Did you ever see them again?"
Jake asked.
"The family?"
"How could I? I have stuff to do, and they went into the Macon Protectors, A.O."
Ben's voice trailed off. He must have realized that he was not doing a great job of disproving anything Jake had suggested.
"Think about it,"
Jake said.
"If you needed a bunch of human sacrifices in an area, which would be easier? Fighting everyone, or acting like the good guy hall monitors? If everyone thinks you are the good guys, you get a free pass. Everyone leaves you alone. Hell, they might bring your prey right to you, so you can make them disappear. Nobody would ever question why you'd be carting around groups of random people. And if you have a secret deal with the openly murderous group in the area, you can even secretly help them keep pressure on everyone else, so they don't ask too many questions."
"What do you mean by that, Mr. Grimm?" Helen asked. She chewed her lower lip. "The deal part." Jake shrugged.
"I bet you all have problems with the Screaming Demons group. Have you heard of them hitting the Macon Protectors? Ever? Probably not. And think about that. The Protectors are always driving around looking for monsters. Or people, right?"
The way Jake had said people was sinister.
"Wouldn't they be the best ambush targets for gear-hungry psychos? But the Screaming Demons go after houses instead. Even defended ones. That doesn't make much sense if you think about it. I've seen the Protectors driving around at night. They've pretty advanced magic, too. Good gear. Where did they come from? Where did they get all of that gear and the money? The post-apoc kings are all the rich people in town who aren't hiding, right? So who the hell are the Macon Protectors?"
Ben started to say,
"But they—"
Jake chuckled darkly.
"Macon Protectors, my ass. Those assholes almost pulled it off, and you all didn't suspect a thing."
He turned, directing his terrifying glowing gaze directly at Ben.
"Was it because they have Protectors in the group name? Maybe they wear nice clothes. Has everyone already forgotten that some of the most crooked people in the world before Purple Rain dressed really nice?"
Jake tisked. Vincent coughed and folded his arms. He had to admit that the Grimm was making a lot of sense, but he didn't like how everyone else was taking it. Beyond that, he didn't like how the warhounds were getting caught up in all of this.
So you expect us to just accept all of this? With no proof? From a monster that is literally robbing us right now, and that broke one of our best fighters.
Hell no,
Jake said.
I expect you to go with me because I'm way stronger than you and I'm threatening you to do it. I am bullying you with force, not pretending otherwise. And when we get to the good old Mike and Protector stomping grounds, I'll prove to you that you should fight with me. If the evidence isn't there, if I'm wrong, I'll slink off in shame and you'll never see me again. You won't have lost anything other than a few gallons of gas and some time.
Only about half of the warhounds in the armory had seen the Grim first enter the building. Kathy was one of them. She wasn't holding her 1911 anymore. She had it holstered, and she'd gotten a coat somewhere. Vincent was glad she'd come along. Kathy was one of the smartest people in the entire warhounds group. She addressed Jake squarely, without a hint of fear.
Won't lose anything? What about weapons? And if we go with you, our base will be undefended, won't it?
It's not an issue,
said Jake.
I'm not a monster.
He laughed at his own joke. Then he said levelly,
There are families here that need protection. You need to leave people behind to guard your base. But as for the other groups around Macon, they won't be a problem.
Why?
Asked Vincent.
Because they're going to come with us.
Kathy blinked rapidly and shook her head.
Beg pardon?
After this, I think we should roll out and go pay our buddies, the Post-Apoc Kings, a visit,
said Jake. He held up a pistol and said,
This is a CZ Shadow 2. Why in the hell do you have a pistol this nice in a classroom armory instead of being carried? Oh well.
The pistol vanished. Kathy shook her head.
Pay the Post-Apoc Kings a visit?
Vincent's headache got worse. Before leaving the Warhound's base, Jake had asked where all the Macon base groups were located. Then he nodded like he'd known all along. Now the Warhound's convoy was getting closer to the Post-Apoc King's base, an upper-middle-class residential area, surrounded by a makeshift barrier of vehicles. Vincent was driving a Jeep. Jake was in the passenger seat. In the middle of the convoy, one of the Warhounds with a powerful sound system was blasting Love Shack, playing music like Jake had instructed. The Grim kept insisting they would eventually be fighting vampires, and claimed that for the inexperienced, unmagical, or unawakened, the things could mess with people's minds. Music was supposed to help. For Vincent, it was just one more weird thing to accept, while he traveled around with a talking nightmare that was somehow becoming even more scary over time. The area near Macon didn't have many monsters, mostly thanks to the efforts of the Macon protectors, but the odd zombie shuffled toward the convoy, attracted by all the noise. Whenever that happened, the convoy slowed down, and one of the Warhounds packing a .22 LR rifle with a silencer would shoot until they got a headshot.
We're getting close now, right?
Jake asked.
I think so, yeah,
Vincent said. He kept his eyes fixed on the road. All the lights of the convoy lit up the night, which was comforting, but also illuminated the Grim in an unsettling way. The Jeep's top was down, and the windows were rolled down too. This helped Vincent communicate with the Warhounds on motorcycles that took orders back to the rear.
Last month I was selling AC units,
he thought.
Now I'm a Mad Max leader with my monster boss riding shotgun.
He had to stifle a laugh. Suddenly, Jake held up a hand.
Stop the convoy!
Vince didn't even ask why. He just slowly applied the brakes, and all the other vehicles followed his lead. Now the music from the middle of the convoy had changed to The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Before the Jeep had even stopped moving, Jake jumped out.
What's going on?
He asked. Jake just waved at him and walked forward. All the lights from the caravan illuminated the stretch of road completely. The forest at the side of the street looked ominous, full of shadows, but Vince didn't see anything dangerous. The radio crackled, and Tom, one of the other Warhound leaders, asked,
What is he doing, boss?
Hell if I know.
Jake headed straight for a driveway at the side of the road. As usual, when it wasn't swirling around or grabbing things, the monster's weird cape undulated like it was underwater. The effect was disturbing under good indoor lighting, but outside like this, illuminated by headlights, the effect was nightmarish. Vince would bet that someone in the convoy was aiming at Jake. Probably a few people. He prayed to Jesus that nobody would be dumb enough to take a shot.
Please don't be stupid.
He hoped.
Just be patient until the Grim gets bored and leaves.
In the light of all the vehicles, Jake veered to one side of the driveway he'd looked like he'd been approaching. He stepped into the deep ditch by the side of the road. After he waved a hand, a .22 rifle with a silencer attached appeared from nowhere. Vince recognized the weapon as one the Grim had taken from the Warhound's armory. Jake aimed at the large culvert under the driveway and rattled off 3 shots. A hiss and a scream came from the dark under the driveway before a ghoul surged out of it. The monster shrieked as it leapt at Jake, but the Grim didn't seem surprised. He just tossed his rifle to the side. Then Jake moved so fast he seemed to turn into a smoky blur. One moment he'd been standing in a ditch with a ghoul jumping at him, and the next he was gripping the creature by the throat and slamming it into the road. The ghoul rolled away, hissing and coughing. Jake was on it a second later. The ghoul clawed at him savagely, but Jake caught its wrist in one hand and savagely kicked it in the ribs. With a sharp cracking sound, the monster's entire body left the ground. Jake savagely punched the creature in the head, caving in half its skull. When he drew his hand back from the strike, he slashed its throat with a single claw on his pinky. Dark blood was all over the road. As the ghoul gurgled and thrashed on the ground, Jake wrenched its arm around in a circle as he stood. He strained for a moment, his foot on his dying enemy's chest, and actually managed to tear the arm off before throwing it aside. Vince's blood ran cold. Ghouls were incredibly dangerous, tough and strong, but Jake had just destroyed one like a cat torturing a mouse. The Grim bent down for a second. He looked like he was sucking in air or something. Then he straightened and collected the rifle that he'd thrown aside. A moment later, he vanished before reappearing back near the Jeep. Vince's heart just about burst from his chest.
Did the damn thing just teleport?
Sorry about the stop, but I wanted to test my strength. Needed to eat, too.
You all should stay here for a while, okay? Stay here?
Vincent asked robotically. He couldn't believe what he'd just seen. He was recalculating how strong the Grim was. Jake could have dismantled Gary as easily as he'd just dismembered the ghoul. He hadn't even used a weapon other than the rifle, but that was just to scare the monster out of the culvert. The single punch he delivered had probably been enough to kill it, but Jake had those claws, too.
Yes, it might complicate things if you all roll up to the Post-Apoc King's base right now. Wait here for about an hour, then come meet me there. It's about 1.5 miles away now, right?
Yeah.
Good. Stay here.
Then, without another word, Jake turned, his disturbing cape flapping behind him, and vanished into the night again. Literally vanished. One moment he was there, the next he wasn't. Tom's voice came over the radio again.
Boss?
Yeah?
What the hell just happened?
Vincent ran a trembling hand over his face.
The Grim just had a snack, I think, and we're supposed to wait here for an hour.
There were a few moments of silence before Tom responded.
And we're gonna do that?
Tom, he knows where we live.
Vince let go of the talk button and chuckled. Then he keyed the mic again.
Yeah, we're gonna wait. And let's hope Jake stays on our side.
From behind him in the Warhound's caravan, a new song was playing. A James Brown song, Night Train. When Tom finally answered, he just said,
Yeah, okay. I'll tell the crew.
A few minutes later, Vince heard the sound of gunshots from the general direction of the Post-Apoc Kings. And even though the Kings had shown up at the Warhound's base making threats and demands earlier that night, he couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Only minutes later, he heard the rattle of distant gunshots, maybe an explosion, and figured that Jake had found the Post-Apoc Kings. About an hour later, Vince led the Warhounds to the Post-Apoc Kings base, and the Kings were already outside, in vehicles, apparently waiting for them. The Grim was standing on the road, his blue eyes blazing in the darkness. Vince slowed to a stop when Jake waved him down.
"You are going to link up with the Post-Apoc Kings now,"
said Jake.
"They'll follow you. I'm going to head to the Night Rangers next. It's kind of on the other side of town, but I can cut through the woods. It'll be quicker. Take your time getting there. Maybe another hour. And if the Rangers are going to join, they'll link up and we'll head to town. We should be ready right before dawn, which is probably for the best. You guys can't see in the dark."
So the Kings are coming with us? Just like that?
Asked Vince.
"What do you mean?"
Jake cocked his head quizzically, and the effect was disturbing. His horns reflected the moonlight.
"How did you convince them?" "Same way I did with you,"
Jake said. He made his ghastly, sharp-toothed smile.
"I proved that if I wanted to, I could kill them all, and ask them to follow me until I either prove my point or I run away in shame."
Oh, I see.
"Good. So, like I said, head to the Night Rangers base. I'll meet you there."
Jake waved a hand and vanished into the night like a ghost. Vince swallowed. He didn't even react when a stony-faced Post-Apoc King on a motorcycle tossed a radio on the passenger seat of his Jeep before speeding off to the King's formation. They'd be following the Warhounds. After the entire procession was slowly moving again, the radio crackled to life.
"Vince, this is Sam."
He was actually calling him on the radio. That was rich. Sam Moa was the leader of the Post-Apoc Kings, the man who'd approached the Warhounds' base demanding that they let him into their compound to poke around. Vince's headache was slowly starting to get better after he'd taken some pills earlier. Thank God. He picked up the radio.
"This is Vince, go ahead."
"Vince, so, we're following a monster now."
"Yep, seems like it. The internet people call him Heavenly Grim."
"I know that,"
said Sam. He sounded frustrated, but also fascinated, and maybe a little scared.
"But what is he? Like there's no way that is a normal monster. Is he a demon or an angel?"
"Maybe he's nothing like that,"
said Vince.
"I don't know.
He sighed.
But I'm getting a really, really bad feeling that everything he's been saying about stuff going on in town might be true."
"Me too."
After thinking a moment, Vince rekeyed the mic.
"So what now? You guys are coming with us?"
"We don't really have much of a choice. This was all sudden. Some of the guys are convinced we're all heading for an ambush. But if the Grim is right, that there are vampires and other shit out there fixing to take over the area, we gotta be ready for it."
"I agree. But what do you mean?"
Vince frowned.
"What I mean is that we should bury the hatchet until all this shit is done,"
Sam said.
"Bury the hatchet? The way I see it, that's not my call. We weren't the ones making threats, and we haven't done anything wrong. So what hatchet is there to bury? Unless maybe you mean that you guys are going to stop making accusations without proof? Is that it?"
"You're making this harder than it has to be,"
grated Sam.
"Yeah, well, I am painfully aware that I almost got shot earlier tonight for something my group didn't even do. Then I met our ghoul-eating friend, Heavenly Grim. Excuse me for being grumpy."
The mic clicked a few times as Sam kept depressing the talk button and not saying anything. When he finally spoke, it sounded like his speaking volume was a bit lower.
About that, you can probably understand why I thought the way I did. When we went to your base, people have been murdered in my territory, man, bad business. But, I guess I might owe you an apology."
Vince chuckled.
"You think?"
He didn't say anything else for a while, just focused on driving forward at a crawl, giving the Grim enough time to do whatever he was doing. At this point, he wasn't going to be surprised if they showed up and all the Night Rangers had formed a neat line, ready to go to war with a smile.
"Sure, the more the merrier,"
he thought sardonically. At least the other groups weren't all complete strangers. Since Vince had been in sales before Purple Rain and had gone to high school in Macon, he was sure to see familiar faces in every other group. He reflected for a moment on how weird this entire situation was. His thoughts kept returning to what Jake said would happen to Macon, and maybe the rest of Georgia. Hell on earth. If it had just been Macon under some sort of doom prophecy, Vince would have been tempted to take his family and try escaping, or maybe even take all the warhounds with him. But it was a dangerous world, and the farther someone traveled now, the less chance they had of actually reaching their destination. Trying to leave the state right now would be bad. Vince also had to concede that Jake had probably been telling the truth about portals. He was self-aware enough to admit it made no sense to be skeptical of portals to another world when he'd already witnessed Purple Rain and was currently leading a convoy of armed local men to a battle with possible vampires. Jake's claims of the Macon protectors being rotten weren't that hard for Vince to accept, but the other stuff was tough. Maybe he just didn't want to believe. Either way, the convoy was still blasting music. Someone was playing country now, this time something by Alan Jackson. The radio was heavy in his hand as he thoughtfully tapped it against his thigh. It was actually nice to be in the Jeep by himself now. It helped him think. Vince had experience dealing with large groups of people, but he would always feel most comfortable while alone with his thoughts. He kept his speed slow, and the entire convoy followed him, killing the occasional monster, basically making a racket. When he drove past a group of houses, he wondered if any of them had people hiding inside. Everyone who was still lying low might have the right idea. Who knew? But Vince could imagine that any folks hiding were probably scared shitless as the warhounds and post-apoc kings passed. Dozens of armed men and vehicles crawling along at 10 miles an hour, blasting music. It was like something out of a cheesy movie. Being responsible, or feeling responsible for the lives of survivors still in their homes, would be a huge burden. Vince felt a wave of relief that the warhounds had claimed the school, a location big and secure enough to protect everyone's family. He realized that he'd stumbled across some fresh sympathy for Sam's situation. But Sam had still threatened the warhounds earlier. Vince had a sudden thought. His eyes gleamed as he keyed the radio.
Hey, Sam.
Go ahead. With a grin, Vince asked,
The Grim, did he rob you guys too?
Robbed?
Sam's voice sounded strained.
Fuck, yes. So it wasn't just us, huh? He took a bunch of gas, some weapons, bullets, and other things from the stores.
Gas?
He made a few hundred gallons vanish.
Sam grumbled.
This was after he blew up a truck, beat up one of my best fighters, and scared the hell out of us, telling us that Macon is going to get sucked into hell.
Vince did a double take.
Wait, the Grim blew up your vehicle and also stole your gas?
He began to laugh.
Well, yeah. There wasn't anything we could do. He obviously took shit from you too, or you wouldn't be asking.
Sam's voice was definitely sour. When the King's leader spoke again, he sounded a bit hesitant.
So, Vince, do you believe all of this vampire stuff, or are you just playing along?
Overhead, the stars twinkled like nothing of any note was happening on Earth. If he looked up, Vince could almost imagine that nothing had changed. But it had. He had responsibilities now, again, and he was not the type of person to run away from reality anyway, much less when people were counting on him. Vince held the radio up.
Honestly, I'm still not sure yet,
he said in a grave tone.
But I don't think we can afford not to take everything Grim has said seriously, at least until we find out for sure it's bullshit.
Sam sighed.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
Chapter 32. Okay, this is it, Jake thought. He was standing on the roof of a pizza chain restaurant, watching the mall. It was still dark, early in the morning, but the parking lots around the mall had a flurry of activity. The Macon Protector's base of operations was the Macon Mall. They'd pushed all the cars to the edge of the parking lot and across some of the access drives, making an impromptu fence. Campfires and tents were scattered around the cleared asphalt, likely survivors that had been allowed to stay. Jake carefully watched the activity of the Protectors and silently whistled. There were hundreds of them. Now he had confirmation that the Macon Protectors were by far the largest and best-equipped group in the entire area. None of the other armed groups had seen them as a threat, so they might not have even done a count. And using his life-sensing ability, Jake was able to notice some other really strange things, too. But first things first, he needed to check the inside of the mall. This fact-finding mission was not just to prove to the groups he'd recruited that his theories were correct. It was also for his own benefit. He had a feeling that if he uncovered the truth, he might find the assholes who'd killed his family. He was going to take them apart. Jake hopped down to the parking lot and willed his Deep Heaven Solstice Midnight cloak to transform back to a regular-looking cloak. Then he bent his back as if he were exhausted and carried the prop he'd found earlier, a cloth bag filled with canned goods. Now he looked like any other scavenger. The protectors might even assume he was from the tent city in the mall parking lot. He spared a glance back where he'd come from and listened for the music that the combined groups were still playing. Nothing. Good. They'd turned it down for now, so even with Jake's enhanced senses, he couldn't hear anything. He had a radio in one pocket to call them in when it was time to get the party started. Night Rangers, Warhounds, and Post-Apoc Kings, the groups had separated to wait, which was fine. They were all about half a mile away. Jake decided to think of them as the Liberators, the Macon Liberators versus the Macon Protectors. Too bad it was probably going to be a bloodbath. There was a checkpoint to get into the actual parking lot of the mall. It wasn't an option for him to pass through that way. Maybe if he were still human. It looked like they were checking for weapons and looking at faces. Jake wandered around until he was hidden from view and phased, then flash-stepped behind a porta-potty inside the tent city. Once he was inside, he wandered around like he was on drugs, or maybe going through withdrawals. The tent city didn't have many junkies, but it looked like there might be a few. The tent city looked sort of like homeless or refugee camps before Purple Rain. There were burn barrels here and there where a few people were cooking things, but most of the people were in their tents sleeping. Jake could sense them. How many of these people came here willingly? Jake thought. Probably a lot. An authority figure offering food and shelter likely wouldn't get much pushback, especially from desperate people. He kept a careful eye on all of the protectors, noting their movements, the gear the guards were using, and any other information he could file away. Of course, his eyes and ears weren't the only senses he had now, and a scan of the area now would be more useful now that he was closer. Jake had been able to sense a large area in swampland because of how simple that area was. But in Macon there was too much data. Jake needed to get closer before really understanding what he was seeing. The inside of the mall seemed to be split into sections. Jake could sense an area full of strong life signs, maybe barracks for the protectors. Other areas were more sparsely populated. He couldn't be sure what was going on without taking a look, so he made sure nobody was paying attention, moved behind a dumpster, then phased into the mall. Jake returned to regular space-time in a ladies' clothing store, one of the chains that was in almost every mall in the pre-Purple Rain United States. He stayed absolutely still for a moment, making sure he hadn't tripped any magical alarms or been noticed in some other way. After he waited long enough to tell the coast was clear, he began moving away from what he thought was the barracks area toward other parts of the mall. It took him a while to figure out the layout of the place, since protectors were wandering everywhere and had to be avoided, but Jake used the dim lighting to his advantage. All the lanterns scattered around offered pools of light, but the mall was a large space, and human eyes didn't work too well transitioning between light and dark. It also helped that Jake could command his cloak to cover him from head to toe as he hid at times. His supernatural senses also helped. There was practically no chance of anyone catching him off guard, not while he was actively using his sense like this. Eventually, Jake verified that one department store was being used as a makeshift barracks for the protectors. Another department store was full of cots and was functioning as a refugee rehabilitation center. Some adjacent stores were being used as hospitals. He'd overheard some of the refugees saying that there were other accommodations for people across the street to the north. The protectors were using a strip mall there as another camp. He also learned that some of the people in the tent city outside had chosen to stay there instead of going to the strip mall, because with no AC, staying indoors could get hot. Maybe the protectors taking over the area had been part of why his parents had moved. Some of the people in the parking lot had been rounded up by the protectors from their homes, apparently for safety. While they were doing whatever they did, they could have easily switched uniforms, or said they were from any organization. He remembered the war hounds that had attacked the Andersons' house. But the way the protectors had laid out the mall didn't make a lot of sense. From Jake's perspective, the entire operation seemed extremely inefficient. Of course, that was only if the end goal was to actually help people. If the aim was to just create an excuse to concentrate people together, that was another matter. He remembered when the grasshopper mice had died in his first life, when he'd been transported to Ahriman's domain. He shuddered. Maybe the situation was similar here. But instead of laying bait, the forces of evil were farming. Jake moved to the other end of the mall, where there were fewer life signs and some conflicting energy signals. He noiselessly ghosted through the hallway, hugging one side, and darting into the empty stores to avoid patrols. He noted the piles of plywood and other building materials that had been used to board up most of the entrances and reinforce windows. It was a lot of building materials. Some of it could be explained by the nearby building supply store, but not all of it. How the hell did they do all of this so fast? Jake thought. What he was currently seeing seemed to validate his theory that the protectors had somehow known that Purple Rain was going to happen. In fact, maybe these same assholes had brought the vampires to Mexico in Jake's first life. Such a thing had always been denied by the government and the company, but it just didn't make sense for the forces of the dark to be so organized a week after Purple Rain if they hadn't been waiting for it. He could hear a generator outside somewhere. It was faint, barely a buzz even to Jake's enhanced hearing. Eventually, Jake reached the end of the hallway. What had been a department store looked like a fortress now. The storefront facing the inside of the mall was just like the outside of the mall now, all boarded up and reinforced. He heard distant voices. The guards were usually silent as they walked around. This was new. Jake jumped up to the second level of the mall with hardly a rustle and hunkered down to watch. A group of 3 people, 2 buzz-cut men and a pinched-faced woman dressed in protector uniforms, approached with a gurney, wheeling an elderly woman down the hall. She was muttering to herself, sweating and in obvious pain. One of the men, a big hulking brute, looked around first before casually punching her in the face. The old woman began to wheeze as she tried to cry out, but the blow had been sudden and savage. None of the other people in the little group said anything about the abuse. The 3 protectors unlocked a door and disappeared into the area beyond the newly built barrier. Jake watched where the group had gone and thought about using his radio for a moment, but dismissed the idea. He still didn't know anything for sure. What he needed was proof. There had to be some very serious evidence of something terrible happening before he could call in the cavalry. That was the deal. He phased and moved into the barricaded building beyond, finding a good hiding space to materialize in a closet. Closets were apparently becoming his safe place of choice when he came out of a phase. The building beyond had been converted into some sort of twisted medical, or maybe butchering, facility. Scents of blood and offal practically filled in the air. Kiddie pools with dried blood on the bottom were scattered around. One side of what used to be the department store had white plastic sheets hung from floor stands, making something like hanging walls. If not for the grim debris on the floor, the filth and casually discarded personal effects littering the floor, the makeshift plastic rooms might have looked like a field hospital. Jake could smell fresh blood. He did a quick scan of the area and frowned. Evidence would suggest that this building normally had at least a dozen people working, doing whatever evil shit they did. Based on prior experience, Jake was fairly certain the place was used to drain people of blood. He reasoned it was probably easier to move around containers of blood than people. But then he thought about how they'd have to move the bodies anyway. That didn't make sense. There just wasn't enough information. The area beyond the hanging plastic walls was lit up, and Jake could hear a low moan that stopped after a striking sound rang out. Most of the light was being cast by a lamp hung overhead, suspended by an ugly-looking yellow cord. Jake realized that most of the building was dark except for this light. Since he could see so well in the dark now, sometimes he forgot that normal people couldn't. When he got closer, he could hear soft talking.
In the ass.
have to wake up just because this old bat decided it was time to die at fucking 4 a.m. Well, let's just get this over with so we can go back to bed. We can start tomorrow later. Justino said so. How is her heartbeat? She's still alive. Keep draining.
This was the woman's voice.
Tell me the second she dies or we'll hear a fucking earful. I kinda wish she'd just hurry up and fucking croak. No way. We need to do a good job. I know, but it's not our fault if she buys the farm and lets us get done with this faster.
The woman spoke again.
The flow is starting to slow. We might need the other arm, too.
This stupid bitch, muttered one of the men. There was a sound of a body being punched. Pain in the ass even now. Now that he was listening for it, Jake could hear the sound of dripping liquid. The smell of blood was even thicker in the air. He jumped to the department store wall, right over the makeshift plastic sheets, and was in the midst of the protectors a heartbeat later. There was some sort of slat system against the wall, maybe part of the store before Purple Rain. The old woman Jake had seen earlier had been tied up against the wall upside down with zip ties. She was gagged and barely conscious, her eyes rolling in her head. One of her arms was tied to one side. The other was lashed to the wall, fully stretched out, pointed at the ground. Her hand had been cut off at the wrist. The severed hand was about 10 feet away in a plastic bucket. Below the severed hand, a steady stream of blood was hitting a funnel that fed it into a large, empty 5-gallon water container, the kind used in office water coolers. The protector woman had a stethoscope to the dying woman's chest. Like her male counterparts, she wore a white lab coat over dirty clothes. Her expression was bored and disinterested as she intimately listened to her victim die. The 3 torturers hadn't even noticed Jake's presence before he'd torn out the big man's throat with his teeth. Jake didn't really have a plan yet, but maybe killing people in the building, like a monster, might cause more confusion or even panic later. He had a half-formed idea of confusing the protectors. Maybe they'd freak out and lead him to whatever vampires they might have stashed away somewhere. It was a little fuzzy, but he hadn't had time to do much thinking before having a mouthful of blood. There was no way he could have just sat around and done nothing, listening to some asshole punch a defenseless old lady. The scene was bad. Jake had seen some terrible things in his life. The casual, clinical nature of what was being done here was definitely up there. What he just found would definitely be enough to convince the 3 liberator groups that he wasn't lying. Unfortunately, how to get them in here to see the grisly scene was another problem entirely. If the internet and phone service still existed, maybe he could have done a 2-way video call. That would have been convenient. The protector woman's eyes widened in fear. She cursed and began to draw a pistol. But before she'd even cleared leather, Jake crushed her wrist with his full strength and slammed his other hand palm first into her nose. The woman would have reeled back, but Jake pulled her forward and tore out her throat with his teeth, too. She fell to the ground, still trying to access her pistol with her good hand. Her eyes were full of pain and spite. Jake held her gaze as he used his full strength to crush her sternum. Then he turned and punched the big man he'd already bitten in the head, knocking him unconscious so he'd bleed out more quietly. Jake shook his head sadly as he regarded the victim on the wall. She was close to death. He drew a knife from his storage ring and stabbed her through the heart as a mercy. Then he said a brief prayer for her in his mind and felt a sense of relief that doing so didn't burn him or make him catch on fire. Sometimes the little things were the most precious. He stood still and silently regarded the last protector, a man he caught in the act of murdering and draining a helpless refugee. The survivor was thin and lanky. His goatee was wispy, more of a wannabe soul patch. He reeked of cigarettes and marijuana. His shoulder-length hair looked greasy, dirty. Jake had encountered a few people like this in his first life, followers of the dark. He knew what kinds of people they often were and what motivated them, what kinds of promises they might have gotten. And now Jake was aware of the divine conflict, the great game. Eternal conflict. Threatening this man for information would have unpredictable results, but maybe there was a better way.
Human. I have need of information.
Give me what I desire, and I will spare your life and reward you with power. I have need of servants, so I have spared your life for now. You have potential. I can feel it.
The man's head came up slowly. He was obviously terrified as he glanced furtively at Jake. There was a moment of silence. Jake thought he might have been laying it on a little thick with the evil monster act, or maybe the obvious and obviously bullshit flattery. But luckily curiosity and greed replaced some of the fear in Goatee Guy's cowardly expression.
May I humbly ask your identity, Lord?
Interesting, Jake thought. He was riding some righteous anger at seeing what had happened to the poor woman on the wall, but he had stumbled onto an opportunity. This man was a piece of garbage, the type to want to become a fisher witch. He obviously didn't care about his dead murderer associates, which wasn't exactly a shock. Jake could tell the man had already made the decision to spare his own life however he could, and was already trying to curry favor, ready to jump ship. People like this made Jake sick. At least real cultists had some sort of conviction, but people like Goatee Guy didn't even actually stand for anything. They were like leeches, selfish and empty.
You may call me Darken,
Jake said. He reflected that talking monsters didn't actually grow on trees, so he could say whatever he wanted. His very existence made whatever he said seem legit.
I am the avatar of the god, Greedo. The mighty power of the Dark Lord Greedo inhabits this body. Bow low and show your respect, or be destroyed.
Internally, Jake winced. He could run a bluff if he had to, but this little performance now wasn't going to win any awards. Luckily, his act was working, and the man immediately prostrated himself.
Okay, Darken, host of the mighty Greedo, I greet you and I submit.
This guy has obviously had some experience dealing with the megalomaniac evil types, huh? Jake thought. Darken was a character from a novel he'd read once, and Greedo was a Star Wars character. Most definitely not a god. The ex-protector seemed to be buying it all, hook, line, and sinker, though, and seemed sincere. Jake's first impression must have been profound. He almost asked for Goatee Guy's name, but realized at the last second that the evil god types wouldn't care. Instead, he growled,
Servant, I am at war with Tlaloc. Do you understand that you have been serving my enemy?
Yes, oh great Darken. I was promised many things by the priest of the Dark Rain God and his avatar, but I have seen your greatness. Please bless this lowly servant with knowledge of your power.
Jake blinked. Is this really how these people talk? How weird. He understood the hidden meaning in Goatee Guy's request. This leech wanted to know what Jake was going to give him for betraying his first Dark Master. Fair enough. Time to build some bullshit.
All of my servants will receive the eternal bite and will become like me. Fast, strong, and one with the shadows. Greedo's magical power is shared with my servants. Power to rule over all other humans in this changed world. To prove your loyalty and earn this honor, you will tell me about your mission here for my enemy. You will spare no detail. Do you understand, servant?
Oh yes, great Darken. I will serve and obey.
For the next half hour, Jake listened while Goatee Guy spilled his guts. He asked a few questions, but it was mostly unnecessary. Goatee Guy basically told his life story, and Jake learned that he'd been working for evil, mostly for free. His rewards had been protection from the Purple Rain world, being part of a winning team, and a hope of one day being selected to become a fisher witch or a vampire. The guy was not very highly placed in the organization. He volunteered his name, Alex, and even explained how he joined his organization. Jake worked to keep his face still, his expression vaguely menacing, but his guts churned. What he was hearing was unreal. Alex had been approached to be a follower of evil on the internet way before Purple Rain. Someone or something had definitely known that it was going to happen, and even when, right down to the minute. He'd been recruited, invited to a camp, paid, and slowly brought on board. Jake would have been impressed by the process if he hadn't been hearing about evangelical evil. This information confirmed that people had known about Purple Rain before it happened, too. In his first life, the official word around the world had been that the world ending had been a surprise for everyone. But Jake wasn't naive enough to think that the leaders of post-Purple Rain America hadn't known the truth if he was finding out now. So why had they lied? Once Alex finally got done telling Jake everything he wanted to know, he said,
"Well done, servant. Are you prepared for your reward?"
Yes, great Master Darkin.
Close your eyes.
After the man had closed his eyes, Jake drew his sword and cut the man's head off. He turned his back on the corpse and didn't feel an ounce of pity. The entire makeshift medical area was already drenched with blood from Alex's two associates. Now the bottoms of the makeshift plastic walls were stained red. Jake was covered in blood, too. He didn't care. Killing people with his teeth hadn't bothered him either. Maybe his new form was changing his perception. That was a disquieting thought. But still, at least he hadn't felt the need to bite Alex. His half-assed plan from earlier was no longer an issue anymore. What he'd just learned made speed more important than stealth now. Jake turned on his radio. He kept it off earlier so it wouldn't make any noise and give away his position. After thumbing it on, he hit the talk button.
"Vincent, do you hear me?"
It didn't take long to hear a response.
Yes. How's it going at the mall, Mr. Grimm?
Not good. I interrupted a murder and blood draining, and found out most of what the Macon Protectors have been doing. They are all cultists. Some of the worst. But most importantly, they're keeping most of the vampires they've been sneaking through portals at the college across the street to the south. If those things get out and start a rampage, it'll be bad.
There was a pause.
Oh, that's a little surprising, but only a little.
Jake frowned.
What?
Well, no offense, Jake, Mr. Grimm, Heavenly Grimm. I didn't entirely trust you, so while you were getting into the mall, the warhounds did some poking around.
You didn't stay where you said you were going to stay?
Nope.
Vince's tone was completely unapologetic.
We borrowed some of the electric motorcycles from the Post-Apoc Kings, too. I don't know why they had so many, but the damn things are amazing. They're almost silent. Charging them back up might be an issue, but it's not my problem. So anyway, we already scouted around the mall, left the music playing trucks back at the waiting spot, and at the college saw bodies being taken out the back.
You what?
We actually caught them doing it in the residential neighborhood through the trees from the college. Suspicious activity. We caught some of them red-handed while they were working to get rid of bodies. They talked fast. The bodies were taken through the trees, put in panel trucks, and driven off to be dumped, far enough not to attract more zombies to Macon. After that, we killed those guys, obviously. Then we checked out the college, and lo and behold, we actually caught sight of the people the Post-Apoc Kings had a shootout with before accusing us of it. The Fire Mage and the Strongman. We're pretty sure they're part of the Screaming Demons now.
Vince, don't do anything. You need to stay put until I can join up with you again.
Vince didn't seem to hear him. His voice was haunted as he said,
The bodies were bad.
He coughed.
Really bad. And my group's mage can feel monsters in the college campus. A lot of them.
His voice grew grim.
These people are most definitely some evil fucks, so we're about to light them up.
Most of Jake's brain focused on the part about the two people Vincent said he'd ID'd. The people involved in Jake's family being murdered. His palms started to tingle in anticipation, but he also began getting a bad feeling. Through the radio, Jake could hear the sound of engines. Then a whispered,
Hey Vince, they're here. Music's muted right now.
The Post-Apoc Kings are with us,
Vince said.
They owed us. The Night Rangers are coming around the back way.
As soon as the rest of the convoy gets here, we're gonna hit this place. But don't worry, you were obviously right about the protectors, so we're not ignoring what you said about the music. We're not doing anything until the rest of the convoy gets here first, and then we're gonna hit the entire place with everything we got.
Wait, Jake hissed. Wait for me to get there before you do anything. You don't know what you're getting into. They have some powerful help.
No, I know you can destroy us all, but listen here, Jake.
Vince's voice was firm, resolute. With dawning horror, Jake realized that the Warhound's leader had already decided to start a fight.
The bodies. Like I said, they were bad. Some were kids. One was my son's age. There are some things, if you see and walk away from, you can't call yourself a man again. No, a human being.
His voice choked up, and in the background of the radio, Jake thought he could hear music.
So you...
The transmission was suddenly full of popping sounds that Jake recognized as gunfire. He listened carefully, and thought he might have heard something outside of the building he was in, too. Yes. The tent city outside could probably hear the shots and were growing alarmed. The radio cut off.
Hello? Hello? What's going on?
Jake snarled. There was no reply.
Damn it!
He cursed. He paced for a moment, trying to decide what to do. One of the pieces of information he'd gotten from goatee guy Alex had been about their leader, Trossist. The leader of this merry band of cultists was very, very dangerous. Alex had only seen him once, and basically described him looking like a master vampire. Jake had a feeling that this Trossist might be the mage that had been controlling the doll he'd met earlier. For Jake, that meeting had taken place a year ago, but he could still vividly remember the creepy doll thing, and the sense of power he'd gotten through it. Of course, Earth time had only been half a day ago. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life again. Vince's voice was quiet, strained. There were more gunshots and roars in the background.
Grim, Jake, you still there?
I'm here.
So, Jake, we fucked up.
What is happening?
Some of the guys saw some protectors come out with another body and opened up. Everything was fine for about a minute, but then someone in the college let out the vampires. It happened fast. The damn thing scattered. We're pulling back, but they're following. The vampires are all over the damn place. And that was bad enough, but some guy appeared on the top of the college buildings right after we opened up, too. He was laughing and destroyed our cover with magic. One of the trucks was destroyed. I think he was aiming for the music car. This guy, he's scary as hell. When we shoot at him, nothing happens. Just like what happened with you.
There were sounds of screams and more gunshots through the radio. Vince barked orders, directing the Warhounds to follow him. The sound of a revving engine was loud through the radio.
And another bulletproof thing tore through the post-apoc Kings before we broke contact. We need you, Jake. Grim, we fucked up. Get over here ASAP. Fuck!
There was an explosion through the mic, and Jake actually could hear this outside the mall, too.
We're gonna regroup at the shopping center to the west from the mall, the one with the grocery store. Meet us there.
The radio cut off, and Jake heard engines revving up from outside. There were shouts and screams.
God damn it!
Jake passionately cursed again. It sounded like the protectors were waking up now. They had to be gearing up to reinforce their vampire factory. The jig was up now, and they had no reason to pretend to be the good guys anymore.
Why doesn't anyone ever follow instructions?
If he didn't hurry to support Vince and his crew, they were likely all going to die. But he couldn't head straight there either. If he did, the entire area would just be swamped with bad guys. They'd be surrounded. Jake might escape, but he couldn't save the state of Georgia by himself. Jake phased and flash-stepped into the mall. The best thing he could think to do right now was to sow as much chaos as possible. He needed to give most of the protectors a reason to stay at the mall.
Fuck!
He cursed. Jake ran through the hallway and grimaced as an alarm started blaring.
Where the hell did that come from?
He wondered aloud. A couple of protectors came out of a dark storefront, putting clothes and gear back on. It wasn't hard to figure out what they'd been doing. Jake barely slowed as he heel-palmed them both in the chest with all his strength. They flew backwards, breath knocked from their lungs. While they were on the ground, Jake gave them both a savage choke slam. One neck actually broke. The two would-be reinforcements flopped on the ground like fish as Jake raced to the Protector barracks. He had a fire to start. Luckily, he'd had plenty of practice. Chapter 33. Jake ran through the mall. He killed 2 more Protectors and was not exactly subtle about it. Jake even shot one of them with a pistol he'd pulled from his storage ring. In his past life, he'd never been lucky enough to own an H&K Mark 23. It was nice to have one now, but he was also amused by the fact that he needed to literally die first. He rounded a corner, and 2 Protectors saw him the moment he saw them. One of them had a rifle. Jake only caught a glimpse, but it looked like a fall or something. Felt like it, too. When a bullet struck his protection field, it felt like he was getting hit by a huge pillow with a wadded-up ball of socks inside. The Protectors' radios chattered as Jake flashed up toward them, and one managed to rattle off a code into his mic before they were both down. Jake didn't mind, though. The entire point of this frontal assault was to sow confusion and panic. He didn't waste any time when he reached the fortified area leading to the Protectors' makeshift barracks. It was time to make some fire. Jake waved a hand and splashed the wooden walls with dozens of gallons of gasoline that he'd borrowed from the Post-Apoc Kings. With the gas in place, he didn't even waste any spiritual energy to light it on fire. He just used a lighter. The gasoline whooshed into flame as a door opened and 2 more Protectors ran out. They immediately started to shout in alarm, and Jake heard yelling through the open door, too. He flash-stepped away down the hallway, leveled a hand and built a simple but concentrated demonic contradiction wave. Jake compressed the energy, layering it and folding it. When he delivered the attack, it hit like a train. The destruction looked like a wrecking ball that crashed through all the plywood barriers. Flames from the fire Jake had started blew through the hole, along with most of the remaining gasoline. Screams rang from inside. The hallway was suddenly flooded with more light as lanterns in the Protectors' barracks reached the rest of the mall. Firearms barked and bullets whined through the air. Cultists fired blindly in Jake's general direction. He faded back into a shadow, took a few seconds to prepare another powerful demonic contradiction wave, and sent the attack deep into the heart of the Macon Protectors' base. The cacophony was satisfying, as was the way Protectors came boiling forward like angry ants. Flames blocked most of them from getting any further, but a few had fire extinguishers. Jake leveled his pistol and emptied the magazine. He didn't need to hit anything, just keep the enemies' heads down and make a lot of noise. Then he faded around the corner, dumped a few gallons of gasoline, and lit it on fire, too. That done, he flash-stepped in the opposite direction, approaching the refugees area. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to convince them that the Protectors were the bad guys, or even talk to them at all, but he figured it was worth a shot. If worse came to worst, he could definitely still scare them out of the mall. Jake phased right into the department store, got on top of a makeup counter sporting some looted product stands, and shouted,
"Humans, hear me! Pay attention!"
Dead silence rang for several seconds. Multiple eyes stared at Jake over slack mouths. The spell was broken as a woman screamed, and one of the Protectors came running out of a changing room area. "Everyone get down!" the Protector shouted before he shot at Jake. The panicking Protector had terrible aim. Jake would have been completely unharmed even without his defensive field, but 2 refugees were hit by stray bullets. This was not what he'd intended, and he felt the nausea of guilt bubble up in his stomach. Jake growled and pointed his freshly reloaded MK-23, firing 4 rounds. One missed. One hit the man in the shoulder, one in the hip, and the other winged him in the neck. He went down with a hand on the side of his throat. All of the refugees screamed and ran away as fast as possible.
"That went even worse than I was afraid it might,"
Jake muttered. In hindsight, coming here hadn't been the greatest decision, at least not for someone with a conscience. But for creating chaos, it might have been perfect. He kicked one of the 45 ACP shells off of the makeup counter in frustration. Scaring the hell out of the refugees had made him feel dirty. He would have rather they'd listened to him, but that was logically a long shot from the get-go with how he looked now. Maybe it was for the best, though. Most people weren't warriors. Not really. It was a shame the asshole protector had hit two innocents, though. Fuckers. He hopped down from the counter and took the radio from the wounded protector. The beefy man was much more interested in keeping his liquids inside his body than attacking Jake now.
"Where is your partner?"
asked Jake.
"Most of you people move in buddy teams, right?"
The down man choked and coughed. But when Jake kicked him in the leg, the wounded protector pointed vaguely outside, then held his hand out in the universal gesture for mercy. Maybe before Jake had seen the murdered old woman a few minutes ago, or if he couldn't hear the wounded refugees groaning and crying behind him, it might have been different. But he didn't have any mercy left for these people. He leveled his pistol and put a .45 round through the man's forehead. Blood and brains splattered all over what used to be a display of designer handbags. Time to go, he thought. Phasing and flash-stepping outside, Jake took a moment to get his bearings. The sound of gunshots seemed to ring out everywhere. Smoke was rising from the mall. The refugees he could see were either running, cowering, or packing up what little belongings they had, preparing to flee. It was a good thing that Macon had been mostly free of monsters, or they would have been everywhere by now, too. Of course, that was about to change as the Protector's pet vampires ran amok. Jake remembered what Vincent had said about the mysterious figure destroying cover for the warhounds. Maybe he could throw some power around, too. A Macon Protector's truck was driving outside the distant barrier made of cars. Jake leapt straight up, far higher than a human could, and took advantage of the deep heavens midnight cloak's floating effect. It gave him a higher vantage point and a stable platform. He gathered a demonic contradiction wave, aimed, and let loose. The truck's windows all shattered at once. One side of the vehicle crumpled inward like it had been punched by a giant. It rocked to one side before veering off and slamming into a tree. Blood covered the interior. The driver and passenger were screaming, covered in injuries from the explosion and destroyed glass. He decided not to finish them off. It was probably actually a good idea to wound a few protectors instead of just killing them. They made for a bigger distraction and caused more noise. Jake moved like a silhouette of flowing night through the pre-dawn darkness, taking any clear shots he could find. By moving and shooting, he effectively ground the Macon Protector's mobilization to a halt. Occasionally they would shoot at where he'd just been, and sometimes the refugees were unfortunate casualties. Jake felt the guilt grow in the pit of his stomach, but there wasn't anything he could do about it other than hope the wounded would survive. All he could do was continue on this path, trying to stop these cultist assholes and save as many people as possible. His goal was still revenge. Stopping Georgia from becoming like Mexico in his first life was partially motivated by spite, but he couldn't deny the fury that these assholes were trying to bring hell to his home state. And he knew his family would be ashamed of him if he didn't do everything in his power to help people. It was one of the reasons he'd become an adventurer in his first life, and he'd wanted to fight back, to at least bloody the eye of the evil that had come to Earth. Jake missed most of his running shots, and even took a few hits that his defensive field shrugged off. But he succeeded in spreading terror and confusion as he headed toward the sounds of distant fighting and greater mayhem. Vincent Jones was facing the reality that he was probably going to die within the next few minutes. He hadn't ordered the actual attack on the college, but he should have known better than to think the others would wait. When they'd found the bodies, it'd been enough to make most of them throw up. Everyone who'd seen what the Protectors were transporting had been filled with revulsion, anger, and dismay. The Warhounds were a new group with similar interests, banding together for security. He'd forgotten that they weren't soldiers, and it might have cost everyone everything. The radio crackled, and an unfamiliar voice, maybe one of the post-apoc kings, hollered, "They're fucking everywhere! We're not gonna make it!" Vince keyed his mic and snarled,
"Clear the fucking radio. Keep the line open for leaders and direction. Over. Focus on staying alive and getting to the rendezvous point. We need to form a defensive position."
"Roger!"
The radio clicked several more times as others silently acknowledged the order. The entire convoy had scattered. Hopefully everyone was heading toward the rendezvous point. Vince had run over a vampire and gone the opposite direction, drawing some of them after him. His route had been longer, an attempt to distract some of the bastards away from his people. He'd already ordered everyone on the convoy channel not to head back to their bases, or they might have monsters follow them home. Besides, most of the gun hands were here. The only way to survive this would be to fight through it. But plenty of people were already dead, including Warhound's members. The vehicle that had been blasting music was gone. Vince had ordered everyone to play music in their car if they could. And as Vincent sped through the darkness, headlights set to high beams, radio playing the mix CD he'd had in the Jeep, he caught sight of vehicles right before shots rang out. His back window shattered. He recognized one of the SUVs. Vince grabbed the radio as he gunned the engine.
All elements, this is Warhounds 1. Be advised, I'm being engaged by screaming demons. Positive ID. Keep an eye on your 6, over.
After giving the warning, Vince swerved and put every ounce of attention he had into driving. Earlier, he'd enjoyed being alone in the Jeep, but now he would have killed to have a passenger to return fire. If not for the dead cars and other obstacles in the roads, Vince would have probably already been shot. In movies, cars stopped bullets. In real life, not so much. One round through the back of his Jeep might be lights out, but the chasing vehicles couldn't seem to get a good angle. He thought he caught rapid movement in the darkness to one side, and his stomach dropped. There were vampires everywhere now, and the bastards could move fast. He'd taken a loop, but the fact that they'd gotten this far already was terrifying. At least traveling this direction meant they were heading away from the rendezvous point, though. Dozens, maybe hundreds, of vampires had come boiling out of the college only minutes ago. They'd all pounced, screeching for blood. If not for the fact that a good number of the Warhounds and their allies had still been mounted in vehicles, everyone likely would have died. And that was before the figure in the robe had begun throwing around powerful magic. Vince was on a straight stretch of road now, so he floored his Jeep, trying to open up distance. What was left of a Walmart was to the right. The half-burned building flashed by before he swerved, taking a turn a little too sharp, trying to head back to the main highway. Like before, the debris and crashed vehicles all over the place were obstacles, but also provided cover. The grocery store shopping center was close to the Macon Mall, only just down the street from the Protector's headquarters. The Warhounds weren't trying to hide. There was no running away from this. This was a battle. If they retreated now, the Protectors would likely come with numbers to crush them. He'd rejected the idea of running again for the same reason he had earlier. The first time he'd made the decision, it had been before he'd seen with his own eyes that the Grimm had been telling the truth about the Protectors. As unlikely as it had seemed, this was reality. The Protectors were the bad guys, the worst kind. And if Jake had been right about that, he was probably right about Macon being ground zero. If Georgia fell, the entire eastern half of the United States would become Monster Central, too. Vince would not be able to protect his family if that happened, no matter if they escaped the state or how lucky they were. Luckily, the other Warhounds, the Night Rangers and the Post-Apoc Kings, all seemed to be on the same page about this. They were all scared shitless, but had also accepted that running away wasn't an option. Being told about the second end of the world by a demonic-looking thing with glowing blue eyes that casually ripped apart ghouls had been convincing. Jake could have killed them all, but had been helping. Whatever he was on their side. Hopefully he'd get his scary-looking ass to the grocery store, so the Warhounds would have their trump card. This was do or die. Vince hoped to Christ he was not the only one left alive. He also hoped the guys who'd started attacking earlier against orders were still alive so he could punch them in the face. He finally hit the highway and willed his old Jeep to haul ass. Behind and ahead he could see the muzzle flashes of weapons firing in the dark. It looked like some homeowners that had been hiding were out there now, maybe attacked by vampires. The entire area was a mess. Cars and trucks' headlights were zigzagging around both sides of the road. Maybe Warhounds who were escaping and trying to reposition like Vince was. He hoped, at least. Headlights from the pursuing screaming demons cut across the highway as he was about to turn left to head to the shopping center, but he saw a dozen shining pairs of eyes. The street was swarmed with monsters.
Fuck!
He cut the wheel hard to the right as he braked and dropped the Jeep into a lower gear. Then he gunned it across the median, back to the highway. Gunshots rang behind him, and he checked his mirrors, trying to spot the monsters he'd seen. He didn't think they could run fast enough to catch him, but he didn't want to make any assumptions. He hadn't been sure if what he'd seen had been vampires or ghouls. Either type of monster would be bad news. If he would have slowed down to get around an obstacle, they could be through his driver's side window in a flash. He hoped the damn things would go after the screaming demons, assholes. Even if those psychos were working with the Macon protectors, monsters couldn't be controlled, could they? A Mexican grill flashed by on the left as he began getting up to speed again. His radio crackled to life.
All elements, this is Rich from Night Rangers.
The man's voice was terse, stressed.
We have a position at the discount grocery store, one standing by itself. If you drive to us, hit your high beams twice so we know you got this message and that you're you. There's snipers on the roof that can help if you're being followed. Over.
That makes sense,
Vince thought. From a single building standing by itself, the defenders could see in every direction better. It would be harder to catch them unaware. They'd be a more conspicuous target, but it sounded like some of the guys were already set up. And unlike Vince, most of the warhounds had fled straight to this area after the original mission had gone south. He had to believe most of them had survived. He had to. There were a hell of a lot of Macon protectors, and they had a few mages. He kept frantically looking left, trying to find a place he could cut over the median again and just drive off-road into the shopping center. But there was a chain-link fence separating the highway from the parking lots. No good. Vince knew better than to challenge a fence with his Jeep. Even if he made it through without killing himself, it would probably kill his ride. And Vince couldn't outrun monsters or SUVs on foot. He finally neared the next intersection, the last before the Macon Mall. Only a large residential area separated the shopping center from the mall down the street. The intersection looked like it used to have a makeshift blockade, probably set up by Macon protectors, but now it was unmanned. All that was left were some broken boards, leftover twisted metal and glass on the ground. Either the warhounds or a warhound ally had smashed through whoever had been blocking this place, or maybe they'd left due to the monsters. Vince drove across the median again to get a lead on his pursuer and evade fire. He had to slow down as he turned, but was still going fairly fast. So when a car came crashing down in the middle of the street ahead of him out of the freaking sky, he almost couldn't stop in time.
What the fuck?
He yelled. The Jeep fishtailed as he slammed on the brakes. His front bumper crumpled as he hit the destroyed car in the middle of the road at a skidding 10 miles per hour. Vince was glad he didn't have an airbag. And the Jeep died.
Shit, shit, shit!
He hissed. He kicked the door open. It took both legs. Then he climbed out of the vehicle as fast as he could, grabbing his Mossberg 500 and taking it with him. The moment he was outside on the road, he almost made a run for it, but stopped dead when he saw where the thrown car must have come from. Some sort of huge monster, a giant with 3 eyes, was standing on the left side of the road. It must have thrown the car to create a trap, and now it opened a creepy, pointed mouth. A vampire crouched to one side and behind the thing, not moving. Maybe it was waiting for scraps. Vince didn't hesitate. He aimed his shotgun at the giant and rattled off 3 12-gauge rounds, 2 slugs and 1 00 buckshot. There was no noticeable effect. The giant took a step, and that one stride immediately ate up half of the distance between them. After shooting the rest of his shells in his shotgun's tube, Vince transitioned to his pistol, a good old Sig P220. The odds of his shots doing anything to an almost 20-foot-tall monster wasn't great, but Vince knew he couldn't run, and he wasn't going to die cowering. He promised himself that a long time ago. Screeching tires and distant headlights on the highway could have been friend or foe, but either way they weren't going to reach his position before the giant had caught him. He knew he was screwed. This was it. The giant was taking another step forward when suddenly its arm fell off at the shoulder. A spray of thick-looking blood erupted from the wound, and the giant made a ground-trembling, foghorn-sounding cry of pain. Vince ran a palm over his face to refocus his vision. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Grim, Jake, stood behind the giant now, a sword in his hand. His other hand was extended, and the vampire was down too, its throat torn open.
What the hell just happened?
The vampire on the ground was rolling around as it clawed at its ruined throat. Jake economically chopped his blade into its forehead and didn't spare it another glance. He jumped forward supernaturally fast while swinging his deadly curved blade. A moment later, the giant was collapsing, one of its legs almost severed. Vince's blood ran cold, even more than a few seconds earlier when he'd been sure he was going to die. He'd seen Jake kill a ghoul before, but it'd been nothing like this. The Grimm's casual display of power and skill with a weapon was unlike anything the Warhound's leader had ever seen before. The giant bellowed on the ground, rage in its mismatched eyes. Ropes of saliva fell from the thing's jackal-like mouth. This close, Vince could feel its hot breath. Its head turned, and Vince's stomach dropped as the giant focused on him. Then it snarled, clawing its way forward with one arm faster than it had any right to. Vince raised his pistol again, but Jake was already on top of the thing, planting his sword through the huge monster's skull.
He took it down in seconds,
marveled Vince. The giant had shrugged off enough hot lead to kill 2 grizzly bears, but Jake's sword had made short work of it. The Grimm spoke. His awful grating voice didn't bother Vince nearly as much as it had before.
"You should get going, Vincent, right? Most of the others that have survived are already at the grocery store. A few more are trickling in."
As if to punctuate what he'd said, a big truck managed to plow through the chain-link fence a few hundred yards down the road, the way Vince had just come. He hoped it was one of the Warhounds, or Kings, or Rangers. The night demons were still out there, but strangely enough, none of the ones that had been pursuing him were anywhere to be seen anymore. Vince shook his head to clear it.
"Grim! Jake! There were screaming demons in an SUV behind me."
As he spoke, he reloaded his shotgun. Jake nodded and pointed.
"They went after someone else. A few people have died from them, and more from the monsters down the street. The vampires are in a feeding frenzy now. There are others coming this way now, too,"
Jake said grimly.
"All of this chaos and blood is attracting monsters from far enough away that the protectors hadn't cleared them yet. What the fuck were you thinking? This is a disaster. You assholes really should have waited for me."
"Yeah,"
was all Vince said in reply. He didn't make any excuses. The Warhounds hadn't been together long, but he should have been a better leader. Plenty of his people had already died in the last few minutes. It was something he'd live with forever, if he managed to survive. Jake's gaze was terrifying as he seemed to peer directly into Vince's soul. The mysterious creature turned to look up the street.
"We will talk about it later. You need to regroup. Help your people. The Macon protectors are probably tied up for a few more minutes, but they are only 5 or 10 minutes away once they actually move out. So seriously, get going. Now."
"All right, I hear you. I'm gone."
Vince put actions to words and began jogging up the road. Now that he was paying attention, he could faintly hear shouting in the distance and see lights. The sound of an occasional gunshot rang out. All the commotion was probably coming from the rendezvous point. Suddenly, his brain seemed to unfreeze, and he remembered the gear he had on him.
"The radio,"
he thought. He pulled his radio out of his pocket.
"All elements, this is Warhound 1, on approach to the rendezvous point. Any Warhound's leadership on site, give me a sitrep, over."
"Vince, this is Warhound 3. We're here. I'm here on the roof."
Kathy's voice came over the radio clearly.
"Get your ass up here now. Come from the east. We're getting attacked from the west. Vampires. They're taking cover from bullets and trying to get close."
Vince spat.
"Warhound 3, this is Warhound 1. I'm heading that way now on foot. What the fuck are you doing there? You're supposed to be back at the base."
"No time to talk now, Warhound 1. I'm filling in as a medic. Hands are busy. It's good to know you're still with us. Be careful, Vince."
"God damn it. Got it. Out."
Up ahead, about 100 yards up the road, a zombie was shuffling out from the woods next to an oil change business. There were still monsters around, and they were likely being attracted to the noise and the light. Lord only knew how many vampires had been released into Macon from the college. He wasn't out of the woods yet. One of the freaky skeletal vampires could come leaping out of the dark any second. His heart beat 1,000,000 miles a minute, and the metric tons of adrenaline that had been hitting his system for the last 10 minutes made him jittery. He was keyed up to the max, ready to fight his way to his people. Suddenly he realized that his group's greatest weapon wasn't coming with him. He slowed and turned.
You coming?
Jake shook his head. His eyes glowed blue in the darkness.
No.
Even though the Grim hadn't raised his voice, the words carried.
I have a different fight now, I think. You need to reach your men and hold out until dawn. Then you can track down the vampires and kill them. Hell, burn them out. That is your only chance. Maybe arm some refugees. Some of them have run away from the mall.
The mysterious, horned, English-speaking monster suddenly cocked his head. He looked almost like he was listening. Then, with no warning, Jake jumped. A second later, the pavement where he'd been standing exploded. The Grim rode the purple flash, his cape spread out and widening. It seemed to help him float to the rooftop of a nearby bank. Vince stopped in his tracks. He didn't want to call attention to himself, but he watched where the Grim went. A tall, menacing figure, like the one he'd seen on the college roof, was having a face-off with Jake from across the street. The creature glowed purple, and just looking at the thing made Vince shiver. It felt like death.
Trossist, I presume.
Jake's raised voice was calm, cold. It carried on the night air.
Indeed, that would be me,
the tall figure said.
I believe we have met before.
Trossis dropped the hood of his black robe and revealed a monstrous fanged visage that was highlighted by the moonlight. Blood-red eyes with purple sclera burned above a sardonic smile. He held a gnarled staff topped by a crystal in one hand. Under his robe his body was gaunt, elongated in inhuman ways.
You were the doll?
Jake asked.
Yes. That situation has caused me a fair amount of inconvenience. I will admit. I should have destroyed you then.
Well, you can try now,
Jake said. Vincent thought it sounded like he was smiling.
You're a dark powers bootlicker. The only difference between you and a Fisher Witch is the amount of power and level of delusion.
Insults. Very well. Talk is cheap anyway.
The demonic red-eye figure leveled his staff and half of the bank building exploded. The blast fanned outwards, away from the point of impact, like it had been hit by the largest bullet ever made. Vince's heart dropped for a second, but after a flicker, Jake was standing right in front of him, looking completely unharmed.
Vince, you really need to go,
was all the Heavenly Grim said before flashing forward at Trossist. Jake's attack blurred at the creature's head, but Trossist blocked with his staff and swiped at Jake with long, jagged claws. The next series of exchanges were inhumanly fast, ending with the two of them both being blown away from each other by unseen energies. Vince had no idea what was going on, but he could recognize a fight that was way above his pay grade. Deciding not to order an attack on the Grim earlier had been a very, very smart decision. And now he was also sure that Jake was an ally. He might be a monster, but he was their monster. At least, for now. Back on the highway, new headlights were moving up the road at high speed. Vince had no way of knowing who they were. The situation was getting more chaotic every second, but he was sure of one thing now. Vince needed to get the fuck out of Dodge. He began running as fast as he could toward the grocery store, only pausing to destroy the zombie in his way with a well-aimed blast of 00 buckshot. Behind him there was another, louder explosion, and a few heartbeats later debris began to rain down from the sky. A large piece, probably several 100 pounds worth of vehicle, crashed through a window of the building to Vince's right. He risked a quick glance backwards and swallowed. Then he sprinted in earnest. Another building had just been partially smashed by a column of purple flame. Where the magic had hit now lingered a combination of violet and orange flame before it all transitioned to regular fire, the purple fading away. Two figures sped through the darkness, casting flickering shadows as they hissed and growled and tried to destroy each other.
Don't die, Grim,
Vince thought. His breath wheezed and his lungs burned, but he didn't slow down.
If you can't take whatever that thing is, I'm damn sure we can't.
Chapter 34. Jake barely got his saber up in time to deflect his opponent's staff. He ducked. Instead of taking his head off, the energy blade projected from the staff's crystal hummed through the air over his horns. The fight was not going well. Jake was wounded in multiple places. He was slowly healing some of his damage, but doing so while also maintaining enough energy to cycle his cultivation base was proving to be one hell of a balancing act and a drain on his focus. The battle had raged across the entire shopping center. Miniature bolts of violet fire erupted from the evil mage's pointed finger, forcing Jake to dodge. Each attack sizzled on the pavement where it hit. The sound was like someone throwing a spoonful of water in a frying pan full of oil. As Jake began to get closer, dodging like mad, Trossist suddenly made the air glint with a complex magic circle. With the sound of a tortured wind tunnel, a wall of flame rushed out. This attack was a dizzying display of destructive power that set parked cars on fire as it burst forward. Jake flash-stepped directly through the mystic plasma wall and savagely swung at Trossist's chest. The monster managed to parry and deliver a line of angry blue flame in a scything arc from his palm. The midnight cloak swirled around Jake's shoulders, barely blocking the attack in time. Jake barely dodged a follow-up stab to the face. He could feel the heat of his enemy's energy weapon as it passed where his head had just been. Trossist's staff was now as dangerous as Jake's Lunardal polishing-enhanced saber. Its projected magic blade could cut into concrete and asphalt. Both Jake's saber and the staff could stop each other, but right now the vampire mage had the advantage in reach and in mystic reserves. And it just wasn't fair that the evil champion was obviously magic-focused, but could still be so physically strong and fast. Jake grunted as he swung again, going for his enemy's knee, but Trossist flowed backward and perfectly timed a powerful kick to his shoulder. The midnight cloak didn't catch it in time, and Jake went sailing through the air, smashing through the window of an old Navy. His protection field was weakened enough already that it dropped for a moment after the impact of the terrible blow. He was actually cut by the glass. Only his gold-level body refinement flesh protected him from the worst of it. Jake rolled backwards, bringing up his empty hand and delivering the fastest demonic contradiction wave that he could generate. The blast blew out the front of the store, turning the remaining glass into a hailstorm of glittering projectiles. Trossist snarled as he canceled whatever attack he'd been creating, leaving the partially formed circle to fade where it hung in the air. He barely got up a half-sphere of protection in time to avoid being shredded. "Damn!" Jake thought. He'd hoped he'd get the asshole with that one. Experience had taught him not to give his enemy too much breathing room, so Jake dashed forward, closing with a powerful monster again. He thought about using a flash step, but dismissed it. Trossist had figured out at some point that Jake had a hard time using flash steps too many times in a row, and that they were the best defensive option he had. The nasty burn on Jake's leg had been the result of Trossist throwing spells around, trying to pin him. Luckily, he'd only partially succeeded, but the near miss had been enough to make Jake be a little cagier. He'd been the underdog in almost every fight he'd had in his second life, but he realized that he'd also gotten used to being underestimated. Unfortunately, this enemy had met him before and was not making the same mistake. And Trossist was the strongest monster Jake had ever actually fought before. In either life. The Savage Mage was at least a B-rank threat. A solid B-rank monster was an order of magnitude stronger than a C-rank monster, like a Fisher Witch. The Dragon in Colorado, the most powerful monster in America that Jake knew of, was A rank. Of course, between B and A ranks was BB rank. The ranking system had been created by scientists, or so he believed. Jake had always thought the system was needlessly complicated, but he was used to thinking this way now. Luckily, Trossist likely wasn't quite BB rank, but he might be getting close. The only reason Jake was still alive was in large part due to the Deep Heavens Solstice Society Midnight Cloak, and the fact that he was a cultivator. If Jake had been using magic instead of cultivation abilities, Trossist would have likely already won. In his first life, Jake had switched to cultivation from magic for a number of reasons. One was the general weakness of magic against cultivation techniques. Another was how progression in cultivation and harnessing more energy actually made the physical body stronger, not just one's techniques. And cultivating also developed the mind, as it sharpened reflexes and increased focus. The trade-off with cultivation was losing a lot of the versatility most mages had, but Jake's master had shown him that versatility was overrated if pitted against enough raw power. In this case, Jake was weaker than Trossist, but at least he was slightly stronger physically. He was resistant to his evil magic, too. Against a human mage, Jake actually might have won already. Unfortunately, Trossus was some sort of vampiric monster, and the champion of a god. And even though Jake could evade most of what was being thrown at him, his enemy seemed to have a lot of energy to burn.
"What are you, heavenly Grim?"
Trossus asked as he smirked and floated back.
"Yes, I know who you are. The Grim. After our first encounter, I took the initiative to investigate you. I know what you are calling yourself and some of what you have done, but not what you are."
It doesn't matter, does it? You will try to kill me either way.
"Well, yes, but we still have curiosity and manners."
Trossus made a gesture with his free hand.
"Look around us. There is beauty in a discussion amongst destruction, is there not?"
Little fires burned all over the parking lot, and entire businesses were burning. A staccato thunder of gunshots rang out in the distance, proof that humans still lived.
Beauty. I just see a lot of property damage.
A distant ghoul began getting closer, but apparently thought better of it. Jake could only imagine what kind of energy the two of them were giving off.
"Well, if you refuse to tell me what sort of creature you are, you should at least tell me what god you serve. You are a champion, are you not?"
None of your business.
Jake spat and was tempted to just leave it there, but he needed to keep his enemy talking so he could rest longer. He still didn't exactly understand how his physiology worked as a ghoul, but he was breathing heavily. If not for reflexes and luck, he might already be dead. Jake concentrated for a brief moment. With his enhanced senses, he could tell that the human defenders were hanging on, but barely. They listened to his advice about the music, which was good. Music really was a simple shield against mind tricks. Right now, the defenders were playing Waterfalls by TLC. Arcane energy had been steadily building in Macon over the last hour. It was strong enough now that he could be sure of it. One result of all the buzzing power in the region had been a massive increase in monster activity. The energy had been attracting them. With a great deal of focus, Jake could barely sense what the Macon Liberators were doing at the mall. At the moment, they were busy protecting their own asses from the waves of monsters invading the city. It was a little ironic how the protectors had cleared the cities of monsters, other than the ones they were harboring and feeding, of course, likely to reduce competition for vulnerable human prey. But their efforts to aid Tlaloc, to bring part of his realm to Earth, had ultimately attracted so many monsters that they were defending themselves and didn't even have the time or manpower to go after Jake's allies. This was fortunate for the Warhounds, where they would have been annihilated by now for sure. Jake was amazed they hadn't run out of ammo already. He wasn't sure what else to say, so he just babbled something random that came to mind.
Besides, you're wondering what I am? What about you? You should not even be here.
Trossus cocked his head.
"What do you mean? This is where I should be most. A dying world, ready for plunder, serving my god. What are you? Something monstrous, or maybe demonic in origin? Blocking us, you say? You must serve the dark as well. What is wrong with you?"
What is wrong with me?
Jake chuckled grimly.
That's rich, coming from some kind of fucked up Lord of the Dead-looking vampire thing that sacrifices children and kisses ass to an ugly, child-killing god.
Trossus rolled his eyes.
"You should speak more respectfully, especially since you're such a hypocrite. One of your titles is Feaster of Children, is it not, Grim?"
Jake's mouth worked for a second as he remembered his meeting with the Morrigan.
Titles?
He said, unable to keep the surprise from his voice.
You can see titles? How?
And now I am somewhat enlightened.
His expression was smug.
Yes,
I can see titles. Champions gain the ability to see titles, and will see more as they mature and grow in power. The fact that you know about them but did not know it was possible to see them yourself means you have likely been scouted to be a champion, but have not actually accepted the honor. Or perhaps you are not qualified yet. How interesting.
Jake was as impressed by Trossist's insight as he was angry at himself. "This is why you don't talk to monsters, idiot!" he mentally yelled at himself. How the knowledge that he was not a champion would help his enemy he didn't know, but he didn't like volunteering information. Luckily, the talk had gone on long enough for him to catch his breath, and he flash-stepped into a surprise slashing attack. He wasn't particularly shocked when Trossist somehow managed to block the strike. Just disappointed. The savage fight continued. Jake slammed into a car and grunted in pain. His energy reserves were actually getting dangerously close to running out. Power running through his meridians was ragged, uneven, and his channels were frayed. He was mentally and spiritually exhausted from rotating his cultivation base so fast for so long. Behind him, the Warhounds, the Post-Apoc Kinks, and what was left of the Night Rangers fought a desperate defensive battle. The Macon defenders mostly still had their hands full at the mall, but at some point members of the Screaming Demons had shown up and took pot shots from hiding places, or even attacked from moving vehicles. They attempted drive-bys with firearms or flinging magic. All of them avoided Jake and Trossist's fight now. Stray magic had torn apart a van with would-be opportunists, and a demonic contradiction wave had totaled one side of a Fiat. The driver had survived, unfortunately. The entire area had devolved into pure chaos. A group of armed homeowners had even come out of hiding from the nearby neighborhood to defend their families as best they could. Somehow the Screaming Demons were being largely ignored by the scores of monsters invading Macon. Jake figured they must have talismans or something for protection, but he didn't have much time to think about it, or to wonder why the Macon protectors didn't seem to have similar devices. His chest hurt, burned, and punctured. Makeshift shrapnel from an exploding wall had lacerated the back of his leg. A gaping cut on his shoulder was slowing him down. Jake was losing. The human groups he'd brought to the fight were losing. Everything was going wrong. If matters continued as they were, everyone was going to die for sure. But he still had one very large, very real hope. Sunrise is really soon now, he thought, and tried to keep every speck of what he was thinking off of his face and out of his aura. Not all monsters were weaker during the day, but a lot were. Vampires definitely didn't like the sun. And at the very least, during the day, humans could see better, and the monsters wouldn't have as much of an advantage from night vision or superior smell. His attention wavered for a second too long. He barely blocked a savage strike from Trossist. Jake immediately stepped into it, so he blocked the mage's staff, but not his energy blade. The impact of the blow still drove the back of his saber into his body. A sheer force of energy from the exchange flung him to the ground. Jake immediately sprang to his feet, but he didn't regroup. Didn't even gather energy for a demonic contradiction wave. This fight was going badly, and even though he didn't have to hold on much longer before sunrise, what he was doing wasn't working. He needed to change it up. Jake embraced the inhuman nature of his body. If fighting like a cultivator wasn't enough in this situation, maybe he could fight like a monster. He dropped his sword into his storage ring as he pounced forward, enhancing the claws on his pinkies with lunar dial polishing. Trossist's eyes widened, and the vampiric creature tried to levitate backwards at max speed. Jake flash-stepped, and just like that, he was right in front of his enemy. One hand clamped onto the staff, using all of his strength to immobilize it. He rabbit-punched the enemy mage in the face with his other hand before raking the side of Trossist's head with his enhanced claw. His attack didn't make it far through the mage's defensive, but put a nasty cut from his hairline to his jaw, through one eye and his lips. The next few seconds were a desperate struggle for control of the staff as Jake used every dirty fighting trick he knew. Trossist tried to burn Jake to death even as he grabbed with his weapon. Several magic attacks actually hit. Jake didn't relent. He surged forward, smashing his forehead into Tross's bloody face and sinking his sharp teeth into the high-level vampire's shoulder. Trossus roared in pain and anger. He began casting a powerful spell, but Jake threw knees and elbows, striking as hard and as fast as he could. The two of them crashed into a Home Depot. Trossus threw magic attacks at point-blank range, but Jake leaned into them, trusting his midnight cloak as he ripped and tore. They demolished a shelf full of toilets. Trossus bit Jake in the deltoid, right over the cut he'd sustained earlier. It hurt like hell, more than it should have, and Jake roared. He threw a hooking punch into the vampire's ear hole, dislodging the bite, and sidekicked him deeper into the plumbing department. Jake began building a demonic contradiction wave, a triple-layered one. He let it loose at the same time that Trossus snarled and launched a fireball. The first layer of the demonic contradiction wave exploded, mitigating some of the other attack. With the second explosion, all of the fire attack was overpowered, and Jake's third blast caught Trossus in the chest. His enemy was blown to the back of the store, scattering washing machines as he went. A moment of silence rang through the store, only broken by falling merchandise. Sounds from the fighting outside the store were clear now. The violent clash of energies had blown holes in the roof. Jake breathed heavily. He was dripping dark, evil-looking blood. His body was covered in cuts and burns now. He wasn't sure, but it felt like one of his arms was broken. One of his eyes was blurry. As he gasped, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was a mess. His body hurt all over, and his mouth tasted foul from biting Trossus, even after coughing up blood. He spat in disgust. A second later, the entire store exploded. He barely managed to channel energy into his defenses and flash step away from the worst of it before being blown backwards like a cannonball. It was hard to think. His head was fuzzy from the shockwave. If he hadn't evaded and defended himself, the blast would have killed him for sure. A few moments later, he realized a few things at once. First, he was up in the air. Whether he had been flash-stepped upwards in confusion, or the blast had taken him that way on its own, or even bounced him off the ground, he didn't know. He was so injured he could believe that he'd been bounced. The midnight cloak was keeping him floating high in the air better than a parachute could. Second, he was almost entirely out of energy. Protecting himself from being destroyed had taken almost all of the last of his reserves. Third, the explosion had been some sort of attack launched in a line. An angry burning scar extended from the back of the store, demolishing half of it and cutting across the parking lot. The pavement glowed red-hot. Cars had been vaporized. Little fires burned in dozens of places. It was a catastrophe, a level of attack that Jake could not hope to replicate yet. Fourth, the sun was finally starting to come up. Yay, thought Jake tiredly. These fuckers had killed his family, and the least he could do was ruin their plans. But that thought froze as he noticed one more thing. An exhausted and wounded Trossus was talking to some bowing protectors in the parking lot below. He looked angry and frustrated. The cultists bowed lower. Lastly, Jake noticed that at the grocery store where the warhounds were fighting, more of the screaming demons had pulled up in vans. They were taking cover behind walls or engine blocks, trying their best to kill Vincent's people. And one of them threw fire. That's the fire mage! Jake recognized two of them from the description his sister had given him of the awakened that had killed the Andersons and his family. The tiny bit of light on the horizon hadn't actually lit up the sky yet, which was lucky for Jake. If it had been daytime, he would have been much more conspicuous while using the midnight cloak to float. Right now, Trossus seemed to think he was dead, or at least nobody was looking up. Jake felt like shit. His world was agony. But at least when he got down to the ground, he would still have enough power to go say hello to the assholes who'd killed his father. Jake could feel his eyes start to burn. He glanced back down again and swallowed. His heart went from radiating rage to dropping down to his feet. Trossus was leaving, heading north, right past the burning wreck of the Home Depot and into the forest. The mage was limping and noticeably agitated, even from such a distance. Oh shit, Jake thought. He was very aware of how lucky he was to still be alive, and that he'd wounded the Dark Champion as much as he had. Not only that, he still had all the information he'd gotten from Goatee Guy, Alex. Jake also had all of the mage training from his first life to draw on. And he had a very, very bad feeling he knew exactly what Trojan was going to do, which meant everyone was out of time.
Fuck!
He hissed passionately. He pointed a hand and considered building a demonic contradiction wave powerful enough to obliterate both of the screaming demon assholes who'd killed his family and pretended to be warhounds, the mage and the strong man. He might miss with his attack, but he felt in his bones that he could make it count. The problem was it would wipe out the last of his energy. After that, he truly wouldn't even be able to cycle his cultivation base to keep fighting. He was pretty much down to his claws and his sword now before he could recover, and his shattered body was going to make him much less effective. He could deal with the pain. Practicing the 4 winds of heaven purification had increased his resistance to pain by an impressive amount. But he wouldn't be much help to the defenders without the last of his energy, and he damn sure wouldn't be able to kill Trojan. Jake took a look around the ruined shopping center. Bodies were being savaged by ghouls behind cars and around corners. The warhounds and their friends desperately defended their shattered grocery store, possibly where they'd chosen to make their last stand. Vampires were slowly starting to slink away, repelled by the impending dawn. But the screaming demons, the same group that had killed Jake's family in his first life, had chosen now to join the party in earnest. Jake could kill the fire mage and strong guy and likely still get away, or still escape what was to come. But he just couldn't do it. He knew what it had been like to go to Ahriman's realm. Could he live with himself if he let that shit happen to Vince? Or the other decent people he'd met? What about the goth chick he'd helped before? She was still in Georgia.
Fuck. Goddamn motherfucker,
he sighed. He cast one more wistful glance at the 2 people he wanted to kill most in this world, before instructing the Midnight Cloak to lower him to the ground faster. The moment his feet touched the parking lot, he began shuffle running into the forest, going the same direction that Trojan had. Catching and killing that asshole was the only way to stop vampire hell from coming to America, and he had a terrible feeling he was the only one who could do it.
I'm sorry, Mom. Sorry, Dad. Sorry, Dina,
he said softly. He knew they'd approve of what he was doing, but he couldn't help feeling like he was betraying them. As he ran through the forest, gasping and hissing in pain, he wished he could cry properly. Instead, he just heaved in emotional distress while blood ran down his face. His earlier vague desire to get stronger crystallized. Jake was going to end Trojan or die trying, and after that, he was going to get so strong he would never be taken advantage of again. He vowed to never have to make a choice like the one he'd just made ever again. His mission to get stronger wouldn't stop until he could punch Ahriman's teeth through the back of his head. Sorrow and anger carried Jake through the early morning twilight. He couldn't quite bring himself to pray, but his eyes glowed blue and he flexed his claws, remembering a Bible verse that seemed appropriate. Praise be to the Lord, my rock, who trains my hands for war, my fingers for battle. His skin didn't catch on fire just thinking about it. Jake took that as a good sign. Chapter 35. The new day was still dark, but growing brighter. Jake slowed to a stop and sat. The slowly rising sun was good, but he had a problem beyond just the ragged and torn condition of his body. Where the hell is Trojan? He thought. He'd lost track of his quarry a while ago, and his supernatural senses weren't very helpful now either. Not only was the vampiric mage already slippery as an eel, senses-wise, Jake was running so low on energy that he couldn't put any extra power into any of his abilities either. His senses were currently not much better than his standard 6 senses. Jake's father had always told him that if he ever felt overwhelmed by a problem, he should first stop, take a breather, and then think about the solution instead of the problem. The woods were silent while Jake pondered. Even the animals were quiet. Maybe they could sense the end coming. His claw clicked as he tapped it on a rock. The solution, not the problem, he thought. Leaving when he'd had his family's murderers in sight hadn't been easy, and he didn't want to even consider that he'd let that opportunity go for nothing. He refused to let Trossist, the vampy mage, evil champion, dickhead, get away. No, that's the problem. Damn it. But maybe... Okay, I'll list the problems first so I know what to avoid, he thought. All right, so I need to catch Trossist. If I don't, the entire fucking area is going to stop being Georgia soon, he thought. Impending magical doom had been a strong hunch before, but by now he'd confirmed it. He could glance up and use his trained mage sight to see lines of magical force tied to workings, massive, ominous arms of power, all slowly extending over the entire area. This working was very different from what he'd experienced before he died, the S-rift to Ahriman's domain. That had been like an ambush. This was like sneaking up on the ignorant. He wished the bad guys had some sort of convenient magical epicenter where he'd find Trossist, but that was a pipe dream. This type of magic didn't work that way. Blood magic, dark ritual magic, didn't have to follow the same rules as traditional ceremonial circle magic. Trossist had vanished, and Jake was out of power. He also desperately needed to recover from all the damage his body had sustained. But if he took the time to do that, Macon would be doomed, and Jake probably would be too. Even if Jake could somehow recover, logically his enemy would be able to as well. Trossist had already been stronger than him before. If they fought a second time at full strength, Jake might not get so lucky again. The solution was he needed to find Trossist. And again, that realization didn't help much. He thought furiously, trying to find any clue that might help track down his enemy. Okay, he thought, Trossist wouldn't be going just anywhere, right? He'd have some sort of special place where there would have been blood ceremonies, human sacrifices, dark stuff like that. And there would be an altar to Tlaloc. So that means it could be anywhere. But the Macon protectors, or maybe dedicated cultists, would have needed to shuttle sacrifices there. Maybe blood, too. It would be a really bad place magically. Worse than where they were keeping the vampires in Macon. Probably isolated. Jake's thoughts suddenly tapered off as his memory was jogged. When he'd first gotten to Macon, when he'd been heading to the lake, he'd cut through the forest and seen a pickup truck driving at night. And he'd smelled blood at the time, too. He'd gotten a bad premonition about the vehicle. Even after all this time, the memory was still strong. It couldn't be that simple, could it? He thought. What would be the odds? The location of the little train he'd seen the truck on was not very far away. Jake didn't have anything to lose by acting on his hunch, so he endured the agony of rotating his cultivation base. His meridians and his muscles screamed in protest, but he got up to run again. He was tempted to try absorbing the energy of the last vampire core in his storage ring, but doing so would take time he couldn't spare. Instead, he just pushed on. If he wasn't already at the gold level of body refinement, he might have already completely destroyed his poor meridians by now. It wasn't something he wanted to dwell on. Well, I'll be damned, thought Jake. Thanks, Dad. Good advice. Thinking about the solution was what had tripped his memory, and it really did look like he'd probably found the right place. Now that he was here, past the magical veil, he could feel the area crawling with evil magic. He hid in the bushes about 100 yards away from a small old stone building in the middle of the woods. It looked like it had been half ruins at some point, but had been restored recently, probably with the help of magic. Rocks had been stacked up and fused together to patch up walls. A new chimney jutted above the roofline. The truck Jake had seen a few hours ago local time was parked nearby. Now he knew why the drivers had been out at night. They had been serving things far more dangerous and scary than any random roaming monsters. Jake could smell the thick, cloying scent of blood from where he crouched. Some of it was fresh. He thought he could see the tips of some fingers sticking up from the bed of the truck. Corpses. 2 more bodies, wearing Macon Protectors uniforms, were lying on the ground in front of the stone building's door, throats and wrists torn open. And flanking the building were 2 Fisher Witches. Jake's blood ran cold as he examined them. They were different looking than any he'd seen before, definitely more vampiric, but still unmistakable. Something like these things must have been what Trosus was trying to oversee the creation of, the ritual that Jake had disrupted. They were tall and gaunt, with narrow waists but wide shoulders. Their faces were demonic and ugly, almost bat-like. Long hanging arms tipped with claws drooped unnaturally low, past the knee. They had leathery skin, and it was patterned black and gray. Big ears swiveled around. Their eyes and second set of ears were human. Jake was still debating what to do when Trosus walked out of the building. The mage moved between the 2 Fisher Witches. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted,
"Heavenly Grim! I know you're out there. Why don't you come join us?"
The evil god's champion smiled as he turned in a semicircle.
"I know you can hear me. Why don't you come have a chat? We can be civilized beings, can't we?"
The Fisher Witches both jerked, like they'd been pulled by an invisible string, seemingly shocked by the announcement. They prowled to both sides of the building, their big bat ears pointing in different directions. Energy gathered around their bodies, forming a heat wave effect. Trosus put his hands on the Fisher Witch's shoulders.
"Peace, friends. Just be patient. We want to talk to our guest, not fight with him."
The 2 unnatural things settled down, but still looked hyper-alert. Neither of them spoke or looked directly at Trosus. Their body language communicated fear. They subtly shied away from the dark champion. Jake narrowed his eyes and carefully studied his enemy. Trosus definitely looked better than the last time Jake had seen him. It hadn't even been an hour, though. What in the... he thought. Then he glanced at the bodies on the ground and made the connection. Fucking vampires! The mage had obviously at least partially recovered, which was bad. Trosus suddenly waved a hand, creating a purple orb that buzzed directly at Jake before hovering over his head.
"Oh, there you are!"
he crowed. Trosus waved again, creating a magic circle that formed a sizzling bolt of violet plasma streaking for Jake's head. Uh-oh. Jake's enhanced mind gave him time to think while the missile flew at him. His tentative plan before actually seeing the shack had been to use his go-to strategy of burning stuff down, preferably with Trosus in the building. But now he wasn't in control of the situation, and being discovered like this was almost the worst thing that could happen. He was tapped out, energy-wise. Exhausted. His muscles screamed in agony. The moment extended. He was burning what little reserves of energy he had to stretch out the moment, but he was truly almost out of time. He had a decision to make. Should he run? No, that would be pointless. They'd catch him anyway. Jake drew a sword from his storage ring as he flash-stepped forward. He buzzed past the magic attack and swung savagely, using the last of his energy to apply lunar dial polishing to his weapon. All or nothing, he thought, baring his teeth. Then his stomach flipped as his enemy blocked with his staff. Trosus smiled a predatory smile. Shit, Jake thought. His heart sank. He didn't have anything left to give.
Subdue him. No killing.
The next thing Jake knew, he was being pummeled by the 2 Fisher Witches. Their claws tore his skin, and their fists rained down without mercy. It felt like the beating lasted a lifetime before Trosus stepped in.
Stop. Tie him up.
He chuckled, and the mage's eyes glittered at Jake on the ground.
You coming here was a lucky stroke for me. Thank you for your consideration. Considering you are the one who has caused me so many problems, it's only appropriate.
Jake couldn't reply. He'd already been gagged. Instead, he glared daggers at the mage. The Fisher Witches dragged him inside and dumped him on the floor in a circle set into the floor. They manacled his wrist, the attached chain running into the floor. Jake was standing on a large, dark stain. He wondered how many people had died in this spot over the last few days. One of the Fisher Witches took one last swing at Jake. He tried to block, but was only half successful, and the silent monster's big fist still caught him in the head. Then the two Fisher Witches plodded over to their own circles under Trossist's orders. One entire side of the room was practically covered in old dried blood. Splatters of it were even on the ceiling. In the center of it all was an ugly stone altar. The air was full of arcane energy. It practically crawled all over Jake's body. Other than Trossist, the Fisher Witches, and Jake, there was only one other person in the building, one of the Macon protectors. He was middle-aged, average-looking, and seemed remarkably composed, despite being the only human within a quarter mile, and surrounded by monsters. The man wore a large gold necklace covered in mystic sigils. His hands were caked in dried blood, maybe from a fresh corpse in the corner, but that could have been Trossist's handiwork too. It looked like Trossist had actually killed most of the Macon protectors that had been on site, drained them dry. This last one must have helped. He had to be a priest of Tlaloc. Over the altar hung a large, misty oval, crackling with energy. While the mage and Fisher Witches were distracted, Jake weighed his options. One hand was free, so he casually removed his gag to see if any of his captors would notice. None of them reacted. The manacle on his wrist completely cut off all of his power, everything. If he'd had more energy, maybe he could have resisted, but there wasn't any more fuel in his tank. He couldn't even access his storage ring. But monsters being monsters, when the Fisher Witches had beat him up and clamped him in the obviously magical manacle, they never even checked his pockets. Jake had a 9mm pistol concealed in a pocket holster, a compact but potent little Sig P365. Unfortunately, he couldn't do much with it right now. If he survived this situation, he vowed to keep a handful of useful things in his pockets from now on, despite having a spatial storage ring. Attacking the Fisher Witches or Trossist with his pistol would be useless. Jake might be able to commit suicide with it, but he was honestly not sure if he could kill himself fast enough with a pistol to make it count, since he was still a gold-level body refinement cultivator. Maybe a regular human would die fast enough, but he likely wouldn't. Jake was surrounded by enough raw dark magic to fry an egg. If Trossist didn't want him to die, Jake doubted he could actually escape that way, at least not without a more potent way to commit suicide. And ultimately, suicide was not an option anyway. Jake was really bad at giving up. Maybe there was still a way to fuck up Trossist's plan. That was at least one thing he could do. Jake drew his pistol, aimed at the only human in the room, and managed to rattle off 6 rounds. The first shot wiped the blood-soaked Macon protector's smug expression off his face as the bullet punched right through his nose and out the back of his head. 2 9mm projectiles hit center mass. One hit the man's shoulder. Another hit him in the stomach. The last round missed as a Fisher Witch pounced on Jake like lightning, snatching away the firearm as another big fist slammed his head into the ground. Jake's restrained arm was wrenched around as he was beaten again. Trossist yelled something, raging, but Jake couldn't understand it. His world was pain. Underneath it all, he endured, holding on to the spark of satisfaction that he definitely killed the human cultist. There was no way a regular human could have lived after getting a bullet to the brain. Hell, not many supernatural things could either. And sure enough, when Jake came to again, he saw the still blood-covered form of the dead priest in the back corner of the building. The Fisher Witches were both back where Trossist had originally told them to stand. One of them was staring at the new protector corpse with a hungry expression. It looked like the freshly killed man hadn't been drained. Meanwhile, Trossist knelt before the stone block and said out loud,
"Great Lord Tlaloc, I apologize for this early summoning, but without it we would fail. The situation has changed. Too many sacrifices are dying too early. Please accept this humble working early and bring your world to this unworthy place."
Magical script, written in blood, lit up all around the room. The scene was starting to remind Jake a little bit of the apartment where he'd first met Trossist's puppet. Jake's head spun. He hadn't ever felt quite like this. His everything hurt. He actually wished he were still a zombie at that moment, especially when the oval at the end of the room flashed and Tlaloc manifested. It was a much stronger sending than the first time he'd seen the god, and Jake felt like sandpaper was being run over his soul. The sensation was terrible, and the pain was spiritual, so he couldn't escape it. The evil god growled,
"I smell blood that has not been shed in my name."
His gaze moved to the dead priest on the floor.
"I also smell failure. More of it. Speak, Trossist. Explain."
Trossus didn't try to sugarcoat anything. He explained what had happened in Macon over the last few hours, touching on a few things Jake hadn't been aware of as well. It seemed the Macon protectors had actually been planning to summon Tlaloc's realm in a couple more days, but because of Jake's interference, they hadn't been able to wait any longer. Jake lost consciousness a few times during Trossist's hurried explanation, but he still caught the gist of it. While he struggled to stay awake, Jake wondered why Tlaloc wasn't there in the room physically, walking around like the Morrigan had been. Maybe he'd ask her, if he could avoid being flayed alive or his soul destroyed by a dark god. That would be nice. Part of him was aware that his mind was wandering. He tried to focus. His consciousness came back a little stronger, and he turned to see Trossus kneeling on the floor, facing the sending of Tlaloc.
"Rain Lord, please tell me what else I can do to make this right. Tell me how I can serve you."
His voice was not nearly as confident as usual.
"I already have, creature."
The ugly toad-like god snarled, pulling back his upper lip from blocky teeth.
"Your task was simple, but you have failed more than once. The ritual requires 3 creatures blessed with my power. A sacrifice of 3.
"Yes, but we have him."
Trossus gestured at Jake on the floor. Behind him, the 2 Fisher Witches' eyes were wide with fear, and they strained against purple rings of energy that held them silently in standing positions. Tlaloc shot Jake a withering glance.
"Although it pleases me that this insolent creature has been captured and bled in my honor, he cannot be prepared for the sacrifice without the High Priest present. And the High Priest is dead. You let him die."
Jake only barely restrained himself from letting loose an exhausted, gurgled chuckle. It didn't take a genius to realize that drawing attention to himself now would be bad. At least, the priest was dead. Yes, score, Jake thought tiredly. He was definitely feeling loopy. His only motivation to kill the human had been to exterminate a psycho. Jake had just gotten lucky. Who knew being a stubborn asshole would work so well in his favor one day? He coughed up some blood onto the already fluid-soaked floor. Jake lost consciousness for a few minutes, but came back to reality as 3 unearthly screams shocked him awake. The sound made his brain want to leave his skull. What the? Both Fisher Witches and Trossus were enveloped with purple fire, being burned alive. Lines of force ran from each monster's heart to the altar. Behind it, Tlaloc watched his servants be consumed with a stony expression. Suddenly the screams cut off, even as the 3 figures continued to be burned alive. A couple minutes later, nothing remained of them but a pile of ash. The god noticed that Jake had woken up and turned.
"I am glad you're here to see this. Now that I am more fully invested in your realm, I can see your titles clearly. Impressive."
He isn't insta-killing me, Jake thought with surprise. In the heat of the moment, in the past, he'd taunted this god. There was zero chance that Tlaloc had forgotten about that. I need to get it together. His tired, abused brain tried to move, to formulate thoughts and words.
"Thank you. What would be a reasonable way to address you, given our circumstances?" You should call me Master or Great Lord.
Please forgive my lack of proper etiquette with this question, but what should I call you while remaining neutral? The god ground his teeth and flared his nostrils.
Lord Tlaloc.
Very well, Lord Tlaloc. Jake highly doubted that being polite was going to significantly change anything, but spitting defiance right now wouldn't give him any benefit either. Since Jake was currently chained to the floor, in the epicenter of a major dark magic working, he needed to stow the snark. There were worse fates than death. He knew that for a fact. Jake really didn't need two evil gods harboring a rage boner for him, but he was getting a sinking feeling that there wasn't much he could do at this point to stop it. Now was the time to think, not scream insults. Tlaloc growled.
I will make this simple creature work for me. Give me your soul. Become my champion. If you do, I will let you live as my champion. When I bring my kingdom to this place, you will immediately earn the right to be a hero candidate of your world. Refusing this honor would be the gravest insult and will result in eternal suffering.
Oh, shit, Jake thought. Oh, shit. A direct question. He tried to dodge it. May I have time to think about your generous offer, Lord Tlaloc?
No, and you are lucky that I'm not choosing to take offense by the very fact you asked that question. Your choice should be obvious.
God damn it, thought Jake. Fuck it. In for a penny, in for a pound. The god was giving him no way to escape his wrath, unless Jake gave up his soul and became Tlaloc's champion, and that was not going to happen. He wanted to point at the dying Trossist and ask what other benefits being a champion could have, like, perhaps, burning to death in magical fire? Maybe after that, he could call Tlaloc a frog-faced piece of shit who got his rocks off on killing children, but none of that would actually matter, and it would just be sure to make the god angrier. When people are at the end of their rope, spitting defiance can definitely be a way to feel better about giving up. But Jake hadn't given up. Not yet. He wanted to destroy his enemies, not yell at them. I must respectfully decline, Lord Tlaloc.
This is twice that you have directly defied me.
Yes, Lord Tlaloc. Jake kept his tone respectful, but didn't try to evade the accusation. Lying to a god was not an option. Words had power. If he told Tlaloc that he would serve him, he might actually be compelled to.
So be it. You might be assuming that there is nothing I can do. At least not until part of my domain has come to your world. If so, you are wrong.
The god smiled, his eyes lighting up.
That manacle on your wrist is imbued with my power, created from iron mined in my domain.
Jake swallowed. Uh-oh. His plan really had been for the god to ignore him, planning to deal with Jake later. That would have given him the chance to slink away and figure out some way to stop the massive ritual magic working in progress. Every moment the evil energy swirled around, building new pathways, growing. It was so strong that a regular person might even be able to see some of it with the naked eye at this point. With no warning, a searing pain radiated through Jake's left wrist. The manacle had grown white-hot. His flesh almost instantly began to burn. He screamed. Somehow the searing heat was penetrating all the way through his body, touching his spirit.
If you live, you will be in my kingdom and I will own you. My power is currently attaching itself to your soul. If you die, I will be able to find you. Either way, I will still have you. And now, I will give you a great gift. allowing you to perfectly view the destruction of those you failed to protect.
Jake's arm rose into the air. The chain to the floor snapped. Jake couldn't pull away. His restraint felt as solid as a mountain as it hovered. He could smell his own flesh burning. Then his manacle rose further, taking him with it. A new level of agony invaded Jake's mind, body, and spirit. He desperately tried to rotate his cultivation base, but it didn't work. The manacle suppressed all of his power and kept flooding him with fiery pain. All of his weight hanging from his arm actually pressed his flesh into the manacle, making the pain worse. And something about the device prevented him from losing consciousness now, too. He had never wanted to pass out so badly before in his life. The manacle kept rising, kept moving. Jake's eyes were squeezed shut tightly while he screamed. His gasps made his entire chest heave. A few times he tried to grab onto the manacle with his other hand, but the heat burned his fingers. He couldn't get any leverage to pull himself up. His other hand eventually went to his arm below the manacle, trying futilely to pull his arm out. Finally, the sensation of movement stopped, and he heard a booming voice. Tlaloc said,
"Now see your champion, small things. See him and despair."
Jake slowly forced his eyes open with an effort of sheer will and wasn't even surprised by how high in the air he was, nor that the sky was completely covered in dark clouds now, blocking every bit of sunlight. He was not shocked that an image of him was on the clouds. Reality twisted. He could actually watch himself while he suffered. His mind threatened to break.
No, he thought. Fuck this guy.
That tiny bit of rebellion kindled a spark in his heart. He might not be a perfect man. He definitely didn't always make the best decisions, but he was Jacob Hessian Mazzariello. Damn it.
I never give up,
he mumble-coughed. His mom and dad taught him that lesson a long time ago. If you aren't born with looks, or money, or talents, you've got to rely on grit. Jake had known this fact for most of his life. He forced himself past the pain to think of the solution, not the problem. It was actually hard to think at all, but Jake could be stubborn as hell. He wasn't going to let Tlaloc win, despite the fact that he was a god. No, because he was a god. How could any being have all that power and still require the sacrifice of children? It offended Jake on a deep, primal level. Jake glanced up at his limb, the flesh beneath the manacle. Ugly, glowing, purple discoloration was growing from under the accursed thing, invading his arm. Tlaloc truly was marking him. It was energy. Evil energy. Jake shut his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth. Endless minutes passed while he tried to force his mind to work, and eventually it paid off. He wanted to smile, but was afraid he might break something in his mouth or bite himself. With deliberate care, he began to use the 4 winds of heaven purification technique, grinding his soul against the power raging into him from the manacle, processing it through willpower alone. He couldn't access his cultivation base, but that was fine. This was an effort to stay alive, not get stronger. Most of the power he processed vented into the air, but he was able to hang on to a tiny bit of it, making a kernel of power grow. And now he could think. The pain was still there, but it lessened significantly. Jake opened his eyes again, taking in his surroundings. Down below, violet lines of magic were crisscrossing Macon like ley lines. From his vantage point, he could see how all the glowing bits were part of an enormous magic circle. He felt a moment of sorrow for all the people who had died, been murdered to make the thing. Down below, near the mall, was a huge, misty oval, like a bigger version of the one Jake had seen in the stone altar building. It was like the thing Tlaloc had manifested in. The oval was getting larger as he watched, and he realized this must be the transition point, where a patch of earth would trade places with Tlaloc's realm. The image on the clouds continued to show Jake's struggling form suspended in midair. Behind it, Tlaloc's eyes burned. Jake looked down again and could feel the god watching him from the portal manifesting on the ground, too. He was really high up. His situation looked hopeless on the surface, but now he could think. And if he could think, there was still hope.
This is really going to hurt,
he said with a growl. Jake harnessed the tiny kernel of power he'd built using 4 winds of heaven purification. He applied lunar dowel polishing to the claw in his free hand, making it sharp as it could be. Every scrap of power he'd cobbled together went into the lunar dowel polishing, making it as strong as possible for only 1 or 2 seconds. He was surprised how little resistance there was as he severed his own wrist right below the manacle. Tlalik's voice hissed and growled overhead, but Jake ignored it. Instead, he looked below at the widening portal, thinking about his options. With the manacle off of his arm, he could use his power now, what little he had left. His spirit felt poisoned by the energy the manacle had been dumping into him. Luckily, he could still cycle his cultivation base, and his connection to his artifacts reasserted itself. The midnight cloak billowed behind him, arresting his fall, even slower than a parachute. He thought desperately, trying to figure out some way to stop what was happening below. And then the answer hit him. My artifacts, Jake thought slowly. He grinned nastily and instructed the midnight cloak to drift him directly over the misty portal below.
Eat this,
he snarled. He waved a hand, opening his storage ring. Thousands of pieces of cut stone from the challenge portal trial dimension rained below, each weighing several hundred pounds, up to a few tons each. Less than half a minute later, the first of the rock hit the portal. The area around the mall was pummeled by Jake's makeshift bombs. He took satisfaction in the fact that all the refugees would either be gone from that area or dead now. If he was killing any people, they'd all be Macon protectors. Tlalik's voice roared in the sky, and the portal swirled like a boiling lake. More stones pummeled the ground, striking with earth-shaking force, and the god's voice grew enraged. Jake spotted the manacle floating toward him in the air. He drew a shotgun from his storage ring and blasted the awful thing out of the sky with 00 buckshot. Giant, sword-cut boulders kept falling from his ring, close to a year's worth of work. Jake realized that the stones were actually slowly turning to dust as soon as he took them out of his storage, but each was large enough that they still had plenty of mass when they struck the ground. On top of that, his mage sight caught tremors in the ether. The stone's composition was actually interfering directly with the magic feeding and forming the portal. Tlalik's voice was frantic now, and Jake listened. The god was shouting.
How dare you! This is prophesied! It is promised! How dare!
A bright light flashed from the ground, traveling all the way to the sky. Clouds blocking the sun were burned away. Sunlight flooded Macon below, and the lines of magic that had been crisscrossing the city began to fade like a bad memory. Jake stopped dropping rocks. He didn't have much left in his storage ring anyway. I guess I did something good. Huh? Better late than never. The thought lingered before he savagely corrected himself. He'd failed his family, but he knew his mother and father would be proud of him. Admitting this made his heart ache. It was bittersweet. The fight for Macon wasn't entirely over, but Jake wasn't in any kind of shape to be participating anymore. Before his eyes closed in exhaustion, he commanded his cloak to drift him somewhere isolated. Maybe he could still avoid being eaten, or killed, or something even worse. He was so weak now that he wasn't even sure how durable his body would be anymore. It would really suck to survive pissing off an evil god twice, only to be eaten by a run-of-the-mill ghoul. That would be ironic, though, Jake thought. Then everything went black. Chapter 36. He woke up on a bed of weird, fluffy moss near a pool of still water. Its surface was like smoky glass. A weeping willow with white limbs stood nearby, and bushes ringed it like silent soldiers. The edges of the leaves glittered in the dimness. Even from a distance, Jake could tell they were razor sharp. Grass lined the pond, all in dark colors. A thick forest surrounded the little glen with the pond. There were no noises coming from the surroundings. Everything was silent, still as the grave. Swords were stuck in the ground in clumps, like they were growing there. After sitting up, Jake checked his body and frowned. He wasn't injured. Then he checked his cultivation base and explored his dantian before nodding slowly. What he was registering didn't make any sense. He could feel his soul in his body, but he couldn't actually move any power around, or even feel any physical damage. He'd experienced things like this before. The other times had been a little different, but the similarities led him to conclude he was in this place spiritually, and it was likely the domain of a powerful entity. He could guess which. So when he turned and saw the Morrigan lightly stepping toward him with a smile, he wasn't surprised. And just like that, the scenery changed. Instead of a twilight glade, the two of them were surrounded by a dark, shattered city. Fires burned on the ground, casting light. The Morrigan elegantly settled herself on the hood of a ruined car and crossed her legs.
Now I can officially welcome you to the eternal struggle. You have exceeded every expectation I had of you. Smashed them, actually.
She golf-clapped.
Thank you, lady,
Jake wearily replied. She waved his thanks away.
You know why I'm here, don't you?
I believe so, lady.
And he did. Jake had had a lot of time to think in Swampland, and this potential meeting was one of the things he'd imagined and planned for.
I assume you've been watching.
Of course. I have seen everything.
She smiled.
As such, I know that while you have technically violated our agreement when Tlaloc propositioned you, it was both outside of your control and also happened before you'd actually earned the right to be a hero candidate.
And if I'd accepted Tlaloc's proposal, I'm sure you would have been my enemy from that point onward.
Of course.
I thought so.
Jake shook his head ruefully.
Accepting his offer would have been dumb anyway, but even dumber considering that.
You promised me an audience after you become a hero candidate.
Morrigan shrugged. Jake pursed his lips.
Hero candidate. It's actually a new title, isn't it, lady?
Indeed. You have accomplished a great feat on your world.
She recrossed her legs.
So, I've come to speak to you before any others, as per our agreement.
Jake nodded slowly.
I'm here in spirit, correct, lady?
Correct.
And I'm assuming you were able to do so because of our agreement.
Correct. Without the ties that have been forged, I would have no right to transport you here to a place adjacent to my realm.
And you've already provided support.
Indeed.
Jake opened his mouth slowly, but then shut it again.
Is this area secure?
He caught the goddess's eyes, narrowing a fraction.
To be clear, I mean no offense. I only mean to verify that this conversation is private.
Yes, it is.
Good. Then before we continue, I would like to establish where we stand, favor-wise. As per your own words, I owe you nothing for the knowledge you gave me, since it was in return for my weapons you caused me to lose before. However, we've never addressed the other help you gave me.
I'm surprised you know about that.
The Morrigan arched an elegant eyebrow.
But concealing several of your titles has benefited me as much as you, so we're balanced on that account as well.
You know what?
Jake collected himself.
That was not what I was speaking of, lady.
Honesty was the best policy for this meeting.
I was talking about the cat.
Cat? What cat?
The black cat that appeared after I'd first become a zombie. It spoke and gave some simple advice.
Morrigan blinked.
Interesting. Your words have the ring of truth, and yet I never witnessed this in your timeline. It must have been hidden from me.
She pursed her lips.
Other gods? No. At least one greater than myself has had an interest in you even before I made contact.
So that wasn't you?
No.
Jake mentally adjusted. That's right. The cat did say something about praying, didn't it? His memories from the first day he was a zombie were still a little hazy. Maybe it wasn't a bad thing to bring up, though. Telling the Morrigan about the cat might actually benefit him. Now that they both knew he'd gotten divine help before Morrigan had even met him, perhaps Jake's value had gone up.
So, what now, lady?
Now we dicker. She smiled. My intention should be clear.
Yes, they are.
Jake thought about his survival during his second life, how he'd barely avoided complete ruin a few times, at least partially due to the knowledge that the Morrigan had put in his head. He didn't technically owe her anything, since she'd used a loophole of giving him something in return for his lost weapons. But he knew, and she knew, that part of the reason he'd survived was due to her help. It was possible he might have made it to this point on his own, but not likely. Jake's father had taught him to pay his debts. He had a feeling his father hadn't considered owing a favor to a dark goddess, though. Thinking of his father reminded him to focus, to get his head in the game.
Before we negotiate, could you hear a question and a request, lady?
Continue.
Thank you. Can we both acknowledge that you wish for me to be your champion?
Even though he was stating the obvious, Jake understood why the Morrigan paused. Admitting her goal in such a straightforward way was not beneficial for her from a bargaining perspective. But eventually she confirmed.
Yes, I desire you to become my champion.
All right. Thank you, lady. Then I believe my request is fairly simple and will save us some time.
Morrigan tapped her lips with a finger.
I'm listening.
Jake took a breath and plunged ahead.
Please give me your word that if we come to an agreement about me becoming your champion, that the terms will be generous, in my favor.
There was a moment of silence. The goddess rested her chin in her hand and stared at Jake with an inscrutable expression. When she spoke again, her voice was entirely neutral.
You are right. This would speed things up. However, even by your wording, if I were to agree to this, any deal would be made to most benefit you. Why should I agree to such a thing?
Jake crossed his arms and tried to project self-confidence. It was only partially faked. He'd had a year to think about this, and no matter how he tried to poke holes in his logic, he hadn't been able to.
Because you want me to work for you, and the moment this sending or projection or illusion or whatever this is ends, I'm going to be contacted by who knows how many gods that will either try to destroy me or engage in some sort of bidding war, or both. Up until this point, only you have really known about my existence. Talalik saw a few of my titles before I fucked up his portal, and even he made me an offer on the spot. Before that point, he'd likely been planning to destroy me. For good reason, too. But he offered me a job.
Morrigan pursed her lips.
As you said, you will be in danger and might not make it out of the feeding frenzy alive.
She waved her hand.
What makes you think you will survive?
That would be my concern. And if you are rejected, you will still have lost, right?
Morrigan's eyes glittered, but she smiled slowly and simply replied, Point. Jake felt himself relax a bit. Part of the purpose of this conversation had been to test the Morrigan, push her a bit to see how she'd react. Dark or light, Jake didn't want to work for any god that might behave like a toddler or lose their temper over simple things, especially while the conversation was otherwise respectful. The goddess regarded Jake a while longer before giving a graceful shrug.
Fine. You truly are clever, just like the first time we met. My primary motivation is to triumph with you, to make you my champion, so I will play along.
I wonder if she expects me to catch that she didn't list any of her motivations past the primary one, thought Jake. Out loud, he asked,
So you swear?
Yes. I swear on my mantle that if we strike a deal in this place, it will be more generous, in your favor, for these sorts of agreements, on average, based on my perception.
That's not bad, and probably the best I'm gonna get, thought Jake. Whether he liked it or not, he was part of this eternal struggle now. He could have walked away from Macon before, but if he had, what would he have done with himself? Just roam around the world as a monster? Find an adventure group that would work with him? He'd thought about a lot of things in Swampland. This path was the only one he'd been able to figure would actually allow him to help his slain family.
All right, lady,
he said.
Then
No, please. Hold your words. First, I wish to explain a few more realities and my potential intention for your advancement.
Jake was taken aback, but could appreciate the gesture and the polite tone the goddess was using.
I'm listening.
She nodded.
You are not the only hero of this world. Or won't be, eventually. I'm sure you've figured this out. The impact you have made will create a ripple effect. If you are my champion, I will invest in you. Some gods choose many champions. I almost never even choose one. Quality over quantity for me. And this world is no longer most appropriate for your development.
So, if I were your champion, you would send me to another world?
Yes.
Immediately?
Yes. As you have said, your actions in Macon, Georgia will have caught the attention of other gods. Some will be wishing for your demise, especially if you've chosen to be my champion. Most other dark gods are not my allies.
I understand.
Jake worked a smile. This conversation was like a business deal in a way, but he appreciated the heads up.
What would my job be if I were your champion?
That is a good question, Jacob Mazzariello.
The goddess used his full name for the first time.
Your purpose will be to shake up any world you're on, to accomplish great things, spread your renown, but most importantly, to become stronger. The day will come that you will need to fight again on your homeworld, to protect it. As you are now, you would not even last a moment.
Jake thought briefly about the dragon in Colorado and conceded she had a point.
All right, I understand.
Then you may proceed. Please continue what you were saying before.
All right, this is how I see it, lady,
Jake said. He paused. Everything rested on how the Morgan reacted to the next thing he said.
I think it would be most efficient for me to tell you the minimum concessions that I would need from you to be your champion. Then you can add things to make it a generous deal for me, and we can go from there.
I understand your intention. Proceed.
The goddess brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. Her horn suddenly reminded Jake a bit of his own.
May I write them down to show you so I don't forget anything?
Of course.
A paper and pen appeared in midair. Jake scrawled down all of the terms he had committed to memory before handing them over. As the goddess began to read, Jake mentally went over what he'd written again. 1. I will keep my soul, and my soul will never be used as a bargaining chip. 2. My status as your champion will not be permanent. I will work for you for 3 years, and sometime prior to the end of 3 years, but no earlier than halfway, we will meet and discuss potentially extending our relationship. 3. You will not interfere with my choices other than to provide guidance or advice. My life will be my own, and I will not take orders. And to be fair, I will only be able to call on you 3 times during the 3 years that I'm your champion. 4. I have my sister's soul in my storage ring. Her body died, but I was able to somehow interrupt her death. If my understanding of this event is correct, and I truly was able to preserve my sister's personality and soul, I want her to be reborn on another world. The world she is reborn on should be safe, and should be under the jurisdiction of the light. Her new body should either be the same age as when she died, or younger. Aldina should retain her memories, her soul, and receive some advantage within her new world to help guarantee her safety. And after she receives her new body, she should be informed of this agreement so she's not confused. 5. My current physical body has been damaged. You will heal me and repair my body if I become your champion. 6. I will keep all of the monster evolutionary knowledge you have traded me before. In addition, I will be able to call on you 3 times to receive knowledge of a single subject in a similar fashion. Jake had known better than to ask for direct power. If gods could just give their power out willy-nilly, Trossus would have ripped him apart without any effort. His terms were all more or less technically possible for this sort of deal. He knew he was pushing it, of course. His list was all a little outrageous, but so was his situation. Jake knew the second point would be the hardest to sell, but he had to push for this one. The reality was that he would likely get the best deal by working with the Morgan. Now was the time to swing for the fences. She was trying to recruit him early. He'd actually wanted to make his enlistment term only a single year, but that likely would have been impossible. The fourth point, the one about Aldina, would not come cheap, and he was willing to work for it. His demand for Aldina's reincarnation might have sounded the most complex to someone not versed in magical arts. Luckily, he knew the reincarnation itself shouldn't be too difficult for the Morgan. Gods had done similar things on Earth during his first lifetime. But the tough part might be how he'd specifically demanded a world under the light, something he hadn't even known was a thing until his second life. Jake actually wasn't sure how possible this specific part was. He'd included point number 5 on the fly. Morrigan skimmed the paper several times before looking up. Her eyes were full of amusement, annoyance, and maybe even a bit of respect.
All of this is possible. I agree to all of the terms you have written on this piece of paper if you enter a pact with me. In addition, in order to make the deal favorable for you, I will add...
She stopped talking and stood still for a minute, only blinking. The goddess finally continued.
I will transform your most used weapon, a saber in your storage ring, into an enchanted sword appropriate for your new role. You will likely never find one better. In addition to other terms, you will be able to call on me for one favor, at which time, if you convince me, I might grant it. You will attain an affinity for at least one aspect of my mantle, perhaps more than one with training. And lastly, if you reach the cultivation stage of reforged body, you may ask for my assistance with the finalization of this stage.
Jake was absolutely blown away. His jaw dropped, and he hastily closed his mouth.
Do you have any objections so far with anything I've suggested?
Asked the goddess.
No, lady.
Good.
She smiled, and her shoulders seemed to relax.
3 local years is not a lot of time. However, you've demanded 3 years, and I am potentially accepting your terms. Due to your development and path, the most logical place to send you from here would be the world of Murim. The lowest level of that world is 1 level above your own, so it would be a good place for you to grow. In fact, I will be sending you directly to the person on that world who most resonates with the foundation of your current power. Do you understand?
Jake's old teacher told him he'd been the only person in the Murim world who'd practiced the 4 winds of heaven purification technique.
Yes, so long as where you transport me to will not be immediately dangerous.
Yes, your transition will be safe. Now that we both understand each other, do you have any objections to our proposed bargain?
Jake tried to hold back a grin. He'd gotten everything he'd asked for, and then some. As the saying went, sometimes you have to get while the getting is good. He couldn't believe he'd ever get a deal as good as this again. Not in 1,000 years.
No. If this is going to be our agreement, everything I wrote on the paper and all of the terms you've communicated as well, I will accept becoming your champion.
Excellent. Swear it on your name, your true name.
I, Jacob Hessian Mazzariello, do swear on my life and soul to become the champion of the goddess the Morrigan, so long as she keeps her side of the bargain that we have struck.
Some of the old words learned during mage training in his first life came back easily.
Then I, the Morrigan, accept Jacob Hessian Mazzariello as my champion. So long as he serves faithfully, honouring this covenant, I swear on my mantle that our bargain shall remain unbroken.
The goddess stood and moved directly in front of Jake. This close, her beauty and power were completely overwhelming.
It is done,
she purred. The last thing Jake saw before the world went dark was the goddess's glowing eyes.
Let's work well together, Jake. I am excited to see what more you can accomplish for me.
Her chuckles followed him into oblivion. Chapter 37. When Jake became aware of his surroundings again, he was sitting in a wooden chair in some sort of log cabin. His body felt incredibly strange. A new sensation crackled through his brain like lightning, but was somehow elusive. When he tried to look inward and figure out what it was, it vanished. His energy was all over the place in general. Not only did he feel differently internally, something seemed to be weighing on him too. He distantly remembered the Morrigan explaining that moving higher in dimensions was hard on those from the lower realms. Or something. His mind was feeling a little mixed up. The building he was in looked like it had been made of rough-hewn timber, very different from how he'd imagined the Murim world would look. He'd been expecting bamboo, not pine. The wooden floor was mostly bare. Most of the furniture had been pulled to the walls, and standing in some sort of glowing array was his master from his first life, Master Z. Jake stood, cupping his fist in his palm and bowing politely.
Student greets his teacher.
He glanced up and noted that the hand he'd cut off had been replaced with another. The new hand looked almost like rubber, or maybe hard tar. Ironically, it was actually more human-looking than Jake's other hand now.
I don't know you, but don't worry, I won't kill you. I know your name is Jake. Your goddess already explained some things to me, so I wouldn't destroy you the moment you appeared.
The old man harumphed, blowing out his long mustache.
It is extremely disappointing to me that a student of mine from another timeline could be this stupid. A champion? Ha! And you are one strange-looking creature, too. Shadow element. Yes, that must be it. You look like a humanoid demon beast, but have the soul of a mortal. Bizarre.
Jake blinked as his mind caught up with what his ears had just heard. Another timeline? How the hell?
Did the Morrigan tell you that, Master?
The short, unkempt old man waved a hand irritably. Liver spots on his arm flashed in the light filtered through the rice paper covering the windows.
Watch what names and titles you throw around, fool. Especially in my home. No, she did not tell me this. I have eyes to see, don't I? I can sense your energy. The bond between master and student is such that I can sense something lingering. It didn't take too much to figure it out. I'm sure if your goddess hasn't said anything about it, it's just to help you make stupid decisions. Gods are good at that.
Jake was used to his master's attitude, so he wasn't surprised at all by the reception he was getting.
She sent me here to train, to grow, I guess. Since you are here, I would like to learn from you, if you will teach me again.
Master Z sighed theatrically.
How could I have chosen such a dull apprentice? Can't you see the glowing lines on the floor? I will be gone in moments.
What?
Let me guess. You come from a world overrun by evil, the dark, a lower dimension than this one. And I accepted you as a student on a whim.
The old man ran one side of his mustache through his fingers.
Oh, do not try to cross the lines on the floor. They will destroy you. Gods make dimensional travel look like walking to the market, but that's because they cheat.
What?
Jake shook his head. If he couldn't keep up with his master, the crotchety old man might just stop talking altogether until he felt like it again.
Yes, that is how we met. I actually gave you a bottle of water, and you said you were bored, so you wanted to give me a demonstration of cultivation techniques. When I asked why, you said it was because circle magic on my world was trash. After I saw what you could do, I asked to be your student. You said you were still so bored that even teaching an idiot like me was better than nothing to pass the time.
Jake's master chuckled.
I figured it would be something like that. Well, I am actually about to head to your world right now. In your timeline, we would have been meeting in the future from this point.
I understand.
Trippy, thought Jake.
Are you going to teach anyone else?
Maybe.
Well, since you're going to Earth, I actually have some recommendations for students, if you come across them.
Master Z moved one hand in a beckoning motion.
Put the thoughts at the top of your mind. I will gather them. Hurry up!
Jake nodded. He was used to this. His master could read his mind, after a fashion, but only if someone prepared information for him and thought about it a certain way. A moment later, the old man announced,
Got it. This is going to be dreadful. What a terrible planet.
Jake wanted to change the subject before the grumpy fucker could start ranting about Earth again. He'd already heard enough of that for a lifetime.
If you don't want to go, why are you going?
The glowing lines on the floor had gotten brighter. Jake pointed at them.
This is not a simple array. Even I could tell that. It took you some effort.
Yes, well, the powers that be put out invitations sometimes. When new worlds join the eternal struggle, rewards can be earned for acting as a wandering trainer. That must have been why I was training you. Boredom or no boredom. We get more consideration if we actually teach someone something.
Jake rolled his eyes. He knew better than to snap at his teacher or lose his temper. The horrible old man loved to push people over their breaking point and then punish them for it later. He made a face. Being careful around gods was one thing, but he couldn't completely hold his tongue with this old bastard.
Oh, come on, Master. I might not be strong for this world, but I am a gold-level body refiner, and I'm a hero candidate, too. You have no idea what I went through to get here.
A world hero, eh? Very proud of that hero business, are you? A monkey on a string, meat for the grinder, and gold-level body refinement, ha? Yes, you are a gold, but you were less than that in your first life, were you not? I can read the truth of it on your soul. Smell the old disappointment.
The old man grunted.
I will admit you seem to have some potential now. If I didn't have to leave in a few minutes, I might have actually been curious enough about what you are to teach you something. Pity.
Why don't you just cancel the array?
Asked Jake.
Can't. It is borrowing power, not all my own. Trying to stop it now would destroy this entire mountain.
Jake absently nodded, before his gaze sharpened.
Wait. If you're leaving for sure, then what am I supposed to do? Is your sect here, Master?
I told you that I have a sect.
Jake's heart fell as he slowly replied.
Yes.
Oh, well, I lied then. Running a sect is too much trouble. Been there, done that. It's irritating that I have to deal with this right now. But if I taught you in any timeline...
The old man grimaced and scratched one cheek.
I guess you can go find my granddaughter. She is training at some fourth-rate sect, likely an act of rebellion. The sect is on the shore of Gemsword Lake, between the Mount Huisect and the Cavern of Wailing Souls. Her name is Alex. She owes me a favor, so if you find her, tell her I sent you. Alex can help you some, even though she follows a different Tao, and you feel weak as a rabbit.
He rubbed a hand over his face.
Damn it! What was I thinking, other self?
Jake was somewhat impressed by his teacher's easy acceptance of time being rewound, but not exactly surprised by it.
Is your granddaughter a dragon too, Master?
The old man's eyes flew open.
What? How do you know that?
Jake chuckled.
Gotcha.
That's right, motherfucker, he thought savagely. The old bastard had never admitted to being a dragon in his first life. Not once.
You breathe out smoke when you snore sometimes.
I don't snore.
That's what you said in my lifetime, too. And you do. Besides, when I was training with you, you went to Colorado once to find a dragon and yell at him because one of his kin owed you money. Or something.
Jake didn't add that the experience had been one of the scariest of his first life. He'd only known this man for half a year, but during that time Jake had seen a great deal of the post-apocalypse world. Nothing on Earth could fuck with his master. The old man had fearlessly traveled wherever he'd wanted. Monsters had fled from him. It was too bad Master Z was so lazy and had such a terrible personality. He never seemed to do anything out of the goodness of his heart. Being a dragon didn't seem to have much to do with it. At least Jake didn't think so. The old man could occasionally show great kindness, especially to children and the poor. But he never got off his ass to help out humanity as a whole, though, at least not while he was on Earth. And he had just disappeared one day without even saying goodbye. Jake wanted to ask why, but this version of his master wouldn't know. Master Z growled, and a puff of smoke came from his nose. When he saw the gray shadow in front of his face, he just growled deeper.
I don't snore.
He snorted and flicked his sleeve.
Just go find my granddaughter. Then you aren't my problem anymore.
Jake frowned.
Wait, last time, or I guess in the future, when you were on my world, you weren't even there for a full year. My contract with with my goddess, is for 3 years. Why don't I just wait here for you to come back? It'll only be a few months, right?
Master Z went silent and still for a handful of seconds, before laughing so hard his eyes began to tear up. He slapped his side.
3 years? Oh my! Tell me, student, what exactly was your agreement with your goddess,
I would be her champion for 3 years.
If Jake could blush, he would have been beet red. After all this time and everything he'd been through, his master could still make him very uncomfortable. He didn't even know why he was feeling embarrassed. Something was tickling the back of his mind, though.
Fool! You are a cultivator. What were her exact words?
Jake grimaced and cycled his cultivation base. This was the first time he'd taken control of his energy in his new, repaired body. Everything still felt weird, but he could at least send some power to his memory.
She said, and I quote, 3 local years is not a lot of time. However, you have demanded 3 years, and I am potentially accepting your terms. Due to your development and path, the most logical place to send you from here would be the world of Miram.
Master Z drew in a big breath, before laughing even harder. He slapped his thigh so hard it almost sounded like gunshots. When he seemed like he might be settling down again, he looked at Jake, pointed, and laughed again. Jake was patient and didn't say anything. He held his temper. Trying to talk to his master when he was like this was pointless, and he actually did want to hear what the codger might say. Finally, Master Z wheezed out,
3 local years? Boy, we are in a higher plane of existence and a different dimension. Time can run differently between planes and dimensions. This array is locked on your homeworld, I know of it. 1 year on your world is close to 500 years here. Your goddess said 3 local years. Fool! Your agreement means that you will be a champion for 1,500 years in the Miram world.
He started laughing again. The lines in the floor pulsed, before growing so bright that Jake had to shade his eyes. Master Z disappeared in mid-laugh. One moment he was there, the next he was gone. Jake stared woodenly at the spot on the floor his old master had just been standing on.
No wonder the terms were so good,
he whispered to himself. He thought back to the entire conversation and could figure out exactly where the negotiation had gone south. Well, it hadn't been entirely bad. He had still been promised a good deal and had no reason to think that that hadn't been true. It just meant the value of what he'd been given was greater than he'd imagined. 1,500 years, he thought. He moved to the door in a daze. Sunlight hit his face. If he'd been human, his eyes would have needed to adjust, but as a cultivator and a shadow ghoul, he could almost immediately see just fine. Jake gasped.
No way,
he murmured. It looked like there was a floating island in the sky, a tropical rainforest on top. In the far distance were mountains larger than any Jake had ever seen or could imagine even existing. Huge trees grew to his left. Against the slope of the mountain the cabin was built on. Thick, profound-feeling mist curled between the mountain he stood on and distant peaks. A sudden screech made Jake turn his head, and his mouth went dry. Flying high in the sky was a bird with burning feathers. Its wingspan had to be at least half a mile. It was easily the largest creature Jake had ever seen, larger than any living thing should grow. Even from so far away, he could feel some of its awesome power. The majestic phoenix, because that was what it had to be, practically radiated magnificent energy. As large as it was, it flew impossibly quickly, disappearing into the distance after doing a circle over the distant peaks. Jake gulped. His mind reeled. He retreated back into the building, and his hand trembled as he closed the door.
Dorothy, we are not in Kansas anymore,
he whispered. The end. This is Luke Daniels. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Trojan Nightmare, Apocalypse Cultivation, Book 1, by Blaise Corvin. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.